trades going, but this one so far so good here on Nvidia.
Yeah, trying to bounce off 175 right now. Just crazy two-way action yesterday for Nvidia. This is from KeyBank this morning, specifically pointing to China trouble possibly spoiling Q3 in general for them. We've talked in depth over the past couple of weeks here about said China quote-unquote trouble. Whether or not it actually turns out to be is remains to be seen.
Well, the Chinese government keeps telling their tech companies not to buy the H20, Brendo, so it could be trouble for them. UBS taking a bit of a different view today on Nvidia. Let's talk about it. They reaffirmed their buy rating and raised their price target to 205 from 175, implying about a 17% upside from yesterday's close. The upgrade here really reflects what they're calling strong AI chip demand signals, especially in data centers. We know that their GB200 and GB300 racks, their partners are suggesting that 30,000 racks could be deployed by this year with a strong ramp up, especially in Q4. The demand backdrop remains strong as ever, according to UBS, so we'll have to see exactly how strong that remains going into earnings. More on that in a second. Nvidia struck a deal, as we know, Brendo, with the U.S. government to resume sales of that H20 chip in China. In exchange, though, for 15% of revenue from those sales, UBS believes Nvidia has already placed new Hopper wafer orders and may be developing a specific Blackwell version tailored for China as U.S. exports, ceiling evolve. This could add a few $1 billion per quarter, according to UBS, to Nvidia's revenue. And last but not least here, UBS expects Nvidia to post a $1 billion revenue beat for the second quarter, and they report earnings after the bell on Wednesday next week.
Context always key going into said earnings. Still very, very high up on this range, guys. This is a weekly chart, so if you zoom out on this thing, I mean, maybe 2 weeks in a row here, can barely even see this move down.
Yeah, it's a pretty good weekly chart there. And if you believe the bulls, I mean, Dan Ives is a bull in AI, there's lots of bulls out there, then you believe that demand outstrips supply of these chips by like 10 to 1. So there's still lots of room for them to grow. Look, in less than 1 week, we're going to have the watch party on next Wednesday. We're going to get the numbers. They're going to be impressive. Want to hear what Jensen says when it comes to, look, let's be real. Pay for play or not, to get those chips into China, that's $4 billion that you just add. And they just print money out here. So, like, I actually like AMD as a trade today over Nvidia, but this daily chart. The only level that stood out to me, because you had this little crazy V shape, is still if we get into the 180s. Somebody thinks it's a sell up there going into earnings, and if we sniff that, then I would want to be fading it. It was too much of a diddle in the middle a little bit, and I thought there was a little bit more clarity on AMD for that bad boy. It looks to me like this is pretty clean if it can break a 168, and then you've got 164 down here on AMD. That looks like a nice little over-under level. Didn't really have any obvious levels to short Intel today, but if the market rallies, probably find something.
All right, right into here, I've already solved that puzzle right there. Intel 2350 will be a short, so it's on the sticky note right there, as is the Nvidia long at 174. So we've already took that. That came in real early on the UBS upgrade into earnings. We'll wait to see what winds up happening here with Nvidia. But I like the trade. I love the trade on Intel at that 2350. We're out of now 60% of this trade. As we're starting to head back a little bit, I'm going to put another offer right here at 23. I'm just paying for coffee here this morning. On these trades, and then we'll wait to see if Nvidia breaks through 174. We have enough now to not really worry about it. That bottom would be right around here if it does get worse, but you see what the market's doing now, trying to come back. Nvidia did enjoy this little bit of a bump up here, but maybe it is going to be red in the streets one more time here for Nvidia. You know what? I'm just going to get out right here where we got in if we're able to. Right now, just take that. There you go, punch out. All right, we got O2s. All right, so flat trade there. For the end of the day, it's still a well positive trade on Nvidia, but there it goes, now breaking through 175 or 174, and this is why you want to take some profits. We just bounced completely off the 50-period moving average, so maybe now it's looking like a short. For me, Intel's not on the board. I'm glad Neil brought that up. I do have I think a good short area, 2350. We're almost there right now, so we'll see what winds up happening with Intel right into here, 2355. Yesterday's kind of closing area, so this is just an area, but if If we break like above 70, then I think we can get out of it. 20 cents on Intel, come on. I mean, we've traded this thing pretty good the last little while, so we'll wait to see if Intel can get going. To my whole thing is we've had great catalysts on Intel over the last couple of days, and it's just done basically this. And now it looks like we already hit those tops that we've already been talking about, and there it goes down. Oh God. There's a probe in Tesla. It's delayed for their crashing.
Oh boy.
We already knew about this. Basically, Tesla claims that their FSD basically is accident proof, but the thing is, just before it gets in accidents, it shuts off. So, and then they go, well, you know, it's supposed to be driver error, so the car's running you into a wall, and then it turns off. It's like, oh, you're supposed to do something about it. But anyways, I don't know. That's just what I've heard. Obviously, it's not that bad.
You don't want to do what they did in the office, right?
Yeah. So there goes Tesla.
You got to take control. It's not looking good for Tesla though. That's actually moving the stock right now.
I'm going to go short on it. So
it just broke 20s.
Yeah, we're watching it right here. So I'm going to go short here. See what winds up happening with this move. 321 may be a top take there if we do battle back. I mean, I actually already thought they were looking into this. So
they were.
This doesn't seem like huge news to me, but with a little bit of a catalyst, we'll start to show with a short here in Tesla. Probably give it to that 50 period moving out. We don't have very many shares. We want to see what it does off open. Tesla's one of those wild rides, man, as we know. 322 break is where we'll deal with this if there's a problem. So I'm going to get a little more short here and then see what winds up happening. Tesla to start the day here with news now on autopilot. They're looking into that one more time here. So we'll see. That could be like a reverse story. Like there's nothing here to see. We've already sort of talked about this a bit, but we'll find out if there's more coming for Tesla. Start to short there. Nvidia and Intel, we like those trades, of course. There's Nvidia breaking that 174 to the downside. Is Coreweave a buy? I say yes.
The guys on that report, it looks like it's on the actual reporting of crashes. So not necessarily on the tech. But the probe they're looking into potential delays in Tesla reporting the actual crashes, not necessarily on the tech itself. So it could be why we're seeing a little bit of a move back up. Quickly as well, speaking of EVs, XPeng, better part of 6% here again this morning at the highs to the upside. So a couple of days in a row, this thing's still on a tear. NIO being dragged along begrudgingly with XPeng this morning. Coreweave, let's talk about that. CRWV, there we go. A couple things to note. HC Wainwright upgrading, straight up upgrading to a buy, 180 on the price target for that. Jane Street as well revealing this stake in CRWV.
Yeah, to the tune of $1.8 billion, Brendo, not a bad look. So they disclosed that 5.4% stake in Coreweave, holding about 20 million shares as of August 13th. As I mentioned, it's worth about $1.8 billion with respect to yesterday's close. The filing with the SEC triggered after surpassing that 5% ownership threshold, required for disclosure. The background here is Jane Street has been accumulating Coreweave shares since the first quarter when the AI infrastructure firm went public. A May SEC filing showed Jane Street owned about 9.4 million shares at the end of March, meaning its position has more than doubled. The deal here is, though, the disclosure was filed as a 13G, which indicates that Jane Street is a passive investor with no intention to influence corporate strategy or governance. This differs from activist investors, Brendo, who got to file a 13D, not a 13G.
Just keep my eye on Tesla here, guys, trying to bounce a little bit. Once again, if anyone missed that, again, it's on the reporting, the company actually reporting or potential delays in reporting those crashes. Coreweave has come well off the highs here so far as well. Thoughts?
So it was one of the best performing V-shaped recoveries in the market yesterday. I don't remember much of anything that we looked at in the afternoon show that had broken well through where we dumped at the open and were taking out prior day levels, like 93 there, and it topped out just under 94.5 or so. I'm just looking for a break. It doesn't mean, I'm not, whatever, Jane Street doesn't really make too much of a difference here. This was on our radar last night, and if it can break out, I like it. It's that simple. And you have a lot of hammer candles. You can throw that in there too. Hammer candle at the bottom, break out the next high, and I think you would have room to get to the $100 level, if not maybe slightly higher. That 103 looks like a solid resistance spot as well for Coreweave. So yeah, good reversal, much better than the rest of the market. Of course, it's been sliding down. I didn't even bother putting in a dip buy because to me, I don't really have anything till like $89 on this. It kind of stands out as a bit of a level there. So the break for 95 is set, and I guess if it gets to 89, there should be like some kind of mean reversion play in there. It's just a little bit better. We had Bullish up there, right? Like Bullish had a decent day, but I just feel like this made a much better bottom, made a better bottom than Circle or any of the other ones, and Jane Street seems to like it too. So I don't know. They're quant-based, so I guess they have some numbers that suggest it's a good value.
Yeah, I got a CRWV, Coreweave. Okay, so Coreweave is here on the sticky note today. I got to refresh this and get that for you. There it is. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Oh, crowd. Okay, hold on a second. I had to edit it, so now I think it's a new post right there. So here it is right here, Coreweave. So long off that 95, it's not a JPM stake. It's a Jane Street stake right there. Watching the so I got to edit again. 91 dip buys there for Coreweave. So, yeah, look, like Neil mentioned, like I mentioned earlier, yesterday was a great move there, ended near and went positive, I believe, yesterday. So, yeah, trying to find some levels to trade off of. We're right here right now, 92.50. Nice, interesting move higher, but we were a lot higher before, up to $95. So this is a nice little pullback into 92. I said 91 as dip buy opportunities here. I think that between 90 and 91, you're looking to hold that, and then if you break through 90, then you can get out. So I'm bidding 91 right now, and also trying to take the top through 95. I mean, we're looking for catalysts today. The market's been really doing not much here into the morning. It's been trending downside, that's for sure, but not too much movement here. We have the PMI coming at 945. That's what I noted on the note, that we're looking for PMI. So if those numbers come hotter or colder, we'll see what the market reaction is. But I think you got to wait for this. Either breaks that 95 or you get that 91. You're going to get either one of those, and you may get both of them. So Coreweave, definitely an aggressive name. I like the fact that there's a story here. I'm going to go short. I'm only looking long here on that 5% stake, but it's going to be a 95 break if that happens. If it doesn't, we're away from that, or a dip buy into 91. I feel like the 91 is going to be coming a little bit quicker than the 95. So, yeah, looking for that, and hopefully we get something going with Jane Street and Coreweave today. I like the long.
Hear an awful lot about this coming up over potentially later today, but definitely all day tomorrow. A lot of people with a lot of questions. If you're hearing Jackson Hole for the first time, we'll give you a little rundown on not only what to expect today, not a heck of a lot, but what is this going to mean not only for equity markets, but coming up over the next couple of days here.
Yeah, well, they don't call it the Super Bowl of the Fed Super Bowl for no reason, Brendo. It's obviously a very big event with interest rates in focus, job weakness, as well as tariff inflation. That will be very much in focus when Jerome Powell takes a stand and gives his speech. It also could be one of his last policy speeches. Obviously, he gives a lot of speeches at the FOMC meetings, Brendo, but his term does expire in May, so a lot of people will be listening to see exactly what kind of rate cutting cycle we're going to be going through in the next year.
Yeah, so this is a weekend event. It does start later tonight, so 8 p.m. There will be some comments coming out. The main event tomorrow, obviously 10 a.m. on Friday. We'll hear from Powell himself. If you go back to 2022, look up Jackson Hole. That's really when it gained its fame or notoriety, maybe infamous notoriety, because that was the first time we heard that transitory term attached to inflation. Since then, this event, again, an annual event in Jackson Hole, Wyoming for the Fed, has just been the highlight of August specifically, right. Maybe even the summer.
I would like to see if they talk about Fed independence as well, Brendo, with the current administration really taking an aggressive position about how they want the Fed to deal with the current interest rate environment. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about that as well.
Yeah, the theme this year is about employment specifically. We were touching on that a couple days ago on whether that was on purpose to kind of avoid inflation, or talking about rates and rate cuts potentially altogether, but the two obviously go hand in hand. So we'll give you updates as they come, not only later today, if there are any, but stay tuned. Tomorrow is going to be the main event for Jackson Hole. Let's get to Palantir while we're here as well. Pretty impressive recovery yesterday. This has been a Steep sell-off, though, the past couple of days.
$73 billion wiped off the market cap there, Brendo, falling more than 17% and putting $1.6 billion in the pocket of short sellers who finally took advantage of a little bit of a move down in order to grab some money. It still has a very small short interest relative to the size of the company, 2.5% as of the 31st of July, Brendo.
Yeah, we'll see if we can hold, pre-market levels from yesterday coming into play here potentially this morning.
But certainly, look, I know it's percentage-wise it might not be a big short flow, but Palantir and Meta were the most heavily shorted by notional value names this year in the S&P. So like it's hefty. Let's be real for a second. And obviously there was some pain for those shorts. And you know what? Shout out to Citron. They managed to time it exactly right. They managed to time it, and they got the temporary top on Palantir. And based on this volume candle, they're probably, if they didn't cover yesterday, I mean, come on, like the biggest volume candle, bigger than an earnings day for Palantir. I got to imagine a bunch of that was covered. 158. We closed at 157.75 2 days ago, and then we got in the aftermarket just shy of that for a complete V shape. That's where I'm looking today. Because to me, the shorts are scared if you blow out that top. So we can blow out 158, then it's a breakaway trade. Otherwise, I think a continuation back in makes a little bit of sense. There was nice volume in around the 150 area for support, so I think if you're looking for the mean reversion, that's a good place to look. But it's a simple over-under at 158. As long as we hold the open range under, I'm looking shorts, but you've got to be willing to reverse when the shorts get cracked on this stock. Because you saw what it did off of those lows. It's when it gets going, there's not too much better out there. So it's always worth it if you can catch a break.
I'm going to, so I have an offer out to get out of some Palantir if we're able to at 158 today. That is that pre-market high. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Could it get back into 125 or so? We talked about this the last couple of days. I think this is an area of a little bit of concern. If you can get back into there, then it is a dip buy. I don't know why the 200 period's not loading on this thing. But I think that is a dip buy opportunity down into there between 120 and 125 for Palantir. Yeah, what a great recovery it was there yesterday. We are actually fine. We caught some of these actual bumps yesterday to the upside, and then what a move there. As retail's not stupid anymore, they let these things fall down, then they come in and buy these stocks right back up, and then you have these V-shaped recoveries, right? You saw one in AMD, you've seen them in Palantir. These are two very, very strong retail stocks right now. So I don't, forget about the valuation. We already know that that's out of whack. What you're trying to do is buy stock that go like this and then go like that. So AMD primed for that move again here today. If we do dip down, look for these bottoms to base out. There are buyers of Palantir out there, and I don't think they're going anywhere. It's 925 right now. We just got those imbalances. So you can see already there's Palantir. I mean, I didn't know it was coming as a buy, and there it is, 300,000 as a buy. Getting bigger, 340,000 now. So yeah, you can hit this stock down for a while. I think it's a mistake to go short off the open. Now, look, if the market was never a mistake to go short, shorts play. But at the same time, let's just wait, let it go a little bit here. We haven't taken anything really off up in these levels, so we'll take something at 158, like I said, 10% or so off in the long-term account, just in case we do get that dip buy, and we can buy 10% back at those low levels. So we've been raising some cash over the last couple weeks. I think you guys have heard me mention those sells, and Palantir will be another one if and when we get to 158, which I actually expect to get to almost right off the open. I think there's going to be a push here in the NASDAQ to see if we can get to view up. There's that 23.3. We talked about that level yesterday, and it's right there. So we'll see if this wants to hold or not. 23.3. How to move on the overnight that took it out. Let's see if we can support it again there today and resist upside. Palantir right now, $1 away from me getting out now, which is nice. Tesla's starting to run to the high side. Again, small trading here in the pre-market on Tesla, just like it was small trading on Nvidia as well. Wow, Nvidia nicely holding 174 now as well. Let's go find the story about Tesla, and then we'll be ready to get opened out.
All right, Tesla back to the downside here right now. Just real quick on Boeing, I was just seeing a report, quote-unquote report, on a Delta plane. A passenger has spotted a detached wing flap on a Delta Boeing 737. Doesn't actually say the version of a 737, but that was at 12,000 feet. So there was a little downtick there on Boeing. when that popped up. So let's talk about Tesla here. We touched on it a little bit early this morning. We're bouncing off 320. Version 14 of FSD coming in September.
Yeah, I'm pumped for that. I can't wait to see how good it gets, especially with the other version being a real upgrade. There's also this headline, guys, which is not good. So the the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, said Thursday that they're opening an investigation into delays that Tesla has been apparently engaging in not reporting some of these crashes that involve advanced driver assistance systems. Under the law, you got to report within 5 days, and they said that they found several different instances, Brendo, where it took them several months or more to report it after receiving notice of the crash. So we'll have to keep an eye on this investigation.
Trying to bounce right now, guys, and hold higher here for Tesla.
It's trying to make that bounce. It's still under, look, it's still under VWAP. It was a flat bottom break at 27, which for me, that's the only big level that stood out. You do have yesterday's high, that's about it. So 27 and previous day high, it looks like VWAP, that's not gonna be a thing for me, the volume weighted average price when you've done this kind of V-shaped recovery. If they're buying it up on that news, then I wanna wait. It was a great short through that prior low, and I just feel like this is the area you come into where people might get trapped into a breakout trade on Tesla, because I'm thinking it doesn't do anything drastic until we break this channel, and it's been forming a tighter and tighter wedge, and when that happens, I want to play reversions inside the wedge. I want to bounce off the lows, you short when it tries to get into big levels, and the biggest level outside of the top is the 200 period, that's at 327, so that's the level for myself there on Tesla. There's only one name that we didn't mention that I want to play in today, and that is going to be SoFi. So with that, we got a minute to go here. SoFi is one of the names that is underneath. It did a V-shaped recovery, but we're still underneath the resistance that was prior support at 2280. It can break away from 2280, and you can convince me it's along over there, but until it breaks out that top from yesterday's highs, which was pre-market, then I want to look for the fade in around that $22.80 on SoFi.
Okay, we're going to watch out for Coreweave is coming up to my 95 level. We'll see if that can trigger in as well. Okay, look, Tesla, look, we went baby short there because of that story. It doesn't look like it's going to be a short. So, you know, here's 22. We're going to take another fill up here at 322, 323 basically, and then stop out if we break, you know, in and around this. Maybe, I don't know, I was going to leave it to 324, but I think if we break that, we could actually even run even more. So 323.50 or so, and we're going to be out of Tesla, and we'll put that L on the board. We should have probably kept our Nvidia. We are also short on Intel here, but Coreweave is probably the play to look at. With 3 times daily levered ETFs, make sure you do select Beta Pro X there. Go check them out. Thank you for sponsoring our opening push. Okay, so here we go, man. Coreweave and the market is now open, and we are starting to go. So there goes Tesla. Yeah, Tesla just went to the upside there as well. So there goes Tesla now going. So we get stopped out of that, which is fine. It takes that top level that we sort of thought of. There goes the market as well. So nice little bump up there. We're short Intel. We are out of Tesla. Tesla, I wonder if it just sort of made that top. We could try one more time against 324. Let's just give that a shot here. 324 and change on Tesla. That might have been the top, but if it breaks at this time, then here we go. These stocks, to get involved in names so early is very, very risky. So please, use the right amount of shares so that you can live another day here, as we're doing. That's for sure. So right now it's 10 cents in the money on Intel. Should have got a little bit more up there, and we just missed that fill. To be honest with you, we were waiting at 65s, and it only went to 60. But a nice downside push there for Intel, and we'll cover some of that right now at 37 and start to go a little bit lower. Now we're in the dollar club. Oh, Tesla, you're so silly. You just sort of got us out there at the top, maybe the top. We'll take some more pressure here off this name and get out of some of that short and make a little bit back there. But right now, 20 cents in the money on Intel. That's my clean position.
Yeah, Intel, good look over there. Look at Nvidia's popping to the upside. We took the short in SoFi as that popped to the upside. Coreweave, however, yeah, that's Coreweave just dumped right off of 94, so it doesn't get to that 95 breakout beneath the pre-market low, just canceling temporarily. When you're breaking down like this, I don't want to have a breakout trade where it can snap up $3 and then I'm taking the top, right? So I cancel my order in that situation pretty much every single time, just by rule. I find a lot of times you don't want to get triggered into something where the momentum is not what you expect. I like a breakout where it's trending into it, not blasting off like absolute gangbusters. Weird one at that open. We looked like we were grinding higher. Now everything, position board not working. Now everything going hell lower as the market just broke the low of the day. I'm only in short on SoFi at the 22.4s. It's right at the volume weighted average price and looking like maybe not flushing like we had yesterday, but certainly red to start today.
All right, yeah, there's Intel. Beautiful trade down to the downside. We're also right now $1.50 in the money on Tesla, but just trying to make back our early trade. And boy, man, that Nvidia, we nailed that one, that's for sure. But we got stopped out when it broke there 174. Well, we didn't. I punched myself out, which I guess is a stop out. And right there on Nvidia, so nice move higher for NVDA today, but nice move down also right now in the market. Come on, man. You know, this doesn't. I don't know what Tesla's doing. I'm gonna put another bid right here at 90 and get some more out for that $1.40, but will it come back into these levels is my question. So we're going to wait for 320, Phil, to see if it comes back for us on Tesla. If not, we have our stop out there, which would be completely understandable if that does happen. Yeah, that miss on Nvidia. Sorry about that, guys. We were in already. We called 174. It's gorgeous, but to take trades against you that much in the pre-market is very, very risky. Coreweave, my other trade idea that we were looking at here, does dip down into 91s. We did not get it. We're at 91 flat. It's 91.60 right now for Coreweave. Still looking to see if it wants to take out some of those high levels one more time. Damn, man, damn, there goes Nvidia. Oh man, that's too bad. That was a great trade that unfortunately we do not have, but we marked it down, so I'm at least glad that some of you have that. And Palantir gets to 150. Oh, we did not get out of our position. 157.45.
45?
Right there at the top.
42. What was your order?
No. I have it at 158. I have in my own account.
Oh, never.
Yeah.
I thought you said yours was at 45.
No. Did you get to short on Palantir? No. Okay.
It got basically right there. So like, no way. You would have been.
I heard you say it got right there. That's why I was hoping it was at 158. But no, I'm at 158 clean.
I actually think this could end up in a breakout trade on Palantir. So I just threw the order back in. It just held the pre-market low, so I'm going to throw that order back in there and see if we can't get a breakout trade in that. SoFi went all the way down to VWAP and then broke out the high. So what are you going to do? He gave us the VWAP trade. We're able to get about 12, 15 cents, but that's we're risking a little bit less than that. And now this looks like it's blowing out. So market reversing here. This is what it didn't do yesterday. You essentially just dropped at the open and then continue to drop. But I do like that Palantir. I mean, it has to break. The thing about a breakout trade is it's all well and good for it to be bouncing a little bit here, but if we don't actually take out that pre-market high, then there's nothing doing for me on Palantir. Okay, what's AMD doing? AMD's doing nothing. So I thought I was fading the top on AMD, but it doesn't look like that one even wants to go anywhere near the top on the Destroyer.
I just took the short in AMD. So yesterday we ran this short for a while, and it was a pretty good trade. Let's see if we can break through 164 now again. We might be playing near the bottom here. I don't know, but we're underneath VWAP. We've got some decent levels here. If we break through 165, we can get out of this one. Again, not the right name just to be sitting in waiting for something to happen. If it wants to go, fine. We play that little break right there. It's only 9:35 right now, so still lots of this day to go, that's for sure. But right now in trouble a little bit with a low break here on AMD. We had it yesterday. Yesterday it was different because we actually shorted the top. Right now we're seeing if the market wants to get going. Remember, those PMI numbers coming at 45 in 10 minutes should be something for this market. Yes. So yeah, let's just not get too carried away here. Stop out if the stop out is there, and we will go from there. What's up, Adara?
Can I hear on a small cap runner this morning, PTIX, Protogenic Therapeutics, they just wicked here a new high of day, above the pre-market high, announcing the completion of their first dose injections in one of their studies. I want to mention as well, as Sean just said, we do have on watch here at 9:45 S&P Services, Manufacturing, and Composite PMI at 10 a.m. We'll also get existing home sales. So a couple different numbers to watch out for in the next 20 minutes or so. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Okay, Palantir just tried again to get to that 158, and no Moss pulling right back in as we speak. It just cannot seem to make that breakout at all. Whippy action on Palantir as Yeah, the market goes right to the top. It looks like we're going to hold.
It looks like it wants to do.
It looks like it wants to go. I'm looking at the ES, though, and it's not. Like the NASDAQ.
Whoa, AMD.
Look, the NASDAQ is holding higher and trying to break, but the ES is lagging a little bit behind. Not entirely sure what's going to be dragging the ES at this moment. All right, Palantir doesn't look like it wants to make that breakout at all. It's just not happening on Palantir, and I'm not even in AMD. Yet. I'm sitting at the $0.50 on AMD, and I haven't been picked up yet, but it looks like the market's strong enough to get there. So Palantir is still a 58 break for me. Will be short any second now in AMD, I do think, as that one looking like it's going to be a little bit strong. And by the way, the order's back in on Coreweave. Coreweave is back above 93, headed toward that 95 break.
Yeah, 166 looks like a much better area here for AMD. So why don't we just wait? Like I said, we were trying to be a little bit patient here with the trading today, and unfortunately, we nailed our one long with Nvidia, but then got out of it, and that's kind of sucks for that one. I do want to look at Coreweave again. Still looking at 95 break long. That might be a play. We'll wait to see if that is going to come into play here or not on that one. You know, plays that we looked at earlier, Walmart with earnings today, so back to 98.50 again, kind of just had a nice move right off the open. Actually, not even off the open as 9 o'clock hit for some reason. We got right into the 200 period there of $100 again, and 101 actually, and now a little bit of a dump move there happening for Walmart back into 98.50. So some of these pre-market levels right now look pretty good there if you can break longer, 98.70. All right, so we're back into AMD short. Again, we talked about, you know, this trade at least was for a possibility for a short. We did get stopped out upside on this trade, which is fine. We'll make some back here, but oopsies, just going short. Am I on the stock? Yeah, I'm just going short here on AMD. Intel's been an absolute monster trade for me here this morning. We lost on Tesla, obviously, and we made on Nvidia, but we'll get some more out here on Intel. There it is, man, 23.50. We posted it up. We started the show. I said I found a great level for Intel. It was 23.50. It came in. We took it. It's funny because I should have had more short up there. I was waiting at 65s and only got to 60 there in the pre-market. But the same thing could have happened to us like it did on Tesla, right, where we ran the top there. But for right now, here comes AMD. Let's take some more out here. I don't know what it's doing at this 165.
Well, it's holding VWAP.
Yeah, it's holding it, so I don't like that. So we'll get some more out here at 02s, 01s. Yes, sir. Here it is, man. This is a big trade. Let's just get it in. We need to get this into the downside now. The PMI is coming through. We have our shares. We are in this name right now. We're in it pretty good, but we need to see a downside push because we got stopped out already once it broke that first time right there, 165. But we did play the short against 166 again. So yeah, we would like to get this risk to reward proper here, so it needs to break through 165 in order for that to happen. So a little bit of profit there, but we'll wait now. Not much going on. We're waiting for that PMI.
PMI coming through, and wow, look at. So this is the good news for AMD short is the fact that it's heading lower, obviously, but in the face of Nvidia just absolutely ripping everybody's face off. Nvidia just super strong in here. When I see this pressing the high, sorry, just quickly show you here. We bounced off VWAP. When I looked over and I saw Nvidia going ham. I'm like, oh, we've got to cover some AMD, and AMD just absolutely flushing that to the downside. Let's get it to the low of the day here. See if we can't get 164s. So topping tail on Nvidia, that's starting to curl. Now the market's starting to curl along with it. Little bit of a fake out potentially at the open here, as once again we cannot break out those tops. All right, monkey right there. Yeah, good trade there on AMD. Finally bringing this back in. That's Nvidia. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe we posted the 174 and we got out of it. But we go right back, man. Yesterday's number one stock. I think the day before's number one stock. Today we'll see if it can be number one here. It's very early. 9:40 hitting just now. But bye. Ciao. We'll see you later. AMD to the downside, man. The trading is right here, right now with this name. And there it goes, flushing AMD. The market's not even really doing anything. And this name is now part of the infamous Dollar Club. So a good little trade there. But we got to get out still, right? So we'll cover some here at 35s and then get a little bit lower right now into this trade for Advanced Micro Devices. Too bad we did get stopped out. Well,
too bad, so sad, whatever. Like I said, man, we're not raw dogging these stocks these days. We're getting in and out if we can on that. Here we go, 292.25, 22.95. If we can get another low here on Intel, that will work. So that dog will hunt. Right now, we don't have anything to worry about there. We're going to check back in our guides, Coreweave. I'm actually going to cancel everything on Coreweave right now. I thought we could get that move early. The fact that we didn't, we can always refresh and look at this thing in a couple minutes.
It's not dead yet, but
it's not dead.
It's dying though.
I want the long, so that's why I'm not super interested in it right now. Look, if it comes to 91 and bounces off that, and that's the posted level that we have, then fine. It's like we sort of already are having to witness this where we were long right here off our level, and then it goes up $3. So let's hope that maybe AMD can go down $3, and we can make a little bit back right there. But yeah, we're fine. We're not trading on tilt or anything like this. We got a great trade here. We'll see if we can diamond hand this short a little bit. I see you guys in the chat. Thank you so much for liking and subscribing to the show. If you do that, you can get part of our chat. And if you're part of our chat, then you can put in here which names, and thanks to Fabian for building this thing, which names you guys want. I'm fresh starting this right now. You got to type in here $ something, and then that will show up. It'll start to populate here in our chat. So get involved in this right now. Subscribe, all of that. Lily nonstop. I hope that's going up right now. But there it is. As you guys start to type in, yes, Eli Lily 714. Let's go. That's making your boy happy. That's almost a $100 club right now, and we just bought that thing like a week and a half ago. We love some Eli Lilly right now. LLY, Neil, still going to the upside. Adding some more of this to the portfolio, I think was a no-brainer. I am so loaded up in tech. We wanted a little something else. There goes Eli Lilly, up 1.4%, man. That's going to be a good trade, but I just rest right now. On 2 minutes from now, we get the Chicago or the services PMI numbers, and those should be interesting. We'll go to Adara for those in just a couple seconds. Let's see if this market can hold up.
Potential market mover. You never really know how it's going to go, but that certainly can move markets in here. On the small cap tip, Open Door looks like it's trying to catch a bit of a bid here, so that $3 breakdown doesn't look like it is going to happen. I'm not canceling. I think I still have my order still. I know I did cancel the order when it bounced, so we might not be able to get that one to the south side. But again, if it doesn't break, then you don't have to take it. It's that simple. AMD, you've already seen that starting to fall back down in there. A little bit of strength in Nvidia, though. You've got to consider how strong Nvidia, now bouncing off the VWAP. If this takes out the top, I think you can drag AMD along with it, but right now you're on the back end of the trade, which makes it seem solid as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to keep it in there on AMD, try to get this 164. I tried to reload at that $0.50 again, and it did not fill me up. Oh, but there goes SoFi. I like when SoFi goes up.
We can get 160.
But when I wanted to short it, pre-market high, 22.8, this looks like it's relatively strong. So this is now breaking out. I'm going to guess probably Robinhood going as well, because crypto certainly isn't doing anything at all. So strong move there in SoFi as we're going to go and get this number from Adara at the desk.
Yeah, we're just waiting here at 9:45 a.m. So in about 25 seconds, we're getting S&P Services PMI, Manufacturing PMI, and Composite PMI Services. We're looking here for a number of 54.2, Manufacturing 49.7, Composite 53.5. So we're expecting here S&P Services is going to be, looks like we're expecting a little bit lower than the previous print, and we're expecting Composite also lower than the previous print. Manufacturing, we're looking for it to be slightly lower than the previous print as well. So what did we get in here? Just waiting for these numbers to populate. S&P Manufacturing PMI better than expected, 53.3 versus 49.7 expected. Composite PMI 55.4 versus 53.5. Better than expected, or higher than expected anyway. S&P Services PMI 55.4 versus 54.2 expected. So all of these numbers higher than expected. Market pushing a little bit lower here. This is the S&P 500. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ again, guys. Just to recap, all three of the S&P Manufacturing PMI and Manufacturing, Composite, and Services PMI higher than expected. NASDAQ dropping as we send you back to the guys.
Let's go, guys. Like, honestly, let's get this going one more time here. Let's go. The slappers are in the building right now, Neil. This is now $1 here on AMD as that just goes to the low side of 164. When Neil said if we get 164, I'm like, if we get 164, then we'll be printing something up right now. So that is a Brendan Goat-like trade right there on this name for AMD. I hope all of you guys are enjoying the show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. We ain't going to stop ever right now. now. Sharif. Right now. There it goes. 22.85. Hey, tomorrow you're going to be blessed. Tomorrow and Monday you'll be blessed with the presence of Obi in my chair. So get ready for an unbelievable amount of old boys and hopefully some great trades. We've got Oasis concert Sunday night. So we've got hockey and everything all weekend, followed by Oasis concert Sunday night, followed by me having too many vacation days that I have to use up. So
that's part of it. But, Oasis beats the Kids Bop concert and the sing-along for the Demon Hunters thing that we're doing this weekend.
Yes, very much so. I said to Brennan, the most used sick day around here Mondays, but
I've never had a sick day on a
Bro, I've never been to a place that has Monday flu as much.
I got a case of Monday.
I would too, man. I mean, you get sick on the weekends. There's no doubt about that. But I was thinking to myself, I could just say, hey, I'm sick on Monday, but we'll take a day off there and we'll let everybody know. Right there. We haven't had a sick day in 4 years.
When the Bills have a Monday Night Football game, maybe I'll have a case on Tuesday.
There we go. So
that's the way to play it. Look, we just brought, you know the style. We just broke bottom tail. We just held a bottoming tail on AMD through the 164. That was the target. It didn't get to 167. The short was off the opening range high, VWAP, and then the low of the day. What is also going on here, Palantir just wicked the bottom. Palantir is the kind of stock, I know it didn't break out 158, but if it holds that low, I so much would have rather been long this stock. It's not setting up as a long, so it kind of is what it is. But if we hold on to this low, this is still very much in play for a V-shaped recovery and a breakout of that high. It's just got to do something a little bit more convincing. So out of AMD, and wow, no, that's not right. AMD's already back at 165. It was just 164. We're already back at the 165 level. My sights are now going to be set to Palantir because if this one can somehow make it from bottom to top again, it's got to be a breakout play for sure.
What's up, Holiday Recipe? I mean, I can't be here for who's doing this? Me? Well, what's up to Beta Pro? I'm not ready for this read, but you guys can hear right here. Holiday Recipe. Thank you so much for the super chat right there, man. AMD yesterday and today, Intel this morning. I say salute to you, but thank you so much for watching the show, because if you don't watch the show and support the show, then you don't get to see these trades. Of course, all these trades are for free on the sticky note, but it's great to see also that you guys are enjoying the show here with us one more time, and we want to thank everybody for joining us. You can see Neil's not in position right now, but you can see the positions at the bottom of the screen at any time right there. But Beta Pro, if we can do this, exciting news for our Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, the semiconductors, and the US Treasuries. Even better, guys, they're offering a special fee rebate, so get in on it now. They're dropping fees to just 65 basis points until December. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3 times daily to learn more. So thank you, Beta Pro, for continuously sponsoring this great show of ours. Yeah, man, that was good. We like that 164 came right in there for AMD, and like we say all the time, you got to have outs when outs are there. We are looking at those numbers that Adair just dropped for us, and we were very concerned about what these numbers were going to come out as right there. So the PMI, it actually comes out better. So PMI for August, 53 versus 49, and then 55 versus 54 for global services. So global manufacturing higher, and global services higher as well, and the composite higher. So everything right now 3 for 3 there on higher than expected PMI numbers, which generally should lead, I guess, to this interest rate cut that we're kind of looking for there. But PMI, again, another read, a little bit on inflation there, being a little bit higher would tend to maybe hold rates to where they are. They seem that those numbers were 2 or 3% higher than expected. Doesn't seem like too much, like 54 versus 53s, stuff like that. So I feel pretty comfortable that the Fed and we'll see tomorrow. Jackson Hole is going to be big when he talks about what sort of the direction is and the descent in the Fed. We had 2.
Or spends half his time talking about Fed independence. No,
I'm not sure he will talk
I'm
too much
joking.
about that, but
It'll come up because they're going to have to
I think
address.
they'll just push it
They'll
off.
have to address it to at least some extent. Okay, so I didn't pay for my locates on BMNR, which is silly. You should always.
Oh, silly.
Yeah, it's just every single morning you pay for your locates. I paid for locates on Coreweave, thinking we're only going long, but I forgot to pay for locates on BMNR, which I just got for 0.0003 cents per share. What I notice here, which is going to be unbelievably obvious, is I missed the short off of 51. That was about the level I liked. I liked the 52 level most, but missed the short off 51. But look at how many times it's failed this with the sellers winning in the higher lows. So yes, I just paid for low case, but I'm not silly enough to just use them when suddenly this looks like a bit of a V-shaped recovery. So I'll wait for this to break trend or do something decidedly weaker to the downside. It's Palantir that seems like it's got something going here. It's starting to break trend, like downtrend, broken, sort of, and it's trying to hold on to the volume weighted average price. So if we're not going to get the 158 break up here, then I want it to close above VWAP, and I can look for a break long. If it resumes underneath, I said over under and didn't short the level. The under means I should be shorting it because it's under 158, and that can be at this volume weighted average price. So this candle is going to be key for me on Palantir.
Right, so we just got a 158. Oh yeah, not 158 yet. Okay, it just went to 164 again, so another dollar and change. We didn't bid anything out. We'll do it here if it comes back in for us. I still think we go lower here. In advanced micro devices, my wife is like not obsessed, but she's a big like natural. What do you?
Naturopath? No.
Not naturopath. No. Just not
Nature
horticulture,
lover?
but yeah, just loves all these kind of things here, and we have our own like not indigenous. When you have the plants that are made for the area. Oh man, I got to ask for what it is. But anyways, we have different plants around our house trying to attract butterflies, and she just sent me this. It's pretty cool here, and it's funny because it's topical. A rare zebra butterfly, it's called, right now spotted in High Park. So it was last spotted in 1896. What? Yeah, so there it is right there, the rare zebra butterfly spotted in High Park. I will be at High Park tonight because it's baseball night. There we have our last game of the regular season. We'll see how hopefully that goes. I'm not sure my daughter will be able to make it. She has hockey at 6:15 and then baseball at 8 o'clock. So we'll see if we can go from one to the other there tonight. But shout out to Marissa. Thanks for that, man. A zebra
Does she have a favorite? Just out of curiosity, myself.
Favorite butterfly?
No. Okay, nothing. Not that that's not interesting. I know Gia.
Native plants.
You can tell I like sports.
Her favorite what?
So does she? Yeah, between baseball and hockey.
Hockey is not even close.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Pretty much every. So the funny thing is I've trained these girls for 4, 5, 6 years, and obviously we play in a mixed league for the house league. It's boys and girls, but most of the girls that have transferred over into hockey, hockey is their number one sport. So
I mean it's Canada, right? So.
Not just it's Canada, it's hockey. Like honestly, hockey is. I even have like a lot of I don't know what it is about it, but it's the camaraderie. It's just the way the game is. Hockey, I don't know. It's something else. I see it all the time, and the passion. And I'm a rep baseball coach. The passion that I see in these kids for hockey, and even these are the most passionate, even baseball players. I just feels like it's a little bit next level. I don't know what it is.
Well, it's
maybe it's just the aggression of the sport and all that, and just
we had a couple of
the fact that you're like actually spending time with your teammates like outside of baseball, like and hockey. Hockey's more of like like I told you about before, you're in the locker room and you're doing stuff like that. It's a little different than baseball.
I think it depends on the team because there's a lot more travel ball now than there was.
Yeah.
When I was a kid.
So much fun.
When I was a kid. Well, first things first. Look at the top and tail candle on Palantir. Took one shot at it underneath the volume weighted average price. Once it broke out, don't want to fight it. I'm either getting my breakout long for the over, or we're going to play any kind of a short setup. So we got under VWAP, put in a hammer, but once it broke VWAP, I'm out. But one of the things when we were kids, there was one or two, at best, teams you could play on for your city in baseball. Now, there's five select teams. It's like there's like this level, that level, then there's an elite level, then there's an Ontario team.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's like if you didn't make your city team, that was it. Go back to house league when I was a kid. And now you have like 4 other places that you can play, which I guess it's good in some ways, but some of it feels like in baseball it's a bit of a cash grab. to be honest with you.
All kids' stuff is cash grabs, man. And they charge you, what, $25 to jump on trampolines? I mean, let's...
Oh, goodness. And then every birthday party has to be at that
let's
place.
be perfectly honest here. I mean, it's all a cash grab. I spend... I don't even want to talk about how much money we spend on sports in a year. You're talking about more than... I don't even make that much. Okay, so here we go. AMD to the downside right now. Yeah, we're now $1. I mean, this helps pay for it. You know, when you're $1.80, $1.90 in the money on a trade here for AMD. I mean, look, I feel very obvious the way I trade, right? Try to find momentum, try to find plays. We tried that with Tesla today, and unfortunately now it's going to be coming down. But this was, again, just to have been more patient on this would have worked. I think 324, 325 would have been a great level there for me on Tesla, and we just were not sure where this market wanted to go. So we take the L there in Tesla for sure. We props up everybody that was able to make money on that or hold the short like I was not able to. I mean, we were short right here, 323, 2350. So that's $2 in the money, but we did take the L on that, and there it goes, coming right back into the downside. But now this is $2 now in the money, and traders unite, guys. These are big trades, man. They're happening all the time right now in this market. Just get ready for it. I mean, I'm sure Palantir is another one of those names here that's probably on the way to the south side.
Well, that's the plan. If you underneath VWAP, then that's where I want to short it. I preferred the long Palantir. I said it a million times. Okay, SoFi broke trend and I didn't get it, so.
SoFi.
Well, it broke trend. It is what it is. The thing with a trend break is you're waiting for it to set up. Instead of looking at a level, you're looking for a line on a chart that you have drawn to break underneath it. So you get like that one moment where it can work for you to be able to get that entry, and then after that, you've just got to hunt to see if you can find something on it to the entry point. Wow. This thing was like 70 pennies in the money, and then all of a sudden we cannot break back down. Palantir is just so strong. My bias was long side on it, and I'm going to lose twice going short at the volume weighted average price. Target low of the day gives you like $1.50 worth of range. So risk to reward, it's still setting up here pretty decently, but I'm going to have to take some out at that 155. If the buyers want to keep arranging that level and solidly bouncing off it, then we're just going to have to take some out there. What I was getting at with SoFi, just to be able to show you. So when it does this and breaks the uptrend, like this is your entry, and you've got to be able to get it in, you know, as it's breaking down through that level. Otherwise, you're just sort of chasing it, and then you're getting yourself into a world of trouble when you do that, because the risk to reward doesn't make any sense if I'm shorting it at VWAP, which is also a rule of mine that I don't want to do. I know there's some small cappers that people have been mentioning in the chat. This APM, which I don't know. And there's also Sunrun. We didn't get into, I don't think we talked about the solar names, but no new solar contracts.
Right.
That's what the president said, or at least that's what he tweeted about, or I guess posted about. Sunrun, flush, I guess that makes a heck of a lot of sense. It's down 5.5%, and now making another run to the downside here as it loses VWAP.
I have to steal Obi's thunder and just go, oh boy, right now, everyone make sure you hydrate. This is now $3. Like, we are really losing it here on AMD, you know, which was, again, we talked about how good this stock was for me yesterday off that short. Like yesterday we were more patient with it. Yesterday we actually have this short right there. And then right now we have this. Wow, this actually looks a lot better than I thought. Here goes AMD to the downside. $2.55 in the money. Let's go find out something with Adara.
We're just waiting here in about 12 seconds. We'll get existing home sales prints. We are looking for, I guess the forecast here, 3.92 million. Let's see how this comes out. Home sales change, we're looking here negative 0.25%. What did we get here? $4.01 million, 4.01 million existing home sales, not dollars there. So 4.01 million existing home sales, higher than the forecast of 39.2. Existing home sales change on a month-over-month basis, 2%, well above the estimate of negative 0.25%. So again, higher than expected here for these home sales prints. The NASDAQ just continuing to push lower. Walmart on watch here. Earnings day one. It's definitely retail earnings season. We had Target yesterday. Today we have Walmart with a mixed report, beating on sales but missing on earnings per share. Tesla on watch. This one greening here into low of days. This morning we did have some news that apparently the U.S. Auto Safety Agency is starting an investigation into some delays with regards to Tesla's reporting of crashes which involved their advanced driver assistance systems. So Tesla on watch, Walmart on watch, and lots more. Very exciting sessions so far. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
Exciting to say the least.
No question about it. And wow, that Tesla right back in. It's just unbelievable how quickly that one reversed. But the Palantir buyers, they're long and strong. That's just it. It was just down at the low of the day, and the 155 has won again on Palantir, ultimately. So the buyers just keep on coming into this stock rampantly when it gets to the 155 level. And Tesla, as I was just mentioning a second ago, don't sneeze, right back into 321. I like 27. It's still an inside day overall for Tesla. Like, it hasn't broken pre-market lows. It's barely been above the pre-market high. So all you've been doing is rinsing back and forth and around. So I'm not going to touch this thing on Tesla. It doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to me, the price action, unless we break out of the range. 27 was a level. We wait for 27. But Palantir, just going to have to accept that this one might only be a long. It worked off VWAP for a little bit, so we got some back, got half of it back on the last short, but there was just no follow through into the low of the day. This does have the feeling of a long to me on Palantir. So I'm going to switch, and if we can close above VWAP, I'm going to play it in the other direction. Otherwise, we're not going to be in Palantir again.
All right, yeah, good little flip up there on PLTR, and yeah, sometimes these things will happen, and we get a little offside. It hasn't happened to me many times on that, so that's a fun stock because of how much it can move, of course. And we got another fun one here, I think, anyways, with AMD, so we'll have to wait to see where that winds up going. Yeah, I want to look also at Coreweave. This was another idea that we had today with Jane Street taking that 5% stake there and posting that they have it. I thought that it could have ran up there. They would have got some of their algos a little bit runny there, but it doesn't look like that's happening quite yet. So Coreweave right now with a chance to go. It's a really great battle back here for the market. So we probably should have flipped up long on some of those numbers, and we didn't really do that. So we just wait for our AMD trade to get back higher, and then able to get out more, get more back in if we can come back up to this 165 area. For right now on AMD, I have less than 10% left on this trade. So a lot of the outs are right here. Then we got out some more here. We probably had about 30% left there, got 20% out on the downside. So yeah, happy with, obviously, with the performance here of the stock so far, but still some more work to be done now on AMD. Would like to get a little bit more. But all right, let's go back over and find out some more stocks which you guys may want to trade. I did want to look just quickly before I go anywhere else at Walmart, just to see what that's doing. So 98, it does make that low tick into 97. I remember last earnings report was not so great either, and they made a move up and then covered that all back just before today. Eli Lilly was one that we were interested in earlier. That's 7-Eleven right now. Shout out to Adara right there for Eli Lilly. SoFi's up 1%. Pew right now up 5. We'll have to check out what that's doing. There's my Tesla. Basically the only red stock I have today. Tesla is what it is. Open Door not really moving around. Coreweave now trying to get going. So good little look there. Palantir flat on the day. Neil's tried to dance with that one a little bit. So we can check out a little bit more Palantir as we go. Of course, Robinhood, 106. So, we've seen it a lot higher. I think the high is 118, 119 there for Robinhood. So still down that 10 to 15% off of its all-time highs. I think it gets back up there. Nvidia, we had a great play on that one. Let it go too early, obviously, in the pre-market there. Big Bear AI, where is that thing at $5? That's the last time we bought this was 3, I guess, but there's the buys were 5, 4, 3 on the way down for Big Bear AI, and it looks like it may be doing that again. Marvell back to 71. That's going to be a good call to look at that stock as well. So most of these names on here, Neil and I will focus on as the day continues, but I'll just, before I throw it over to Neil, just because it was on the list there and we don't want to ignore it. Robinhood, so up 1% today, stronger than the market, much stronger than the market. And I think that this name, again, bouncing off the 50-period moving average, what a strong look this has been. It's hard to think that there's a huge amount of upside in Robinhood, but breaking through this 118 gives it to it technically. You better not trade Robinhood if you're worried about valuations. But this name, again, just from April, it's up almost 4x from April. So that's 4 times up in 4 months. So a double up every month right there for Robinhood over the last 4. Congratulations on that one. As a storms are brewing in Robinhood land. Intel, we just got out. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to take the rest out on Intel. There we go. We get some 11s there immediately out on Intel. Flatten that trade as we get right back to VWAP. If anything, I may go short the market at these points, but I'll pass it back over, see what Neil's thinking about.
Well, some people have mentioned Coinbase to me. Just going to quickly point out, seller 305, exactly like it was yesterday. So I don't know if that one's going to be the one, but I think we made the right call on Palantir. Is the buying that just came in again at 155 has this one starting to go. So it could still take out that 158 for the breakout trade, but I'm buying VWAP instead of selling it this time as it just continues to go higher and higher. And Coreweave very close to the 95 break. That's the thing about a plan, is you can be really patient with it, and it doesn't want to break, ends up going into the dip. The market's now starting to look a heck of a lot stronger, and suddenly you've got a big time V-shape. I mean, it's not like yesterday, because yesterday we trended down a heck of a lot more. But we broke the lows, now we're trying to run the highs again. Another reversal pattern, just not quite as deep as what we saw in yesterday's trade. So this breakout is still going to be very, very valid. And that Pew stock, we used to have an animation for this, but unfortunately I can't hit it for you. Rune was all over that one like a sniper. This lost VWAP and has almost no volume. 400,000 shares in volume at 10 o'clock. So that is what I call a no-fly zone. Like, you want a runner, you want to have volume. I'm just randomly throwing up, like, there's not even a catalyst for Big Bear, 8 million shares at a similar type price. That's what you want for a runner, something a little bit stronger, something with a little bit more juice to it. At least that's what I'd be looking for. So just going to go right back over to some of the names that I know you guys are interested in. As I said, Palantir is going to be on my radar. Certainly AMD is right back at 164 and VWAP. I always like VWAP for re-entries when you're trending in one direction or another. So the VWAP entry, looks like it's confirmed it. Always wait for it to get to VWAP, and I try not to take it on the way up. But man, sometimes on the way back down, like that initial candle when it fails, the swath of selling that comes in can be absolutely nonsensical. That looks like what's happening here in advanced micro devices. It's either that at VWAP or this Coreweave break that's going to be next. My guess is Coreweave based on the tape, because Coreweave's tape it's going a little bit ham here. I would expect this has a very good chance. It's about 40 cents away, so got to be locked and loaded. Crossing up the quarters, should be able to get that. Liquidity looks fine. Spreads generally like 5 to 10 cents on this. So I think if it breaks, we'll be long 95 change here on Coreweave. Seems like the next one to go, with the market right back at highs and threatening to go green on the day, is the NASDAQ. And today, the NASDAQ and the ES basically doing the same thing. So both of them could go green.
Yeah, you know what, I'll take this Coreweave trade. I mean, this is the one, it's one of the #1 stocks that we had on the list here today, so we should probably look at this if it does break, so I'm glad that we're talking about that right now. AMD with a little bit of a pullback. Let's just take a little bit of a bid here at 60. Here we go, at 60s. So we get filled there on a pullback. We should have shorted VWAP. We didn't do it. You know, is what it is for now on that one. We'll have to wait to see where we go now in this market. We've already talked about a lot of names, so let's just check out what's going on with Bullish. Now, we did have some good days or a good day yesterday on this name. Let's see if we can, you know, potentially do something again here with BLSH. Nice move there, trying to take out the tops right now on Bullish. But the Coreweave trade is really the one that I think, I mean, it should hit next. It makes its way all the way up there to that 95 area. You know, we spotted this right there. I like the break. It was the pre-market high. It could fail, and if it does, the spread is not the greatest, right? I mean, it can open up a lot here on that name, obviously. So we're going to have to be very, very careful with this breakout. If it does come back in, maybe $1 or so worth of risk. There it is. So now we are long on Coreweave. So let's now wait to see where it goes. Stop out breaking, I guess, below. Let's get out of like half if it maybe breaks below 50s or so, and then we'll deal with it after that. So here we go for Coreweave. Let's see if we can get a nice upside trade. Again, this is the posted trade on the sticky note. You probably have it on your note as well. I don't know. But here we go, Coreweave breaking through 95. Let's see what winds up happening.
It is, and I like it to the prior bar, which is at the half. It's coincidental. It happens to be at the $0.50. You can't really make that stuff up, but wherever it ends up being, this is where I hold the break to, not anything further. And if it gets to the volume weighted average price, that can be like a failed break dip buy, because I'm only looking long on this stock. I really wasn't thinking about anything short, but if it can't hold on 94.5, then I wait for 93. Don't want to hold it all the way against. All right, Palantir. Palantir is also gearing up for a potential breakout, but that's at 158. Still about $1 away on Palantir. I'd like to be able to snag VWAP to the long side, but that doesn't seem to want to come down. And remember, everybody, we haven't even talked about the earnings names today, and I feel as if, like, the fact that Walmart was down today and talking about inflation concerns, and really the market to go green today, I think would be pretty bullish, considering we have Jackson Hole coming up. And a lot of people think the tone from the Fed is not going to be favorable for us, but I think the light of the buying is pretty good, considering all of that. Let's go to Adara, I believe, at the desk.
Yes.
I just want to let you guys know about PDD. I don't have any news on this. I checked social media. I'm not seeing too much. But yeah, I mean, PDD just put in a pretty significant topping tail candle. I saw it on a volume scanner, so decent volume with this as well. Pinduoduo could also be potentially in watch here after we had Billy earnings today. Could be some sympathy either way. PDD, guys, making a topping tail candle, now moving lower. Back to you.
I just want to say, like, right now, Coreweave is like not going. So I don't know, man. We marketed in. We didn't market in. We had a limit, but we get 95.11s, which is pretty much the high. The high rate here is 95.23. I thought this would have flowed. Like,
usually it works right away
off this level. So the fact that it hasn't, I'm excited about it still, but not really. If it does break, like I said, we have a decent amount of shares. So if it breaks, I'm going to get out 94.5 for half of the position, and then deal with the other half after that. And I just don't want to get like wicked out, not wicked out, but like taken out on a dump there, and then it rallies back, because sometimes I get, see, like right there, it only goes up as high as 20s again, and we didn't take it out. So I'm sitting at 30 to take out a quarter, and then if something happens, a quarter, sorry, less than that. Actually 20%. So if it does get up to there, then we'll get out. But otherwise, man, 50 cents worth of risk. The slippage is probably going to be great. So I think we'll probably wind up losing 30 cents or so, 30 cents extra maybe. So maybe 80 cents on the hit there, if that is what winds up happening. But hopefully we can hold and just break through some of these levels.
Looks pretty strong.
Yes, sir. Here we go, man. The cash is now starting to come in on Coreweave. So let's go. Here we go. Yes. So there we go. See if we can get it now. We're going to wait at 96 now to see if we can get something over there for CRWV. But yeah, so far so good. You know what? Screw this. Like I said, man, everybody knows their own book. So however many shares you guys have, figure it out. But there it goes. Nice move to the upside. Again, we're going to go like pretty huge on this sticky note again here today. Intel 23.50 short. That was almost $1. Coreweave 95 long right here. And then Nvidia 174 long. So far today we've given you 23. I've given you 23.50 short Intel. We've given you 74 long on Nvidia. I don't even, if that came in again, then pie on my face. And then the other trade is 95 long right there on Coreweave. So the big trade though is AMD, but we're going to have to wait to see if Coreweave can sort of match that power and get through the upside there. So we take another piece out at 95.50, and now we're going to wait to see where we go from here. Coreweave so far so good. Now it's at least 1-to-1 for our risk to reward, so it's getting better here for CRWV.
It still hasn't had a red candle since on the 3 minutes since 9:54. So it's been a while.
In a minute.
On the 15 though, it looks really, really good on the 15 minute. It looks pretty strong. You had liquidity grab the bottom on everybody, and now you're breaking out the top. 98. If we get through 96, 98, I think is the next stop on Coreweave, but you still have to get to 96, and we haven't. So I'm half out on the half dollar when we get that 1-to-1. AMD did not fill at all in VWAP. Oh, did I cancel that order? I did. I must have canceled the VWAP order. It never got there. It doesn't matter. It didn't get to VWAP, so who cares? Wouldn't have got back in at the volume weighted average price because it never printed to the volume weighted average price on NIO. But the market is going and looking relatively strong here. And looking over, Apple about to go green, Microsoft, if it'll load in a second, has gone green and is absolutely flying to the upside. So a lot of strength coming into the market here. Do want to be favoring the longs when I see that. And open door, no. Oh, the other way. Opendoor's going the other way, to the upside. All right, now I for sure am canceling that $3 breakdown trade. That is not going through $3 today at this current rate. So even Opendoor, squeeze name starting to run here. And we had a V-shaped recovery yesterday, and the buyer's back in force right in front of our Jackson Hole, which I'm still thinking the tone is going to be against what the market wants, but we're buying into it anyways.
All right, Ozan, man, you're making me even look more foolish. Like, why don't I just trust myself? Thank you, Ozan, for taking this 91 dip buy on Coreweave. I didn't forget that we had posted that because we posted it. But there's the 90. How does that look? 91 dip buy posted on CRWV there today. So again, guys, like, I won't be here tomorrow or Monday, but check out Neil and Obi for their trade ideas tomorrow. But yeah, Ozan, congrats, man, on that one. I can't. We had posted it up and we didn't take it ourselves, but you did, so that was a good one there. So congratulations, and for that, Ozan, you've been here for a while, so we do that. That is your sort of thing that you've always said you liked. So there it is right there, the cash cow there on Coreweave. Let's go. We're starting to get even higher. We're waiting at 70s now on CRWV. So again, the good trade is over here right now, I think, with Coreweave. We'll see if we can continue to make a little bit of cash on this one. And yeah, there it is right here, Ozan. Get into the chat so I can see that. He took the 91 entry as posted on the note. So congratulations there. The cash cow is in the building. Yeah, no, it's you guys are the ones, honestly, that are making these trades. So thank you so much, Migs. Please tell this to my wife. I'm a genius. Yeah, that would be nice. My kids too would like to hear that probably. LFG says, Ozan, yeah, man, this is just real talk, man. I mean, these is why we're putting these up, trying to show you that the average person can do this, and you know, trying to beat all the odds and just have fun with you guys here. We say that every single day. And on that note, like, just hit the like and subscribe. You know, giving these trades. I know we're making money on them. I hope you guys are as well. Over 1,000 of you. There's 8,600 watching right now. So, you know, keep the good vibes flowing here on Trader TV Live. And thanks everybody for continued supporting us. Go follow me at Trader TV Sean for hopefully some more trade ideas. And again, yeah, thanks again, Tony and everybody there. Thank you, Fun Bubble, as well. You like my trades. I really appreciate it. I don't take as many as others, but hopefully the ones that I do can provide some sort of excitement. Tesla definitely did this morning. That was an L. The Coreweave is working. The Intel was huge. The Nvidia was great, but like you all know, we punched ourselves out of that one. And then the AMD trade was $3 in the money at one point, but battling back right now, AMD. So yeah, pretty good so far. We'll look to see if we can get some other trades here, but let us know what
doesn't
you guys
look
are
as good.
at. Yeah, Coreweave. Yeah, so I'm out of almost half of Coreweave now. So
I just took another leg out. I'm down to a quarter because it just, for a breakout trade to do this, and then I just saw some selling come in at the 95.5 again, 95.5 obviously, doesn't look nearly as strong as before. So if it goes into VWAP, my stop is tightened to the prior bar from like here, 94.75. It's just easier to say. The 3/4 mark to me is going to be the new out, and if it goes to the volume weighted average price, then that's going to be the place where we want to look at it. You can YOLO trades if you want,
yeah, do
certainly,
not.
but like when I just saw someone goes YOLO, Neil, YOLO, never. That's like I don't believe in that stuff. You're not going to hear me or YOLO into any trade or anything like that. It has a plan of action. I have a stop. I'll tell you exactly where the stop moves to, and it breaks a stop. I'm not in the trade anymore. I'm out of Coreweave. I just told you guys I'm going to get out at 94.75, so that's where I'm going to jump out of the trade. I just try to do the actions that allow me to be consistently positive, and to try to do that day by day, month by month. Right? So if I see something that breaks my rule for a breakout, that makes me tighten up stop, I just go ahead and do it, and trust in the fact that if you do that over time and follow your own rules, then you will be okay. Some people like to hold that. That's just not my cup of tea, for sure. So you got to do you. The Russell just went green, as someone put in the chat, which is a good time to go to Adara with a small cap recap.
Also, I'm just seeing here, keep an eye on GeoOGL, S&P Global apparently teaming up with Google Cloud for better data access, I guess, for the commodities industry. So good look here for GeoOGL and S&P Global. Let's talk here about IWM. As Neil mentioned, just going green. Great double bottom here. If you look at the action we had on Wednesday with that low around this 320. 223.75's area. Bit of a double bottom there. Now we're pushing higher. Let's take a look here at PTIX. Mentioned this one earlier. This is one of the better small caps earlier today, at least. Protogenics here announcing they've completed the first dose injections in their phase 1 study of one of their treatments. So good look for this one. Then we've got SLQT. This is actually an earnings play for this better than expected guidance for sure here for SLQT. Last but not least, ALXO. Couldn't find any catalyst in this one. They did have one on Tuesday morning, so they've been on watch earlier this week, but I will mention as well with ALXO, which is ALX Oncology. They have about a 12% short float. Back to you.
That's not a bad short float. 12%'s not too bad. But, it looks like, sorry. Is this really your name in the chat, Sharif's Lips? Okay, fair enough. How do you determine your stops? Every trade's a little bit different. If I take, I'm just going to show you a quick example. Like a trend break on Palantir, let's just say. See this upward trend? If it breaks this trend line, then when it breaks the trend line, the prior bar in the 3-minute is my out. On a breakout trade, 9 times out of 10, the way I would look at it is on a breakout trade, as we're breaking here, I'm generally going to give it to, usually it's a key prior high, the pre-market doesn't always matter, but initially I'm going to give it to usually it's a quarter, or I can give it to, again, the prior bar as it consolidated. So when it consolidated here and broke out the top, that bar was to 50, so I give it to 50. When I see it reject up here at 55, I just give it to the bar that rejected on the 3-minute. I'm using a 3-minute chart. I use a 3-minute chart for the ins and outs, for the outs at least, when determining where they're going to be. There are some situations where you're doing support and resistance, and your out can just be that support level. You know, like if I have supported like $100, maybe I'll just put a stop at $99.99. But for a breakout trade or for a mean reversion trade, I'm usually using some version of the prior bar on the 3-minute. That's what I use for my stops. So if we get to VWAP on Coreweave, I'd look for another long back in here. But I see in the chat, once again, UNH is going. 1.5% to the upside. Maybe Warren's buying, maybe Berkshire Hathaway. At some point, I will adjust to saying Berkshire Hathaway instead of Warren Buffett. Buying some more shares. A lot have said that he has 312 as his price, but that's now 1, 2, 3 days in a row that 300 is held. I said if we hold this for the week, that I'm just going to go out on a limb and start making the assumption that there's a buyer at the $300 level and take another shot at this stock. So we have one more day for it to hold the 300, but you don't care about that if you're a day trader. It's holding today and looking absolutely fantastic there on UNH. I also believe that the stock, just go to the daily chart here, still has big resistance at that 328 level. There's a breakout trade potentially here as well, where you have a lot of upside if it can finally chew through this 320 to 328 range that it's never, well, I shouldn't never, that it hasn't been through since that big flush that we had back in May. So UNH looks good, but I'd love to see it either breaking out that top, hold the week, and I think a swing trade, this is what I would do for swing trading. People can do whatever they want. I was in it at 280 and it did almost nothing. But if you could break off and hold this 300, then I'd like an entry on Monday if it's still between 300 and 330, and then I use a 50 period as an out. I like the 50 period for stops. Just ask Viking about that one. Let's take care of some business.
Yeah, we'll take care of business. The market is really ripping upside right now, but you've seen Trade the Pool on here with us, and now Trade the Pool has created something special for you. It's a free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risks, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn and grow with them. Download it now by scanning the QR code on your screen or hitting the link in descripcione. So check that out right now on your board on the screen right there. Thank you to Trade the Pool for continuously sponsoring that and therefore allowing Mitch to come on. Mitch is coming here very, very soon. So he'll be here in October, and that should be a lot of fun to have Mitch come through. I think it was middle of October, something like that. We'll make sure. He's already promised to take us to a Jays game, so we'll see if that
works the other way
goes through.
October
right now. Yeah, remember we talked about playoff baseball. Right?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm already going to be at every game.
Yeah, okay. So
Oh, we got an extra.
Mitch and I will
prepare for the playoffs.
Oh, good, nice. That should be good. We'll be able to sell those for sure. All right, so yeah, back in right now. There goes Coreweave. So we did stop out there 94.50 when it broke higher there, or broke lower, sorry. But never fear, we're back in. We just wanted to buy it. I mean, again, should have waited, I guess, and bought a little bit of a better price on Coreweave, but we bought some 94s there. If we would have waited for the 200 period, it would have been a little bit better, but these are my stop zones right down there where VWAP is, where the 200 period averages. So right now we're long at 94.50 and pretty satisfied about that. So let's just wait to see where we go from here now on Coreweave. I do have another stop out, a take profit if we can get back to 95 for another 50 cents. But like I said, I'm not sure where we're going here right now on CRWV. So let's just hold it. If it breaks those lows, which it may do, then we can no problem get out. We are waiting for more of a trade opportunity anyways on AM. This looks like it's going to break right now. On AMD, if we can get shorter on that, then fine. Looks like Coreweave just hits that. We know the 95 level, but our best out is only 75. So, not a great story there on the out, but not horrible either. Looking for more here for Coreweave, and it doesn't look like it's going to give it to us today, so we can back out. No, I do not hold Coreweave in my long-term portfolio. Good.
I don't know anybody that bought that.
Yeah, good question. Yeah.
In the chat, we saw
Kramer was going
I saw people in the chat talking about getting Figma as an allocation. I saw people in our chat talking about Bullish. Mm-hmm. Some people got allocations to Bullish. And I remember that for Circle. I don't recall seeing anybody here. In the chat, just let me know if you own any Coreweave in your personal account, not a swing trade or a day trade, then throw a 1 up there. And if you do, if I say you don't put a 2, then everyone's going to put a 2. But I'm going to throw a 2 in the chat because I certainly don't own any of those recent IPOs, and I have zero interest in owning them. I like to play later on in IPOs. Like after it's settled down, the old IPO breakout trade, that's the way to go about it. We have somebody at least has it. There's a few ones in there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was pumped. I mean, Kramer left the stock at $40.
Okay, I'm surprised.
Me a lot of money
I'm eyeballing it at about 20%. Come on, 20% of the viewers own Coreweave? And not as a swing trade or a day trade? Yeah? Okay. No, I'm a little surprised. It felt in my head like it was a bit frothy. I'm a little surprised. I thought we'd get one out of 30 people.
Yeah, we'll see what the prices are.
Yeah,
remember, half our audience doesn't own crypto either. So
that's another reason why I was. Yeah. Okay.
It's a risk-on asset, right?
Why not?
For sure.
Why not?
At this point.
And nothing against it. I thought it'd be a lower percentage. That's all.
Yeah. No, that's all good, baby. It was all a dream.
I used to read Word Up
magazines, and then Salt and Pepper and Heavy D. Up in the magazine,
happened
but Salt and Pepper. I don't know what happened to them, but I think they just got old.
But everybody still tours these days.
I saw them. They were on something. Maybe they might have had like a cameo on the Grammys or something. Where they.
I think there was a fallout between one that was dating Trash from Naughty by Nature.
Naughty by Nature.
Yeah. Anyways, they were legit. Naughty by Nature was my champ. Look, this VWAP.
Hip hop hooray.
This VWAP hold on Coreweave. Sorry, something just fell on the green screen right next to me. Does not look like it's going to hold. It was probably the right decision.
Randy.
Probably the right decision to get out at that prior high. But if we don't hold on to VWAP on this retest here, it's not going to look any good. The market's still looking overall very strong. Shout out to our chat I love some of the old school. I love Bill Biv DeVoe. I don't know why when we're talking about Salt and Pepper we go BBD, but that's fine. Showing some love for the sticky from TD Baker. So that one's for you, my friend Sean. And Coreweave. 180 is not the target on Coreweave. If 180 is on the target for Coreweave for you,
500.
Then you're not a day trader. That's one, and two, then you are very bullish on this stock because you want it to go all the way back to the all-time high and double it up from here. Yeah. And all I can say is I'm rooting for you. I don't own it, and I'm not thinking that that's necessarily going to happen, but I'm not rooting against you. I always want stocks to go up for everybody, right? Whether I own it or not. Like, I'll cheer for Robinhood all day long. I don't own a single share of that stock. And, we forgot to mention this. So, Day is getting bought out. They're in the S&P. So you know what that means? when that deal closes and they get tossed out of the index, somebody else gets to go in. It is going to happen because that deal is supposed to close in the first half of next year.
Yeah.
So somebody's going to the S&P 500 again, so you can start your petitioning for it to be Robinhood.
Yeah, that'll be interesting there. So we'll see how that one all pans out for us right now. Let's have a check in on, again, a stock that I quite often champion. Palantir. So it gets up there into 157.50, close enough to getting me out of some of my position there in the long-term account. I want to just get a little more liquid. It has nothing to do with not trusting in Palantir. It's just, I don't know where this market's going to go. I think we are a little bit vulnerable tomorrow if there is something wrong with whatever happens at Jackson Hole. But yeah, so that's part of my worry there, that if we can get up today and get a piece out, then we'll do that. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with trimming a little bit here of Palantir ahead of that noise tomorrow. And it's just going to be noise. But right into there, if we do dip down again, this is not great news for Palantir. Google right now going to be offering some cloud services to the U.S. government right now. So that's not going to be good for Palantir. So there you go. More competition coming in, but it looks like Google does make that move higher there on that news. I almost want to short Palantir, that's for sure, on that. So maybe we should.
Palantir's
really so we had that, and we should have done something.
Oh my God! I went to Google first because that's the name I heard in my ear.
I was right on Palantir.
And it looks like Palantir, the one that's heading to the downside. Google tried to break the high. Alphabet tried to break the high today on that news. Just very quickly, Coreweave was able to get a couple of legs out there, 94, 94.3, but you lose VWAP, I'm out. So Coreweave's exactly flat for me. Exactly flat. Like nothing really fell through, or followed through, I should say, and it looks like the reloaded VWAP is not looking very good. But that Palantir news, I mean, at the end of the day, they've got the government's ear. And they've got all the government contracts have been big. They've been going, look, they had been looking to expand. And there's two ways they can expand. They can expand to other governments, or they can expand to the private sector. But certainly,
Palantir goes.
Yeah, but certainly Google, it's not a positive story necessarily for Palantir, especially considering the context of what's been happening the last couple of days. So no breakout at 158. Do we just settle underneath VWAP again? You see how it's buying off of 155? Remember I said that earlier, like there was just something fishy happening at 155, and they're still buying 155s as we speak. Goes right in and bounces off $155. I'm not sure you want to short this unless it's off the highs or this, I hate to say this guy, but whomever it is that's buying at 155 goes. One or the other has to happen. Break down through 155 or you got to wait for the top. So I'm going to try and be patient with this Palantir story. It seems negative to me, but until that buyer is broken, I don't think you want to fight him. Let's go to Adair.
As well, you guys know I have zero details on this story. I haven't even seen a source for it. I've only seen 2 people post about it on X, and neither of these posts are getting very many views, so I don't know the extent to which this is being, I guess, disseminated or shared around. But either way, the only thing I'm seeing is the same headline that you guys read, basically that apparently Google is going to be netting some government contracts. We know earlier today we heard that S&P Global made a deal with Google Cloud as well. So Google Cloud here, a couple of different deals potentially to watch out for. Palantir holding 155 as support regardless. And if I get any more details in the story, including who reported it, I'll let you guys know. Back to you.
All right, so I already went long there on Google, just small, just to hear about that, because we did get that spike up, and as Adair said, if it's not official, then yeah, we probably do drift down. And I'm going to use the 50 period right there at 201 as a level there. So we'll use that and see what winds up happening with this trade. I kind of want to get longer right now in this position, but I was hoping for a dip down, so we're starting to dip just a little bit now. All right, I'll put something in the 30s, but I do have a bid down at 201 flat. Again, just trying to use VWAP, trying to use the 50-period moving average, again, on catalyst, right? I mean, hopefully this is the catalyst that we're looking for Google, and an opposite catalyst for our friend Alex Karp and company. As the thing is that if it's true though, I mean, the government spending is a good thing in the space, and they're continuing to do it. And I mean, Palantir is not going to be the only company that the government buys AI. But again, it just goes to show you that The moat around Palantir right now, I still think is quite large, but if we start hearing more stories like this, then we do have some downward pressure. And that's what I'm saying about taking a little bit off every once in a while when you get these huge, huge runners. I mean, it's more than a 10-bagger for Palantir. I mean, we got to get something out, right? Here, 157, so good little level there. The NASDAQ almost went green, or maybe it even did go green again. We are at that 23.3 level, so that we had thought that could be something for the market. But here we go, man. Let's see if Google wants to go now. I'm thinking there's a good chance here, but yeah, more upside is what we're looking for now on Google. So 201.60s here. We're now 15 cents in the money. I do want to get a little bit longer in this play, so hopefully we're able to do that. But for now, it's upside, and it's been so far so good on Google with this story. And Palantir is bouncing as well, so maybe there's a mixed story there with Palantir and Google.
Well, it's definitely good for Alphabet. It's just it's ambiguous what it is for Palantir more than it is obviously good for Alphabet, right? Because you kind of speculate that takes away from Palantir, but like Google's getting a contract, so like that's hard news. So buyer at 155 is undefeated on this stock. And Jamie, that's what we're talking about here. Jamie said what just happened with Palantir. It's the story that we see, which I haven't actually read from anywhere and neither is Adair. I haven't read it anywhere that I particularly trust. Was simply that the U.S. government can cloud contract for Alphabet. And that's something that obviously has been good for Palantir to get government contracts, but that's why it spiked to the downside. It was at the same moment that was being reported. I'm just eyeballing this 155 buy because if I'm interpreting it as bad news, and if the market is pulling back off the highs and starting to go red, Palantir couldn't break out. I've wanted to short underneath volume weighted average price, but 155 has been not a forever buy, but since about just before 10 o'clock, there's been a buyer that emerges every single time when you're sitting there. You can just be watching the tape or the chart's telling you the same thing anyways. So if that buyer loses, I want to be short once it breaks down under 155. It just has not happened yet. And moving on to a little bit of something else. Yeah, Coreweave, right to get out of VWAP, that continues to go lower. While really some of the names that were carrying us that have been under the radar, like Microsoft, the market pulls back. Microsoft is right back at the highs and just holding up top. Remember the theme yesterday was everything was pulling back into the 50, not everything, a lot of things were pulling back into the 50-period moving average. You got a correction into an obvious key level, and then you're bouncing. Well, what is Microsoft doing right now? It is just hanging out and pure straight chilling at the 50-period moving average on the daily. So it gets there and it just holds and stays there. You need to break away. Like it's 1037. The market's going to make a direction when some of these bigger names decide what they want to do off of this level. Microsoft, obviously one of the biggest names in the market. I think that's one worth watching. It's not to say that the market's going to go as it goes, but kind of. Especially when you're at a key level like that.
Yeah, I'm going to still stay in this Google trade. We did just buy that dip there in Google, so now we're in the money decently. Not decently, we're in the money 15 cents. We were looking for a lot more than that, but we'll see if we can get back into the mid-50s again. We could take some of this out. Again, using this 200 area as a stop for us, so let's put that in right now just in case. 209, like 84-ish or so as a break area there for me. What just happened? Okay, I must have put the wrong stop price in because we did not want to get out, so we got to buy it back again there. We did not mean to punch out right there, so I don't know what I did on that, but this is what I mean, you're putting out. Oh, $200.84, okay. There, all right. So now we have our offer, and we punched out by accident there on Google, so we're back in that if you're wondering what was going on with that trade, but yeah, so far so good. Let's just wait. We're back into Google. We do have another trade here on the futures. The future's coming in nicely right now into VWAP, so let's see what winds up happening. No wonder Google came back. The market right now giving it up. We're going to hold this about 10 more cents against us. We just bought the dip on this into VWAP, so we're going to wait to see what happens now with the futures. We're in it, and we're long right here at 87.10.
And you know what, everybody? Empowered women change the world, and you, every one of you, can make it happen. The Woman Boss trains and mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, We've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. Scan the QR code on the screen now and join us in building a brighter future. Check them out.
Yeah,
great
check it out.
cause. Let's go to the desk. Sector Watch time with Adara.
Lots of sectors here that are notably weak, including retail trade. We have Walmart leading this group to the downside after their earnings report. Finance pretty red here as well. Consumer durables, with the exception of Tesla, which is relatively flat, has a lot of weakness too, as does transportation. Health technology has some bright spots, notably Eli Lilly to the upside. This one trading around $715. Electronic technology, a little bit mixed though here, not as exciting as we usually see. Intel down about 2%, GE, RTX, and TXN to the upside. But other than that, a flatter sector. Now, technology services, on the other hand, is notably weaker. Google to the upside. We're seeing some reports that S&P Global and the U.S. government are making some Google Cloud deals, though it's worth noting I have not seen any X-source that I personally trust mention this Google cloud deal with the government. I have not seen anyone mention that, but regardless, that news is Google, or that report is Google pushing to the upside and Palantir pushing a bit lower. Now, other than Google, though, there's tons of weakness in the sector. Meta, EA, PanW, Adobe, ServiceNow, all to the downside. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, so these futures right now, I mean, we're in it. It went into the money for us, but it kind of stopped up there right again at the 50-period moving average. So we're just trying to absorb some of this downside push, but I don't know. Maybe it's real now. I don't know if we just touched it out there, but I thought maybe an absorption here in and around this level for the NASDAQ, as our out is breaking through 80s. So if we get to the downside there, we'll get out. We're not, like I said, this is just a play to see if we can get going. We had a huge hero play yesterday on the TQs around this time, and we'll see if we can do something similar right now. But you know, being responsible with it. It came back in. We didn't start averaging into it until now. Oh, here we go. Until now, it looks like it almost broke on us right there. But yeah, back in again for these. Maybe this is not the trade that I was hoping for it to be. We can get something out at 90. Just bumped to 94 and stopped again. So I don't know. I feel a little vulnerable here as the market does not really want to get back up to the upside. All right, we take some out there at 94, 95, and now we'll see if we can get a little bit higher. Not trying to do anything too crazy here. We made a lot of money on this exact play yesterday, and I don't want to give it back. So let me get somewhere out here, 96, 97. Doesn't look like it wants to bounce too much off the VWAP there, but if it does, we'll still hold. I just got out of 20% right there for an L, so we'll be down so far here. See, it just tried to go again. Like I'm at 08 to see if we can get something there. It doesn't look like it even wants to give me 08s right now. So yeah, a little bit of a back and forth battle here with the futures just at VWAP. So let's let it settle down. We didn't get huge numbers today one way or another. I don't remember the market really moving too much off of those. So I'll take another 20 there. I took another 5% there. There you go. Give me those 08s. This is where I'm sitting at. It'll be nice. There it goes. So we get them. Now we're starting to go back up to the upside here. I'll get out a little bit more here if we can get some 10s. But anyways, downside play now in the futures it looks like, but we're trying to sit here and make something of this trade. So we just got 8s or 9s there. We're out of half already. Let's see if we can hold for this. 87.40 would be great, but that might be wishful thinking right now. So yeah, we're in this play. It's the futures right now. We do have Google long as well, waiting to see if that bounces off 201. Market blasting would be great. Market tanking, not. So yeah, we're going long right now off VWAP on what's been a decent day. Nice run up, nice pullback. Let's see if we can get back to those highs.
Yeah, Palantir still going. It actually closed on the 3 under 155. So like, okay, that's the entry I'm looking for. The second, it hadn't had a close underneath that price. Every time was just a bottoming tail. I'm like, if it reverses that pattern, I'm shorting off of that buyer being gone. Well, right when it opened up the next candle, back into the upside. So wait for confirmation under 55, but then it breaks out these bodies in here, and we're just going to jump right out of the trade. This is still the one away from this price level that I want to be able to get. If Palantir dances all day, fair enough, but there's clearly something cool going on at 155, and trading off that level is where I want to be. Look, I saw in the chat someone was like, what's going on with Bitcoin?
Yeah.
So we're essentially, we flushed into 113 that is, which was around where support was in the afternoon yesterday, a little bit higher than the 113 level. On the daily, in the higher time frame, 112 is support. but 113 in the afternoon, and then this again here, we're bouncing off the 113 level, it seems, on IBIT.
Let's go.
Don't know why that accelerated. Really, the market was pulling back off of the high, so maybe that was it, but looks like 113 instead of 112 has been support for BTC. I haven't looked at ETH at all today. Load, but it's doing more or less the same thing. It flushed, got into afternoon lows, and is now trying to bounce. My guess is BMNR is doing exactly the same thing. Yeah, BMNR in that 50 level. Can't lose it. You can't break out the high. So I paid for locates on this, but it's not breaking down. I don't have to trade it. It's not breaking down here on BMNR. It never got to the top. It refuses to break underneath that 50 level and hold. So I might not trade anything crypto related if we just sit in this. BMNR, a dollar range for $5 stock is good, but a dollar range for this stock is kind of lame on BMNR. It usually moves way more than this. Very much an inside day for this thing.
Yeah, for sure. Google right now, I mean, the market's pulling back in. We actually did really well to get out of some of those TQs. I mean, we got out basically where we wanted to, right there at the 50-period moving average. So a quick little scalp there on the futures. We'll take some more out in and around these levels, 04s, 05s, and then wait to see. And the reason why is I'm not sure what's going on here with this story. And so if Google's not going to start to, that's Google. Let me zoom back out so you can see a little bit more. Nothing's really happening with it, but we are down near a level that I'm trying to buy it, but I'm not trying to buy it like crazy down here. We'll put in one more unit to have 2 units in total. We had 4 units, or actually 5 units on the TQs, which is why, again, on a little bit of a bump up, we were able to start to scalp more and more out of this play. And again, trading with bigger size, hoping that it works out for me. Who knows right now, but we had a monster play on this yesterday. And here we go again right now. Let's see if we can get going on these futures. I mean, brought to you by Trader TV Sean and Trader TV Live. Thanks for continuously watching. There it goes. Yes. Let's see if we can get back up to the upside right now. There goes the TQs. Nice move up. I mean, trading the NASDAQ here. We do this every day. And we're getting excited right now. This instantly, and I did this yesterday, man. Like, this is now P&L 1 right now, the futures. And I just started this trade at 1040. It's like you got to be patient and wait for those levels. And when they come through, oh boy, they could be something special. Shout out to my lovely wife who is watching one more time. I'm really excited to spend the weekend with you. It should be a great concert. It should be a great time going back and forth. Baxter's coming into town today as well, my son from Waterloo, so that should be a lot of fun for my kids, okay, so there goes Google. Nice move to the upside right now. Oh boy, we're starting to print now on these plays. Let's go over to Adair and see what she's up to.
I was going to say, I finally saw the Google news coming through my blotter just now. Apparently, Google announcing that in partnership with the U.S. General Services Administration, they're announcing their new comprehensive Gemini for Government offering. So, yeah, I guess a new Gemini for Government offering in partnership with part of the U.S. administration here for GOOGL. That's that cloud news we heard earlier that sent Palantir to the downside. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, so we didn't get everything that we wanted. We never do, it seems like, on those dips, but we're still in this play for Google, and it's a decent one, man. We're in the money now, 10 cents. Just got some out there. That was a mistake. We punched out by accident. There, we set the wrong stop. So right now, we'll wait to see if we could take out some of these highs. That's 201.60s. So right now, I'm not even offering up there, so I think I should do that. 201, let's go to 55. We'll see if we can get out of a little bit. We've got to go. Soon we'll be going out. Once again, we just go to the gym every afternoon, and we see how that goes today. I don't know what I'm going to do today. I didn't swim since Monday. Maybe we'll.
Oh, you got to hit the pool.
We may hit the pool. I don't know what we're going to do.
Have you missed a week swimming yet this year?
A week? Maybe like when I was in Boston, maybe, but.
Oh, well, it's
I did. We already.
I
better have.
Vacation doesn't count.
Is it good to have a banana before you work out, or is it better after? What is the story with bananas? Sharif,
it can be.
Is it good to have a banana before or after?
It's a good snack for energy.
Before.
It's a good snack for energy.
Okay, I mean, I got lots of energy, but I was trying to,
No, bananas definitely. Yeah, it's definitely.
Potassium.
Yeah.
All right. No cramps for me.
I used to like that, and trail mix would be like a kind of a
trail mix. I love trail mix.
No, for like cross country.
No, but just trail mix in general is a great snack.
Oh yeah,
healthy as long as you don't have like the M&Ms.
I used to get the. Oh no, that's what I'm saying. Like the
chocolate covered.
I used to get the ones that have the candy in it, but I think I don't really do that anymore. That's not very healthy at all. I think we're going to Adara. We only have 10 minutes to go, everybody.
Wait, what?
Let's take a look here at the US dollar. Really nice breakout here. I mentioned for like the last week or so, we've been really consolidative, trading with a base around 97.6, top here around 98.2. The last 2 days, we've actually made some distinctive higher lows. Look poised for a flat top breakout as of today. We are making said breakout, currently trading here around just shy of 98.6. So nice bounce here for the US dollar. But what is worth noting is we're still seeing a lot of division within the Fed. That was highlighted for sure, emphasized yesterday during these FOMC minutes from the July meeting. Now we have comments from Fed Schmidt, who has been, as of late, and especially with these comments today, one of the more hawkish Fed, saying that the risks for inflation are actually higher or more significant compared to the job-related concerns. So Fed Schmidt definitely angling here to maybe consider keeping rates where they are. Fed's Bostic, for his part, said earlier today that he's really only seeing potentially one cut this year. And with these more hawkish comments and this weaker or worse than expected jobless claims number we got earlier today, 75.3% now of participants are expecting that 25 basis point cut. This number has been a lot higher historically. As of 1 week ago, it was actually 92.1%, as you can see in the bottom here. Right now, about a quarter of participants expecting rates to be held. We'll have to see what happens, but there seems to be increasingly division, intrigue, and some indecisiveness at the Fed. This meeting for September could be a very interesting one, guys. Back to you.
I think it goes without saying this is going to be an interesting one. For traders, you pretty much want to have a little bit of uncertainty and a little bit of spice going into any Fed meeting on the decision, which we have not been getting because we know exactly what we're getting almost every single time. There's very, very little, I guess, ambiguity with regards to what the Fed is going to do. And we're getting a little bit of that. There's no ambiguity about what's going on with Open Door. The door is open and it's busted through and it's up double digits. And once again, the squeeze is back on here on Open Door. It needed to break 350. It held $3. Look, it didn't test $3, obviously, but it's held $3 and is now running away from that price. The 350 break has happened, so congratulations to everybody. That's the thing about a key level. Like you can add the level right, but what you want to do off it can be the other part of the equation. Like I thought, look, I wanted to break down on this trade because I thought it was a good flat bottom, but it plays in the other direction too. And there's a good point by B Towns in the chat that I didn't consider. Open on SSR today too. So it was down over 10% yesterday. And usually on day two, on a squeeze potential stock, I'm thinking look for the long because it's SSR on day two and it flushed the day before. So if you can find a support level, that's pretty good. So shout out to you for that reminder. There's a reason why traders like that.
Rob.
If you find a good long trade, but it also happens to be a stock that has the uptick rule in effect, it's harder for people to short. A little bit more release when it heads to the upside. And that Palantir war at 155 is just won again.
War! Yeah, we like
the
that.
The battle at 155 just continues to be won on Palantir. So once again, my order goes back in to break out at 158. We spent the entire morning going sideways on this stock. I'm shorting any breakdown under 155, and I'm taking a long break on Palantir. I just want to be involved when this finally makes a move one way or the other after all of this chop here on PLTR. But certainly open, that's a big one. That squeeze play, and this is something we were talking about. I want to just one more point on Open Door here because I forgot to mention this on the daily chart, and it's worth mentioning almost every single time. A lot of the short interest, at least early on in the move in Open Door, started increasing right in here, underneath the dollar. In this day, these couple of days, it was like the 14th and 15th, the short float started to jump up. A lot of shorts are in underneath the dollar. Maybe they've gotten blown out, but certainly that shows you how aggressive some of the shorts were on this. And this is. Rates going down are good for them too, right? Like let's not forget about the fundamental aspect of this. So this is the kind of stock like on, oh my goodness, like in September, if we do get a rate cut and maybe it's not as expected as the numbers suggest, this is a stock that could really squeeze because ultimately rates going down are good. It's not the be all end all, because mortgage rates are probably priced in a bunch of this anyways, but it certainly can't hurt, and the shorts would be a little bit scared, I would say.
I just asked who's rolling here, and there it goes, man. There goes the TQs. This is going to be an absolute monster for me here today. So we did it yesterday. We didn't hold enough. Right now we've still got 20% of this trade. I'm going to get out another piece right now at 40, and yeah, good trading here for the futures to the. There it goes. Yes, give me that.
Yeah, the stream is buffering, by the way.
At 40 right now. All right, if your stream is buffering, yeah, mine is also not going very well right now. So,
mine's frozen.
Yeah, stream not well. If you guys, let me try to refresh it here. Reload the stream if you can, guys. Yeah, it seems to be working for me now.
Okay.
Hit refresh, get back into that stream. Thank you, everybody. I'm just gonna put, yeah, here we go. I'll type in the chat, refresh stream, in case you guys are reading that and not visualizing it, but there goes the futures to the upside. And hey, if you're here, let's figure out what's for lunch. Now, I don't know exactly what this means. I've never seen this really before in my life. This is an interesting, okay, it's going to be a chicken dish, so bury the lead.
Well, we've seen
right there. What exactly is, Joe, it'll be all right. What exactly is grilled Italian chicken? That's what it says. So, you know,
grilled.
We're down with that. I mean, I think it maybe.
How many ways do you grill chicken? What are we talking about here?
Grilled Italian.
Spice.
Yeah, it just has to be the seasoning. So that should be okay. Cold pasta salad.
But if the Italian dude says, what is grilled Italian chicken? I'm feeling like that's a little questionable.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out
on this chicken.
Yeah, I mean, me too. I mean, I think it's just the spice level, like the spices that it was used. Italian seasoning. I don't really know.
I don't know what that would
be exactly, but maybe if Chef Joe is in the chat, he can let me know what that is. Of course, Neil doesn't like this, but I do steamed broccoli, and then my kids' favorite sides, Caesar salad as well, to go with grilled Italian chicken. So it's a chicken dinner winner.
Down with broccoli.
Yeah, down with broccoli. But if, you know.
Up with kale.
Again, if you guys have this trade, man, it's the futures. It came right into VWAP there. Sometimes it holds, sometimes it doesn't. And now back-to-back days, we put our best trade on around 10:30. Just waited for it to happen. And we still got some good trades on too, man. I mean, AMD, that short was huge. That is for sure. The Tesla short was huge, but we got stopped out of it right there as well. And then the Nvidia trade. Bottom of, I don't know what was going on there at that number, but we should have been there. But anyways, 174 as we posted that one. So it was a good long, still a positive name for me. And then CrowdStrike, not so much. That broke 95, broke through 94. We took 94, broke Coreweave, sorry, CrowdStrike. And then that's why I even put CRWD on the sticky note. But maybe I should trade that instead. But Coreweave right there broke through 95. We nailed the level. Our best out is 70s there. But then we held half. We told you about that. Now that it got more than half in, like our stop was always going to be half right there, but we got out more than that, then out, and then we went red on it with this last trade, trying to hold 94 and breaking. So just to give, the futures are starting to move now. We're super happy about that. And then same as Google making a move higher. It hasn't moved the way I thought it would on those notes today, but we'll take it. We'll hold this. Like I said, man, we'll be back here around 12:30. We have our stops in. We don't raw dog anything, and we'll wait to see where that goes. But the futures are all the way up right now, and that's just continuing to go. We said 87.40. I mean, rewind the tape 30 minutes, man. We said 87.40 is sort of a target for us, so let's get this out right now. Again, thanks for watching today. It's been a big one. Hit the like and subscribe if you have not. The show just keeps on getting bigger and better, and I promise you tomorrow will be even better than today because you've got Obi, you've got Sharif, everybody ready to go tomorrow. Neil, we're all here, and I'm back today at 2 p.m.
Yeah, we'll be back at 2 o'clock for sure, but it ain't over just yet. We got another couple minutes here, and Robinhood is now decidedly green and about to take on the high from yesterday, right at the open. That's a lot of these wicks are absolutely real at 108 at the open, and then it failed that price, and then you go the day before that, and you had 108 as resistance. You know, my style of action at 11 o'clock, If there's an all-day trend line at a resistance point, then if it breaks the trend, I want to get into it to the downside for sure. This is an interesting question. Doug, I have a question. I keep seeing the letter K, Q, P, or Z next to the bid ask. Does that mean the exchange? You're talking about, let me just go to the level 2. Like for us, like you're saying, the letter next to the bid ask. These are the different exchanges that you can execute on. But the single letters usually are the time and sales, and each one of these prints corresponds to one of those books. D meaning dark, and then everything else corresponding to one of those books. That's what the letters mean. On the book, you always have, like, for us, we have like NSBs, NASDAQ, ARBs, ARCA, MEMX there, or MEMX, whatever it's supposed to be. And then the single letters are just the actual prints on the time and sales corresponding to each of those books. So I think that's what you meant, but you're absolutely right. And sometimes it matters more than others. A lot of times, if a stock is doing good volume, it's just going to plow through all those levels, and it doesn't matter what book you're using. But there are situations where you might care to see, hey, which one is printing more, and can I get a fill on that particular gateway? Maybe like on a NEO, like a $5 stock, you might care about something like that. Let's go on over. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. It's Joey Options. It's the professor. Go get them, gentlemen.
Ciao for now. All right.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. And I'm Sharif. And I was told by one of the great construction people in the back that I'm the loud one and you are the quiet one. He asked me why that was.
Yeah.
I told him there's got to be a little bit of yin and yang.
Yeah, you got to be
quiet. What the hell's going on?
Yeah,
right?
but what fun is that?
Sorry.
But I mean, don't get it twisted. We get it going around here sometimes too, man. Don't cut your boy out.
Boom! Let's say what's up to everybody, Joey. Shout out to Adrian. Boosted red spot. What? SJD News. We got Stuart ID. Shout out to BJ Gaming and Austin McVady. JTY Juror. We got Akko 25. Mike DeRider. A Holt. We got Showtime VB. Shout out to Evan 91 and MF Dangerous. ABF Unlimited and TILL 3Y. Something or another. Common Sense. I love that name. Always. Yummy Thai Foods Todd. Get it, Buffalo Soldier. Get it, Brad. I see you, Grandmother's Garden and Nonsense. I see you, Bash, as well. I used to have a best friend called Bash. Kirk D in the house as well. Who else, man? We got Spec Ops Trader. Get it, son. We got Douglas Carlson. High Vibrations.
Ooh.
Yeah, I like that. Jerome Nadu, okay. Beef Strogie, Earth UFO, and Rook 78. Good morning to everybody. I hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. The weather is crazy AF in Toronto, and more pleased I could not be. Joseph Wilson, good morning, brother.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I mean, it's been a roller coaster a little bit here, but not too bad. Like relatively flat. I'll take it. We've just been churning shares on Ethereum, but now we're long some Bitcoin as well too. Let's break some things down. Yeah, exactly. BJO 9000. I'm not going to repeat that, but we're gonna dog some options today.
Oh,
there's for sure about that, brother. Or we can say it around here. Let's raw dog some options. Let's go. We're not going to do anything naked though. That's for sure, because selling naked options.
That's crazy.
Very, very dangerous unless you know what you are doing.
Okay.
But okay, Bitcoin working out. I figured it's one of the stronger cryptos this morning. But aside from that, we just added to this position. We keep rejecting VWAP, so that's not good. 5 minute. I love this hammer print here. We can see it a little bit more clearly now. The rain is gone right there. But it's probably most likely I'm going to get stopped out of this Ethereum trade. It's just not doing what I want. Now forming a head and shoulders pattern right here. So that's a breakdown, potential bearish pattern. So if it does crack that neckline, we're out of that one. And then also Bitcoin's starting to break down as well a bit on me, but that's okay. We're not going to get too worried about that. Should have took some off at VWAP. And to be honest with you, we had so many opportunities, but I was just looking for a little bit bigger of a move here. So let's break down these Ethereum trades. This may seem a little choppy, but it is what it is. So boom, we enter the trade here, we add to the position, and then I only take about 10% off. So nothing substantial. Then I get stopped out, break even, try again, double it up for the break of this high, stopped out. Same thing, same narrative right here. Try one more time, stopped out, and then boom, we get this move, and I take half off at the peak, looking for a move into 33, and then we get stopped out, break even. And so at that point, we were positive on the day. and then now I'm in this other potential joke of a trade that's not going to work. So it is what it is. We'll figure things out. I do like the crypto trade this week. Maybe tomorrow things will get rolling a little bit better, but now let's focus on what we cooking up on Bitcoin. So same thing, 5-minute hammer. And we have the volume. It's not like an outstanding isolation, so that's something that we got to keep an eye out on. But I do like our chances of breaking through. As long as we hold those lows, then I think we'll be all right. But right now, Ethereum is not doing what you want. And there's no point in me holding on to this trade right here, considering how far out of the money I am on. So I'll just flatten that, take a loss on it. So now we're slightly red, but that's okay. We'll see what Bitcoin is. We break this low, I'll hop out of that one. And if the crypto space wants to continue to the south side, maybe we got to look for the path of least resistance, and that's downward, and there goes Bitcoin. So there's no point in me holding on to this for much longer, considering my risk to reward is essentially gone now. So I have to wait to come all the way back up to here just to get break even, considering I am now about 10 cents OTM. So tight stops on these. So yeah, it is what it is. We'll be patient. Neckline broke on the head and shoulders on Ethereum. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more downside here, guys.
All right, guys. You guys keep talking about open. I didn't have it up on the side charts, but now it looks like I'm going to have to keep it up because you guys have been asking for a long. Yeah, okay. So you guys have merit here. It's not up the biggest amount on the day. It's up 12 1/3, 12 1/4, zigging and zagging. But the breakout is real fast and furious, and it is getting extended away from the 10 EMA on the 5. So we're going to have to keep an eye on open door. I'm in a couple of positions, which I'll get to in 1 second, but I just wanted to make sure that I covered this for you guys. So. Let's look at some TA quickly over here. Let's center up this chart. I just want to ID the areas of support and resistance. What are you going to embarrass me for, man? All right, here we go. Now, Joey, it looks like we're definitely going to get some resistance. Assassino, bro, I love it. 390, likely a resistance level, even though we weaseled about 4 back on the 19th. So expect some resistance here into 390, but there's a ways away because we got a high day 62. So that's 30 some odd pennies you could bamboozle out of the market. Just got to play your cards right on that. So we're going to keep an eye here on open door. Let me get to the positions that I've got on now. You can see on the screen there, I've got EQ long at 39s and IMRX at the $0.25, a little bit less, 23. We took a couple of outs on this. There's a chart on IMRX. To me, this is very respectful of either the 10 or the 20. When it's below VWAP, it looks like it's respecting the 20. When it's above VWAP, it looks like it's respecting the 10. That's how I'm going to move forward on this stock. So we're going to see how this one does. EQ as well. Nice little bull flag. This one a little bit lighter on volume. And as you can observe, the volume profile on the bottom of the chart there, the volume comes in spurts. So you can see this outline candle at 1020, which is green, and this other outlining candle at 1050, red sickles. So be on the lookout here. Be on the lookout for continuation. Go IMRX, you little bad word. Let's keep going with that one. That's a third beak wetter there, and there it goes again, Joey. Continuing to break out here. We'll wet the beak, and now we're going to set up a little bit higher at 38s, come what may. Now let's also look. Where is that one at? At EQ, zigging and zagging towards that $0.50. Where'd we bet the beak? Give me my money. That's all I want. So there we go. We're going to take 147.5, then we're going to post up at 149 to see if we can weasel, bamboozle, whatever, extract some more money out of this one, up 28.5%. I'm talking about EQ. We'll give you more details on it in a second. But it looks like it might be the IMRX show, Joey, because this one, it looks like it's breaking out right now. So I want to keep my eye on this one. I had a dip trade here to defend what I perceive to be the breakout area, which is between 410 to 415. I was gunning more for 415. It didn't even give me that, man. It retraced into 420, so I couldn't get all the shares that I wanted. Now let me go over to APM over here. So I had a failed trade on it, very quick, very small loss. We got in at 40. We stopped out at 24. So we'll lose quick 15 pennies, excuse me, on that super quick. But it's dropping down now into the 20 moving average. Now the 20 moving average is awfully close to that $3 area. And as you can observe, this current candle on the 5 is actually defending $3. So I always get caught between two minds when the volume weighted average price and the whole dollar psychological area of support are close. I could realistically and theoretically punch in, at the 20 and then a DCA into the 3. Sure, you can do all that, but I'd just rather be more accurate from the start than have to DCA and then, end up might be taking a bigger loss here. So here's the deal. Yeah, Tisha, I see you, girl. She's sitting tight. She's in an APM. I was in the chat earlier, Tisha, while the big boys were on, and I saw you were calling it out. So good on you for that. So I'm going to keep my eye here on APM. I'd like to be able to weasel into this one, 150% above VWAP. It's got the goods, and it's already showing you that it's outperforming the other ones on the day. So here's the deal, Joey. We're getting in, okay? We're going to get in. And we're going to defend in the 3. So we got 18, not the greatest price. So we're going to go, let's go 305 and to defend that $3 area. Now, here's the deal. Loses 3, I'm out. But if it comes in to the 2 mid-80s where VWAP is hanging out, we're going to get back in, but we're going to stop out at 3. I'm not going to keep adding into the mid-80s. I'd rather just take the L and then allow it to set up in the right way. Quickly back to IMRX before we send back to your boy Joey Options. This one is about to take out that high of the day, so probably behooves me to throw in another beak wet over here. I'm going to throw it at 45. Come with me.
All right, guys. Yeah, Artemis, what's up, brother? I hope everyone's going on. That's bright in here, so I had to throw these shades on.
Get it, Joey.
But yeah, let's see what we got going on. We're involved in some Walmart now. I do like what we're experiencing on iBit. A couple hammer candles right here, so some bottoming or topping tail candles. So let's see if we can hold these levels. If we can't, then I don't really love the long that much anymore. Adding into this Walmart position as well too, so we'll touch on that. Second attempt on Walmart here. So let's see if we can start chefing up something. Yeah, we're going to be patient on this. I like what Tesla's doing here as well.
Okay.
I thought maybe we'd get a breakup, but sometimes when you just suck, it just really sucks. So yeah, there it is on Tesla daily, just range bound right here, guys. So for me, when I see a stock like this, you're just not overly in play, in my opinion, right? You have those days where you pop up, pop down, whatever it is, but this is just range bound trading. So yeah, maybe we can get a breakout and punch through some of these key levels, because that's kind of what I'm looking for. But it looks like it wants to head to the south side, like the overall market. Maybe we're getting a rotation into staples. That's why I'm going to continuously add into this Walmart trade. So maybe we can run into 100. I think that's going to be my primary target on this one. But there goes the overall market. Q's breaking through VWAP, NVDA leading the way. And to be honest with you, I just took my coping mechanism is if you've taken too many attempts on a ticker, it's just I just take it off all screens and then that's it. I'm not even going to pay any more mind into it because clearly my thesis isn't valid throughout the session to make it, or not to make it, but to see if it's going to continue to climb higher, especially after yesterday's session. We've seen a little bit of weakness in Bitcoin and then some relative strength into Ethereum. So for me personally, I took like 4 attempts on this name, had a couple winners, 3 losers, and then that's it. It's like, all right, AC Slater, see you later, and we'll find something else to trade. XPEP is really, really strong today as well, so just keep that in mind. That's looking pretty good. So those levels are not holding, and yeah, I mean, the crypto space taking it on the nose here. So yeah, that's slightly bloody as it redsicles, a lot of redsicles that we're seeing here in Bitcoin and the crypto space. Q's just mirroring essentially what NVDA is doing, and then I'm going to keep my eye on Tesla just in case it wants to maybe trade outside of all the other ones. But other than that, let's just rock and roll with Walmart. Maybe the tech space is just wanting to cool off for a little bit, and reasonably so considering the runs that we've just been on for the past little while. But here it is. You can see me start to get aggressive on this Walmart, and by all means, I have to be prepared to sit in this trade for quite some time because it's not like that momentum style of a mover, right? It's more of a slow grind, and we're down 4%. But with some of those numbers that Sharif presented us this morning, I like our chances here for Walmart to kind of put in somewhat of a rebound day.
Oh, my monitor just decided, look, Joseph, I've been on for a long time. I'm going to take a break.
You take a rest?
Yeah, you know, well, we gotta show some love to the monitor over here, Joey. All right, I'm just canceling this order, and I want to move it up. I'm going to put an order at 420. Yeah, I know. All right, so we're going to throw that there. We'll actually put it at 21. Okay, so let's update some of these positions. I'm in APM. I'm in a lot of positions right now. So I'm in 5 positions. We're going to go to Adara. She's got breaking news, and then I'll update you guys when we get back.
Fed's Hammock here being very hawkish, saying that she does not see an imminent case for cutting rates based on the current data, and with the data now, she would not see a case for a September cut. She does say, though, that apparently she thinks the Fed has a small distance to go to get neutral, and she's also stressing here the importance of the unemployment rate. But yeah, I think the biggest thing here, Fed's Hammock saying, not only is she not seeing an imminent case for cutting rates, but she's also not seeing that September rate cut that we know a lot of people have been really looking forward to. So again, some hawkish comments coming from Fed's Hammock today, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair. All right, let me just update everybody. Okay, so APM, we're in at the 18 penny area. We did not get the add at 05s, but we scalped up already multiple times into 30s, okay? So this one, it's a bit of a bamboozler. We just opened up another 5-minute candle. Let's see if this one can make a new high relative to the previous one. But we are below the 10 EMA now, and that is something I need to be alive to. I've been talking about this a lot more. When we lose the 10 EMA north of the volume weighted average price, oftentimes, and what I've been noticing lately is we're using it as resistance. So let's not overstay our welcome on this one, knowing full well that there are still other levels that we can look at. So that's APM. IMRX scalped up a lot already. It's coming back down, comes back down into 22s, of course, true to form. I have my dip trade to add of the 10 EMA at 21s, doesn't fill, so we'll keep tabs on that. What's this one? PGEN. This one we've scalped up a few, but this one looks like it's destined for a bit of a deeper retracement. It's still holding that 70 penny area, which is the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So I don't mind adding into this position actually, because it's right at the 10 EMA and I can get out a little bit lower. So let me go ahead and adjust my previous stop here on PGEN to account for this latest addition. So I'd like to take it out. Yeah, we'll just go like that. And then how many shares do we have? Good. All right, so then we can just go perfectly. There we go. All right, so we've taken care of that. Let's go back now to EQ. Scalped up a bunch on EQ. Moved up my stop from 34 into 36. There does seem to be a buyer at 38 on EQ. So if it loses it, no, then I don't want to be part of it. Now, open. This is the one that's got me in a little bit of trouble. It's still above the 10 EMA on the 5. I don't want to add anything into here until I see how this one's going to react. Is it going to defend the 10 EMA, which is also that $0.50 area? If it defends it, I'm going to add into this position. Simple as that. I think this one might have the juice to get back into that 90 penny area. So those are the 5 positions I have on, Joey. We're going to try to manage all of them as best we can. Obviously, use hard stops. That's how I kind of that's how I'm able to manage these positions all at once, because sometimes you don't see when it loses the level. So that's it. What do you got?
Absolutely, yeah. All right, let's go Walmart here. Starting to chef up a little bit. Let's add a little bit, just because it's that type of day. We got to try to make our winners a little bit bigger than our losers. So there it is, bang. We're going to some key levels, and I think I have a price target. Well, I know I have a price target of around $100 on this. That's going to be my final. Well, I'll take a large portion on probably 70 to 80% if we can get there. But like I just mentioned not too long ago, I think it's going to be more of a grind. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out on this. Adding to that position. Let's go. Hopefully the pullbacks aren't too deep, because that's like it's my kryptonite essentially, but that's all right. XPay, boom, nice move here in XPay. That's looking really good here as well too, guys. So moving against the market. So yeah, a lot going on. Tesla did break down, which is unfortunate, but you can see the similarities in a lot of these tech names patterns. But I mean the Qs, the SPY, Nvidia, and Tesla. And I haven't even looked at some of the other mag names, just because I want to focus on some of these earnings reports, because I think that we can maybe get the ball rolling on those. So that's Tesla. That's Walmart and XPEV, but let's see what Google is up to, considering I haven't even talked to him. I don't know if Katina Man was trading Google today. For some reason, I had a feeling he was, but never assume, right? You always want to be certain. Reload ETH trade long seems to be bouncing. I'm not even looking at it anymore. Big Sky 69. I've taken my attempts on it, so therefore I am not going to swing anymore. But there it is. Google kind of look at. Oh, yeah, hey man, upside.
I love the smile on your face when you understood it. Like, hey man.
Upside down pineapple team. I'm not a part of that team. So, anyways, if you want to, there's a good place in Mexico I can recommend for those who are about that life.
Good place here, bro.
Is there?
Not that I would know.
Oh,
I wouldn't know. No, like really, I don't. I've never been there. That's why I make that very clear.
Okay, very clear. You've never been there. But yeah, it's called Temptations. Great place. My friends go there and stuff.
Temptation in my heart. Where are my Persians in the chat at? Are there any Persians in the chat?
Yeah.
Arash, come on. Temptation in my heart. Go ahead.
Yes, that's all right. So yeah, there it is, Google. And then let's take a look another at the Amazonian one to see what its intraday chart is looking like. Is it similar to the rest of the tech names? I'm going to assume yes. So there it is. I mean, it's a dice fest up in here, and you can see the first half an hour of the market was that, right? It was nothing short of just pure choppery. So yeah, we'll see what we got going on, man. What?
Get some of the comments in the chat.
What's
fantastic? You guys are doing real good today. I appreciate it. All right, guys, we're doing a freaking live on open, man. We're taking out all the levels right now. There's only one beak weather that's gone unfilled, and it's 1 penny above the current price. 63s. I'm waiting at 64s. Let's see what this one has to offer us. 64 is the high of the day, so I do anticipate some resistance at this level. Let's watch and see what happens. Here we go with APM. This is pulling in the VWAP. This is my addition to add. So we're going to move up now our position on APM into, there we go. So let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll get everything out if it fails this level, which is this many. All right, good. So what's our position on that? 306s. Okay, so we got to set up some orders on this, Joey, because things are getting crazy over here. So let's set up some beak wetters here, and then we're going to set up in the mid-teens. All right, we're going to go to Adara. She's got some for us, and I'm going to tell you more about some of these other trades.
Unity pushing higher here. Q is the ticker for this one. James Altucher, who is a hedge fund manager and venture capitalist, he has a newsletter. He gives Unity, quote, the highest level of recommendation. So positive note on you from James Altucher. Back to you.
You looking pretty good here as well too, guys. Like, it might want to get the ball rolling, but we know how this stock moves. To be honest with you, if I were to go back and look at all my data, my accuracy on this stinking thing is just probably horrendous. I don't know. But yeah, I like this. You can hold that base at 23 bucks, and then now you're sitting on top of this range, so you open there. So that could be a positive sign for INTC to get rolling. But then you go back to yesterday's session, and it's like, bang, you know what I'm going to say on that one, sucks to suck. And then there it is, INTC, just a straight flush, and then just goes chop mode. So yeah, let's wait on this one. I most definitely would recommend starting really, really small, but I'm just sitting here kind of talking myself into some of these trades because I want to try to catch a breakout, because I think there will be a couple opportunities here, Shu.
All right, man. What the hell? What just happened here with PGEN? Oh, really? Okay. Okay, I just got stopped out of PGEN. I didn't even realize that, but yeah, so that will be a negatory one for me, but that will be the first negative one on the day. So we're doing well on all the other ones, but PGEN got stopped out of that. It looks like it did break the 10, and that's what I was kind of aiming for there. So we'll keep tabs on that, but Open Door is quite aggressive. It takes out the high of the day. It's now 66 instead of 64. Let's go ahead and set up some more beak wetters. You know, if I'm going to be in the high 60s, where we're going to be waiting. So that's what we'll set up for there at 69 and see what we can get in and around that area. IMRX, I added to this position, and I'm kind of happy with the add. We've got 21s on now. Probably behooves me to weasel out of some of this at the $0.25 and then set up some more in the high 20s, low 30s. Let's go ahead and do that right now. So we'll see if we can get into that 35 penny area. That'll be the last little stop that I put. Back into 28s we go. To 2 penny spread though on IMRX, but it fills me anyway. Good look, good look. Let's see if we can get that 30 fill anytime soon. There are other small cap gappers, okay? So Tisha's telling me about THAR. Tisha, you know THAR was moving bigly yesterday. Shout out to the Donald one. This one broke down a little bit though. As you can see, we had a monster move from 8 a.m. and from that 8 a.m. initiation to the high at around 5:30 in the aftermarket. Joey, we were up 374%. Not giving too much back today though, okay? And that's what I was saying to Joey off camera. I want to set up an algo to pick up on some of these small cap gappers that don't give back the majority of the move the following day, because most of them do. Anyway, this is halted to the upside now. I'm talking about THAR into $5.30. It did breach the volume weighted average price, but Tisha, it is still below that 425 AM print that went about 6 high teens, 618, 619. So it's going to have to clear that level for me to get involved. I just won't break my rules anymore. So we'll see if this one wants to cooperate or what's the situation. THAR is the one I'm talking about there, Joey.
Oh, THAR. Oh, who's this? Okay, the Q's just bouncing right back here. So yeah, it's looking pretty good, but there we go. Walmart's still cooking up. We're going to be patient on this. I told you it's going to be a grind, so I have to be able to diamond hands this and sit through some probably some pullbacks here, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get some volume to kick in as well too, considering it's a NYSE stock. These things move a little bit, they do move significantly different than with some of the NASDAQ names, take longer to get the ball rolling, but when volume steps in, comes in with vigor, and that's what I'm kind of waiting for here. So I would just think it would be to show, but yeah, if there's anything you guys want to look at, just let me know. Let's go over some options chain stuff. I'm curious to all my options folks too. Let's have a little conversation about this. Do you believe that it's time for near dated? And when I mean near dated, closer dated, I'm talking about 3 weeks out, like a covered call system. And the only reason why I'm trying to touch on this here is actually, no, let me do this. Is because we can just see how the Qs in the NASDAQ are trading. And I mean, I feel like we're kind of, obviously we are toppy, but if we go out to the daily, I like our risk profile, right? So if you have a defined top, I like how you can just write calls north of that specific peak or that pivot point, and then you can collect premium. And then what I'm referring to, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. Sharif, take it from me.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm watching APM, guys. It's zigging. Bless you, Joey. Ooh, that was deep. I'm watching to see if it's going to lose 3. It's still ahead of the volume weighted average price. It still hasn't touched VWAP, which is what I'm really focusing on right now, to see if that $3 buyer-ish, and it's not exactly $3 buyer, continues to kind of prevent us from descending anymore. I've only taken out one little beak wetter there after the ad into 10s, so we'll see if this one's got the juice to kind of head back up. But there's another one that I want to bring your attention to. It's not the biggest mover, but it's a former convict, okay? Pesky. PSKY. I made a whole bunch of jokes about this one being a pesky little butter because I was red on it. But look at this chart pattern, man. You can't complain with that. When was I trading this piece of, you know what? Because usually I have the, yeah, there. You can clearly see that this was the day. This was a monster move off that $11 area, went all the way to 17. So that was the day. It's back again today. It's going to take 16 here, Joey. 1596 high. It's breaking out.
All right, cool. So good stuff. All right, so what I want us to kind of correlate here, let's use an example of something that
You're muted. Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Assassinos.
All right, cool. Yeah, so let's kind of use an example with something that I'm positioned in as well, because I don't want to just talk right? So what we can do here, and I'm not saying, like, you got to think about your position. We're not going to collect the most premium here on Ethereum, but the thing is, though, I want to note around $36, I think there's a potential to write. So let's pull up our options chain here, and then we're going to bring this about a month out. Are we here? Okay, cool. So let's go to a month out and then see what we're just going to collect on that front, and then if it's even worth it, right? Because if you had some temporary downside, then I think that you can collect some premium, and even if it's only a couple of dollars, it's like, so what? That's just going to add, that's passive income, and that can add to your shares, especially if it expires worthless, because that's just going to be cash in your account that you get to collect, and then if it continues to sell, you can do the same thing again, but in the same time, you can start to buy more shares as well. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing around this $37 strike price. We're going to collect $131, right? That's 36 days from now. Okay, well, Joe, that's not that much, but you got to take into consideration here our probability of profit. So this is around. So this is a 0.35 delta, but look at it in the inverse way, right? So we have about a 65% chance that this contract is going to expire absolutely worthless. But we're not aiming to go all the way to expiry. We want to kind of close that out a week before. So if we have the ability to collect $100, $75, even a little bit more, 1.25, then that's just passive income in our account, and then we can just grab more shares at lower prices as well too. So here it is. I like this 36 strike price, collect $156, so that's starting to increase. So for me, I don't even need to look at the chart. Ethereum's continuing to slide here, so $156 with a 65% chance of collecting the whole amount of premium, but also, what we can do is we can sell multiple as well too, right? So if you have a couple hundred shares in, for example, in which I do, we get to collect $300, and then come a week out, if we haven't closed anywhere close to in the money, then guess what? We're going to just close the position, buy back those contracts, and then keep that premium. And then after that trade, we're sitting on a couple $100 more in passive income. We can just buy more shares after at that point. So that's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm curious for all my options traders, have you guys started to implement this system, considering now that the chances of a rate cut are slowly starting to decrease, and that can put some more potential downside in the overall market. And if you don't want to lose all of your unrealized gains, that's a passive way to kind of mitigate that.
Okay, Joey, log into Unity. Adara, what's going on with crypto today? Yeah, what's Assassino say?
Bitcoin here at a very perilous place. We are holding, as of right now, support around that 112.4 area. That is slightly above that previous all-time high and previous support around that 112,000 level. But this formation here a little bit distressing. We are seeing clearly a struggle to get back above in a salient way that 414,500 level after breaking back below. Not a ton of news I was seeing in the crypto space today, so just keep an eye here on BTC. Let's take a look at some of these other related assets. Ethereum still looking pretty bullish here on the daily chart. Nice bounce here. We made a base just above 4,000 over the last few days. Today, unlike Bitcoin, we are not retesting that base at all, continuing to try to push higher. Let's take a look at Solana. Solana looking more similar to Ethereum. We're seeing, again, in the case of Solana, multiple times touching that 176 level. Today, we don't even get near it low as that we're coming to right now, around that 181 level. Let's take a look at Cardano as well. ADA, USD. This one looking a little bit more similar to Bitcoin, where we're trying to maybe retest that previous support. But either way, it looks like Ethereum and Solana of some of these major coins or crypto names, faring a little bit better than, say, Bitcoin. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. So yeah, there it is, guys. It's just kind of me thinking out loud and what we can do to kind of just save our unrealized gains. And if they really start to go against you, just close it, because price appreciation within the underlying is always going to outvalue any amount of premium you collect. All right, so just keep that in mind, Tree.
Okay, sure. Jameson, I don't like Wolf Brother. It's below volume weighted average price, and it's also, I do believe it's below the pre-market high. He's telling me about Terrolf. That's WULF. But there was another one that someone brought to my attention, SLQT. This one is above the volume weighted average price. So let's have a look at this one. Then I'm going to update my positions in a second. I've narrowed them down to 2, no longer 5. All right, so SLQT, what is this one we got on this one? Oh, baby. What is this rocket ship? What is this up on the day? 40%? How come I don't have this on my... Where the hell is this on my scanner, man? Like, why doesn't it show up on my scanner? That's crazy. Assassino, I need answers. Okay, for whatever reason, this didn't show up on my scanner. I'm kind of shocked by that. Who are we going to replace here? I'm going to take off THAR until it gets above VWAP, because we're running out of real estate here on the side chart. So SLQT, this looks good. I'm quite disappointed that I didn't have eyes on this. It has all the ingredients that I'm looking for a small cap gapper. SLQT is the ticker. Let's do some TA. This is the 15. Let's flip to the 5, pardon me. All right, there we go. So more respect by another small cap gapper for the 10 EMA. Losing it now, though. So let's see what this one does. Is the money fill with this one between the 10 and the 20? It's trying to get back above the 10. I need to see it get above the 10. The reason I'm out of APM, you'll see on the position board, is because it can't get back above the 10. It lost the 10 EMA, and now whatever algo system or trend following system is trading this is using the 10 EMA as resistance. I don't want to see that with SLQT. I'm going to need proof that this thing is going to weasel back above the 10 on a closing basis, and if that means getting a worse price, that means getting a worse price. Simple as that. But I need confirmation. It's above it right now, but it hasn't closed. We've got 3 minutes left on this candle, this 5-minute candle, that's it. So you'll see here with APM, I'm out of this one because it's using the 10 moving average on the 5 as resistance. So that's not my move, so we'll scalp, we'll be positive on it, but we'll get the hell out of there and not look at it again. IMRX, I flattened out because this one came back into my my entry price, and it's putting in lower highs with like kind of this bottoming pattern. I want to say 420 possible flat bottom. If I end up being wrong, I end up being wrong. I can get back in around that third of a dollar. Yeah, the third of a dollar. What else are we doing over here? We're still holding EQ, nothing doing there. This one's looking like it's either going to bull flag or flat bottom break. I've got my stop ready to go at 36. We've scalped up a little bit on it, but we still have a couple of unfilled orders. OPEN continues to trend though. Okay, it continues to trend quite well. It's not at the high of the day. It's at 64. The high of the day is 66. So this is a good one. It's holding the 10 EMA specifically, and we know that, you know, just based on TA, the last major price level that we currently have to look at, seeing that we're in the 60s now, is the 90s. So I do anticipate, you know, maybe some strength into the 90s. Now, I don't think it's going to be in a straight line. So you're going to have to deal with a little zig and a little zag, which is never really a great feeling. All right, I think I've seen all that I wanted to see here with SLQT. So we're going to get into this one, SLQT. That's on what, the New York? Yeah, it's on the New York. Okay, so SLQT on the New York. Let's wait for this candle to close. It's got another minute or so. And look at that. It breached the 10 EMA, but being pushed right down below it as we don't have that much time left on this. Yeah, let's see if it can close above the 10 EMA. That's really what I'm waiting for. I want to see if it can close above there because it's preceded by a doji candle, right? So you've got everything you need to see. You have that 60 level of initial resistance, and it comes into 60. It puts a doji candle. Subsequent candle makes a new high. All that's fine and dandy, but it's still below the 10 EMA. So here's what we can do. We're going to get in right now, and we're going to put our stop below the doji candle low at 55. So go ahead, Adira.
Yeah, just keep an eye here on the market. I'm going to call this a little bit of a Fed minute, if you will, because I do have some Fed-related updates. We do have a member of the Department of Justice saying that they're planning on investigating Fed's Lisa Cook over these mortgage practices. We know these were flagged yesterday by Bill Pulte, so keep an eye on that. And then also in terms of Fed-related commentary from the Trump administration, trade advisor Peter Navarro saying that Fed's Powell is basically, I guess, biased against Donald Trump. So I'll try to find the exact quote here. Oh, he said that Powell's actions are extremely anti-Trump, and it's so anti-Trump it's unsettling, and it's causing concern. So yeah, more commentary here on the Fed. If I get any more specifically about the mortgage investigation to Fed's Cook, I'll let you guys know. Back to you.
Concern, yeah. Are you concerned, Joseph? It's unsettling.
I'm concerned I might sneeze here again. We have a $5 super chat. AGL has done great for me over the last 2 or 3 weeks since the CEO stepped down. Great potential gapped or grab maybe. Great potential gapped. But yeah, Skeebs. Nice. Thank you for that very much. Much appreciated. Let's take a look at AGL. AGL and see what
too much like ADO.
ADL, yeah. We don't compare goatness to this. So there it is. No, that's good that it's working out for you. I mean, these biotech stocks aren't really in my favor, but if you've been trading this for the past couple of weeks, especially off this, oh wow, I really like that, to be honest with you, Skeebs. This is a nice hammer candle, and like this is like picture perfect. This is an epitome of essentially volume price analysis. You have a massive gap down, then you have an insane volume print, and then an indecision print, a hammer doji at the low, and then sure enough, look, you just climb. It doesn't break that. This is what Gorb and I are looking for every day on an intraday basis, and even for me personally on swing trades as well too. So that's a really good look. I wouldn't be surprised if you feel a little bit more of a gap, but just watch out just in case it starts to curl back over there, Sheaf.
All right, man. All right, I'm just watching APM because this one's breaking out again. It's above the 10 EMA. It's not breaking out. What did we get there? We got 22s. Okay, it's not a great price. Let's set some profit takers. It's really having trouble churning above this $0.25, and there's a seller at like every penny. I'm going to need this thing to break out and really squeeze everybody. I'm going to flatten out here, break even. That's not what I want. That's not what I'm in it for. I'm not in it to, take pennies at a time. It's got to be a little stronger than that. Now, if it comes in, it comes in. Fantastic. If it doesn't, that's all right too. Let's go to open door though, because this is breaking out, and now it's at 69. That's where my level is, but there's a seller here at 69 that we can't shake. There it is. He's gone. 70s now, so we're doing nicely here on open door. In at 54. 71s now on open door. These are all new day's highs, okay? So here we go. Let's go open door, baby. Let's see how high this one wants to get. Again, I have a bias here that it probably goes into the 90s, if not more. And the reason I say that is because that's what the technicals showed on the 15. That's my bias there. So we're gonna see if it can do that. EQ, the other one I got on 39s will break even, but I am worried about the higher low situation here on EQ. It does feel like this is a flat bottom break candidate. It could be, and it might not be. It's bull flagging above VWAP. That's the good news. The bad news is it's slowed down substantially in terms of price ascent, and it's got a key level of support that it keeps retracing into. That's the perfect formula for a flat bottom break. And I don't know if I want to be part of that flat bottom break, right? Thank you, Neil. Right? But yeah, that's what I'm talking about right now. That's all I've got on. Let's look at SLQT, that we got that one on as well. We punched in literally at the highs, looking for this one to hold. I've given it to the bottom of this doji candle here. If it loses it, we'll lose 6 quick pennies, which I'm okay with. Otherwise, we're just gonna let this one go. IMRX, let's go back to that. PGEN and IMRX are both breaking out again, okay? I got out of IMRX too quickly. That was a mistake on my part. What I'm waiting for here is a break above that 31 area. In fact, I'm gonna set up a script order for a 31 break. That would be a new local area high. Obviously not the 42 high, so let's go 30. Oh, wow, it's gonna take it out, Joey. Let's go, is that a buy? No, it's a sell. So we want to go 432 and then we're going to buy. So we'll go 435 and yeah, there it is. So we'll put the script there. So if it does break, then we'll take that. It looks like it is going to break out though for the moment. That's it. Oh, come on, you piece of APM. It's just too much chop and churn on this one. It's still putting in highs. It just is showing me the right thing. Here we go. Joey, look at it. It's taking out levels, 27. Here we go. We're going to take out 30 soon, looks like, on APM. Yeah, now we're getting some buying. I don't know about APM. I just don't think I have the right read on this, guys. And I see a double top as well at 30 from back in 9:55 and 10 o'clock. So, yeah, that's not the read I'm looking for on APM. So,
hands up. See you later. Yeah, see you later. Yeah, get out of here, APM. We don't want any of that nonsense around here. All right, guys. Healthcare sector, top performing of the day, up about 7/10. And then we have the energy sector up about a quarter. Materials sitting in that show place, guys. A quarter as well, 0.23 to be exact. And the bottom 3 is real estate, down about a third. And then we have consumer discretionary down 0.5%. And then consumer staples, something that I'm in here right now, and it's not looking too good for your boy, but I mentioned it's definitely a chop game here in these NYSE stocks, and Walmart's not your average intraday trader as well too. So you got to be prepared to sit through a lot of this kind of nonsense and lower volume until the New York Stock Exchange decides to want to pick up, all right? So just keep that in mind. And then also let's take over the past week, the best performing average here, guys, major average. So everything is negative on the day, and obviously the name that's the leader, usually the Qs, that being said, obviously we get a rotation between all of them, but I mean the NASDAQ has been most definitely strong and outperforming quite a bit. It is the most down in the past week, about 2.6%, and then the small caps IWM down about 2.25%. And a quarter, and then SPY down about 1.1/10 there, and then we have the Dow down about 0.1%. So, I mean, at the end of the day, in the past week, Sharif, we got all of them are red, so that's not too good of a look. And then in the past month, we got the Qs just hanging on by a thread as well, too, guys. So just keep your eyes out on this. And then the IWM is actually the strongest performing one in the past month. So, yeah, there it is. If you're looking for some relative strength, just keep an eye on some of the top performing sectors right there, brother.
All right, Neil, we want to look at Neo for Mike. So I realize that the Chinese EVs are uber strong. Obviously not that hot garbage Li Auto, but XPEV and Neo. I don't know where Zeeker's at. Show me yourself, Zeeker. Are you up on the day, or are you fledgling as well? You're fledgling little Zeeker. Holy what? This thing's $30? Jeez. 7 2/3 billion market cap. Sorry I'm digressing, but I have attention deficit. Yeah, who knows what they're calling it these days. Is it ADD? Is it ADHD? Anyway, let's go to Neo and do a little TA. So clearly, the 5-minute chart shows a whole bunch of respect for the 10 EMA, which makes sense. When something's trending like this, this is typically where it does find a level of support. So my first inclination to say to you, Mike, is your buy order shadows the 10 EMA, and if it loses perhaps the 20, if you can stomach that kind of risk as whatever your trading style is, then that would be my out. But clearly there's a whole bunch of support at the 10 EMA. I'd be watching for tops and try to avoid punching or getting into the position when you're extended away from the 10 EMA, because typically you'll have some sort of reversion close to, if not at, the 10 EMA. So I would say pack your patience for that. Let me know what you get. Mark Susi wants me to look at UNH. I typed in UHN because I was walking down University and University Health Network, and they have UHN everywhere. It kept reminding me of UNH. Anyway. Little Toronto story there for you. UNH, Joey. This is more like of Adara's pick here. So maybe we'll get Adara to chime in a little bit on UNH. But I see a great breakout. Shout out to Nimrod, who's printing up multiple storms on that call.
I think he said he punched out of it now.
He punched?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
when you're up,
when you're up that much, a quarter, you're
well, there you go.
You know what I mean?
I mean, who can complain about that?
No.
This is a great breakout level. I would have said, definitely look for some resistance at 303, given that the implied balance high, got into that 303, then dropped to 297, but looks like you've cleared it. And in fact, once you did clear 303, it looks like for about 20 minutes or so, you in fact used 303 as support. So I'd be punching in off the 10 EMA. Adara, if you're free for a second, I'd like to get your analysis possibly on UNH, how you're viewing this, because you trade this a lot more than me.
Yeah, I mean, I like this one as a long off the open. Unfortunately, I did not get said long because it was just this type of chop action off the open I do not like to see. To try it as a short, didn't work. I think right now, though, I think unless you're in it already, it might be kind of hard to enter, because just look at these, we'll get this drop, then we'll get this massive, engulfing candle to the upside, then we'll drop. I think it is generally trending higher, but I feel like it's one that's kind of hard to enter unless you got in basically at this 300-ish breakout over here, or maybe this previous high of day breakout around that 303 quarters. I think right now it is a bit of a choppy one, that is for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think as Neil said, we're holding on to that 300 general level pretty well, but again, I think it's one that unless you're already in it, it might be either difficult to chase or just not worth chasing where it is right now. I'll zoom out a little bit. I'll look at the 15. Let's do the 30. For a little bit more context. Yeah, I mean, on the 30, it looks like we're actually right now coming into potentially some resistance. 307.45 was yesterday's high, and it was some, if you go back to the post-market on, that would be Monday night. Or was it Tuesday night? Either way, there's some support that could potentially form resistance that we're coming into. So let's watch out here for that 307 halves level. That could actually be pretty interesting. That's my take.
Amazing. Thank you, Adara. As detailed as it gets there. So, there you go, Mark Susi. You got two for one.
2 for 1. I mean, we used to get that for lunch back.
Pizza.
Yeah, shout out to them. It's still the biggest slices here in Toronto. Obviously, still obviously hot garbage pizza. But at the end of the day, you
mean you don't like it, Joey?
No, I'm not the biggest fan of 2 for 1, man. I need that quality oven baked stuff. All right, guys. Let's see what we got cooking up. We added to this Walmart trade once again, so that was another 33% add up here. Looking for the break of this key pivot at 98.60, and then sure enough, look at the strength within the tape. So let's see. Oh no, that's not good. So there it is. It was displayed there for a second, but you can see them step right back in. And I mean, with this market just chopping around, you have the TQs trading within a $2 range. So if I can get a break above this, maybe I just have to abandon thesis and take some off and start locking in some profit instead of trying to eliminate all losses in one trade, considering boom, 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 and you can just see the weakness right there. So okay, you get a little bit stepping back in, some more stepping back in. So maybe they can be intrigued about this. I think we do have the ability to kind of break through this pivot. But again, what do I know? I can only sit in this trade and then hopefully allow it to work out for me. All right. So KC526, what's up, KC? You've been killing it these days. So grateful for today for Trader TV. You've always been my strong support. You all are brilliant, true superheroes. No, we are no superheroes. We are just average people sitting in this chair trying to trade just like you guys. And hopefully we can help with whatever we can do. And again, a superhero doesn't do this right here, add at the break of this, but that's okay. And then now 10 memberships coming from KC. Oh, wow, that is insane. So thank you very much for that. I'm glad that you've been raking it out. Been seeing you in the chat more and more often, so thank you very much, KC. One thing to note is that I'm going to be I'm going to try to channel my inner Obi here possibly, and then look for a reversion trade back to the volume weighted average price. But just keep in mind, considering the names are so strong, it may take multiple attempts and they might liquidity grab you on multiple occasions. So it's just best to start small and then build into it, but then also don't expect it to get a big time move either, even though I'm like, hey, I'm moving to VWAP, but look how the indicator is tracing price action. So that just tells me there's a lot of volume and they're buying it higher and higher and higher up, right? So what I'm thinking is if we're not going to get the deepest, you want to look for price targets around key support and resistance zones, and then maybe start to slowly peace out again. So yeah, keep that in mind. No, Jag, I am not, brother. I'm red on the day. But yeah, again, that's how it is. Sometimes we were slanging some ETH not too long ago, slaying, that's crazy. I just said that. But at the end of the day, this is where we got chopped up in here, and I just took it off my chart. So since I took it off after this last out, I haven't even looked at this underlying asset. So, and nor am I going to, other than me just explaining to you essentially why I'm red on the day is because the crypto space put me that way, my friend. No, what are you sorry for, man? It's part of the game. Like, get used to being red. We can climb back at any given moment. It only takes one trade, especially if you keep those risk measures in place.
Yeah, Tisha, I screwed it up, Tisha. I didn't have patience with it. I don't know why. I had a bias on APM, Tisha, that this one was destined to fail, and I was wrong. It was a clean hold off 3. I had a bias that it would reject the 10 EMA on the 5 from the south to north side. It didn't do that. It reclaimed it. It's doing a topping till into 3.5 though, so this could be the start of a bigger downturn. I don't know. It's got an ugly candle that just finished on the 5-minute chart right now. A topping tail doji candle with the body lower towards the low of the candle as opposed to the high. So you feel, the shorts were, or the sellers were in control of that specific candle. So yeah, anyway, make a long story short without belaboring the situation, my read on APM wasn't as crisp as it should be. I had the long at 3. I didn't hold it. That's on me. And I'll look to do better next time. So that's what I'm looking at right now. If it sets up better and takes out that $0.50 decisively, we can have a conversation about this one again. But am I even red on it? Yeah, very, very, very mildly red. So we are red on it, though, full disclosure. IMRX still holding this bad boy here, only 1 beak wetter. This one's still holding trend with the 10 EMA. So it's really slowed down substantially, though, in price action. You can see it looks like it's frozen. It's not, but that's typically not good for the longs, but it's holding the 10 EMA generally. LASE. Now, you guys were telling me about LASE in the chat, and more accurate you guys could not be. It does a quick wick into 4, exactly where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. So you get that double whammy of support at the 10 EMA, at VWAP and at the psychological support level. But it's not exactly rocketing up. That's problem number 1. Problem number 2, I've seen the spread as wide as 7-8 pennies on this thing. I mean, who needs that kind of crap, right? So I don't need that. I don't want to be dealing with that either. So if the volume picks up, or I get some very advantageous entry, perhaps another 4 dip, then maybe we can have the conversation. But I don't think I'm going to get into LASE, just given the characteristics of the name. Going to Open's okay, nothing really doing there. I don't need to report about that. And then SLQT, we just got stopped out as it did lose the low of the doji candle off which I was basing my entry. So we put in a doji candle here, subsequent candle, green candle to make a 5-minute high on a closing basis. This candle lured me in. This is what they call a bull trap. Right? You put in a couple of green candles followed by a doji candle. You think, okay, we're resuming trend, right back down. So you win some, you lose some, and then you hope that you have an eidetic memory so that you can remember that one next time. Got you there. No, I'm playing.
Yo, did you know you could do this? like in the notifications, you just tap on it and then you can send a message right there without actually opening your phone?
Yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, yours. I don't have the full thing. Don't worry, bro. Well, don't worry, my boy. Next time next month. Well, you can't pre-order until the event.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So they're
yeah,
saying
fair.
the event's likely going to be September 9th, but nobody knows exactly. We're talking about the Apple event because I'm going to buy the 17 Pro Max because I haven't bought a phone since 2022, so it's time for an upgrade, right? So what was I going to say? Yeah, they leaked the date, and then usually it's a Tuesday. You can typically start the pre-orders on the Friday. Yeah,
Cool,
and then you get it a week
And then you
later.
get it a
So
week
we'll see
later.
exactly when it comes out.
Good stuff.
But yeah, did you see? We're gonna get to this on the news.
Yeah.
But Google dropped their new Pixel
Yeah.
10 yesterday. Multiple different versions, and they got that full Apple. Let's go. But guess what?
What, brother?
The biggest Pixel bull
Yeah.
on the floor, aka Brendan Wickens.
Yeah.
Did you see what he was sporting this morning?
Yeah, he's converted.
See what he
man.
sported this morning? He got a 16 Pro.
That's crazy.
Oh
That's
no,
crazy.
Brendo sold out, Adara. No, he did. He's got a 16 Pro in his hand, Adara. That Pixel is gonzo.
I will say, I know he had some beef with his Pixel because the screen kept
It was.
things to him. So the thing is understandable, but I had no idea he'd switch to an iPhone.
Adara, and it was 2 years deep. This bad boy's 4 years deep, and it's still going. Something telling me that Apple might have better quality. I don't know.
Right away. But you know what it is? How do you think about this, Sharif? So there was BBM, obviously. You're aware of what's going on, right?
Yep.
But then you had iMessage come out and it just dominated the space. Do you think that there can be another messaging app, like if Google comes out with something kind of similar to iMessage, that can start to really grab share from?
We're already on RSS. You haven't seen this? Like what? Obe's got a what's it called?
Oh, so
so I see when he says red.
Yeah,
when it's
I
red.
see that, yeah.
I see when he's typing.
Yeah.
I can send him high quality pictures now. It's green, but that's the only
the
thing.
thing is, though, if you start a group chat with everyone who has an iPhone in there, OB can't hop in that group chat.
Yeah, that's
right. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
can they set something up? Does Google Pixel have something along those lines where you can have multiple
I
individuals?
think they have their own messenger. But Joey, I gotta tell you the truth.
Yeah.
I think we're moving beyond messengers now. Like the good old days of the messaging app being the driver.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What do you think it is?
I don't know what it's gonna be, but I don't know if the messaging app is the one that moves the needle, especially text messaging app.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like them, but I don't live and die by it like I used to with BBM.
I think the kids these days are just glued to their phone, man.
Oh, that ain't wrong.
Yeah.
That's definitely not wrong. So, Casey, you got the 13 Pro Max too? Yes, Casey. May 26th, May 25th, and you trade small caps. I love it, Casey. Get it, and thank you very much for the super chat and the memberships that you just dropped. All class Casey,
Discord,
as in all class Adam DeLuce.
Discord is great. Like I love Discord as well. So yeah, I mean that's another.
It doesn't move the needle for me.
Yeah, no.
It doesn't.
Yeah. It's a little different. It's not as easy as just like adding numbers and then.
And Neil just brought up a good point, bro. Everybody's got WhatsApp. And can I say something to you?
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know, this is anecdotal, obviously, but I feel like when I leave North America, if I'm going to the Middle East, they live and die by WhatsApp.
Absolutely.
Even people with iPhones, which is like, why are you messaging me on WhatsApp when you have an iPhone? Don't do that. I won't respond.
Same.
You know what I mean? That's crazy.
What's wrong with these people?
You got Joey. Now that we're done. Go ahead. Go ahead, Assassino. Yeah? Do they love WhatsApp in Latin America, though, Assassino? Sure, yeah. That's my perception as well, to be honest with you. They just love it, man.
Yeah.
I don't care.
The market's really, really weak, brother. I don't know if this trade's going to work out. I don't want to just hold on to this thesis just because, right? Because I kind of have a game plan of it running into 99. You can see on the lower time frames here now that we've ran into this double top, so we couldn't punch through that specific level. And then now I'm slightly out of the money on this, so I'd rather just get out instead of taking a bigger than a needed loss, considering I've added so many times into this position here, Sharif.
Okay, man. I got in in, like I got in again to APM. I mean, I don't know how you feel about this, Tisha, but I'm seeing what I want to see. You got a topping tail candle into the $0.50, and things like it's all going to be over. The subsequent candle ends up being a green hammer candle, and here we go again, testing that $0.50 above the 10 EMA on the 5. So look, I'm just going to hold this. I'm not going to put really any stops. I got into a small position, and I'm going to look to add to the position. That way I don't have to keep, getting in and getting out because I'm worried that I'm not seeing what I want. So we're involved with it. I'm going to take a small position, as I mentioned, and then we'll add to it if it clears that $0.50 on a closing basis. So that's what I'm involved with at the moment. There isn't a whole lot to mention to you guys, sadly. IMRX still holding trend above the 10 EMA. This is the second addition to the IMRX trade. We got in initially, added again, and then there's the latest edition of the ad. That's IMRX for you, LASE. Joey, we got to get in here, man. I mean, there's a triple bottom here holding the volume weighted average price. So if I was just to get in at 4, my stop could literally be 2 or 3 pennies below 4 plus the spread. And I think we'd be good on LA. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's see if we can get 9s. We do get 9s, and there we go. We're going to throw in the stop right there, and we'll have to give it a little bit of room, obviously, because of said spread. So let's go ahead and see if we can get something in and around this area. So Pesky as well continues to trend, guys. I have had no trades on Pesky. Let me see if I want to take this one off. I think I'm going to take off. No. Bro, I'm running out of screens here, man.
Yeah, I know.
All right, here's the deal. We're flattening out EQ, and we're going to put Pesky on PSKY. PSKY, excuse me. There it is. It's a bit more expensive, guys, 16 and change, but it's got a respectable chart pattern that I really have nothing bad to say about. There was one momentary breach on a wick basis of the 10 EMA at the 5 that happened at 11:10, and it hasn't happened since. Currently, the 10 EMA is at 16 exactly. Now, the 10 EMA obviously may not be there by the time we get down, so I'm going to put a bit of a dip trade here. We're going to go 16.05. We're going to see if we can get something in and around that area if it lets us in. IMRX taking off again. I love it. IMRX continues to trend up, and now we're about a few pennies away from that day high. 442 HOD on IMRX. Let's see if we can continue. Here we are, 39s, 40s now. Let's see if we can take out 42 before we send you to Adara. And happening now in Neil's lesson of the day, we're showing 41 Joey options. So we're going to have to pack our patience over here and wait for the cross. Otherwise, we will not get filled. And we'll keep you in suspense, not like you guys care. But Adara is at the big desk. What's happening now? Then Neil's lesson of the day.
What a choppy day for this market. Ups and downs. You can really see that in the 15-minute chart. We'll have a lot of, just candles entirely wiping multiple candles of action to the upside and downside. Not a lot of direction today. Just up and then right back down. NASDAQ looking pretty similar as we await the Jackson Hole Symposium. I mean, it's already started, but tomorrow at 10 a.m., Fed Chair Powell will be delivering that keynote address, and that can and often is market moving. So I have an infographic on that will be coming out very shortly. But either way, this should be pretty exciting stuff for the market and certainly for day traders. Walmart pushing a little bit lower here, breaking below that support and trying to break down below 98. WMT on watch after its earnings report. We also had Billy reporting this morning. Let's take a look here at BILI. This one just consolidating your low of day. UNH has been on watch since last week when it was confirmed that Berkshire Hathaway, of course led by, or at least formerly led by Warren Buffett, did purchase a significant position in UNH. We know that Appaloosa added to their position, and Michael Burry started a position as well. So lots of larger, players, I guess, in the market getting involved with United Health here. Had a beautiful run in the morning. Right now, though, breaking a little bit lower is UNH, so lots to look at. But right now, we're going to look over to Neil and his lesson of the day. Without further ado, take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. It's a choppy day today. It's a chop fest, but you know what? When you have a chop fest, you want to see what were the cleanest type of trades. And the first thing that stood out to me was, when in doubt, zoom out. Sometimes you can find the best trade by looking for your setup, not on your 3-minute chart where you're executing your 15-minute or whatever. Just look at a daily chart every now and then and find something pretty distinct that gives you a little bit of an edge. First one is going to be HIMS in two ways. We had a lot of questions about HIMS when it was breaking down recently, and just from trend to trend, you know I like trend lines. Take a look at HIMS. This was a distinct trend line that got broken. Support, support, there's where it broke. Also happens to line up with support from April. As it breaks down here, it formed another trend line. Well, what happened yesterday? We essentially bounced off of support. So there's your support in front of 40. There's where you bounce for the V shape that every stock had yesterday. And then all of a sudden we come in opening up on the other side of that trend line. So what that tells you is, well, in the higher time frame, I've got a big time trend break that trended down into support that is breaking support. So that's like you're looking for a reversal long. So you come in with a bias to the long side, and what does it do? Maybe the most simplistic technical strategy you could ever find in the market, which is prior resistance turning into support. So if you take the most basic analysis that you could have done on a daily chart of HIMS, which I didn't look at HIMS, so that's pie in my face. I didn't look at HIMS. And bounces right off the prior resistance level and then just starts trending up. Now the key here is, well, it's going down, then it's like shaking everybody out. So if you didn't have some kind of a bias to the long side here, there's no reason to be in a long. Like you're looking at it and it's like, okay, well, it's sliding down against the market. The overall trend in the 15-minute is down. It's dancing around here like going nuts, shaking people out. But if you start with the theory that support has held, trend down has broken the trend, I'm simply looking for a long entry. If you're looking for it, then you will see the bounce in the higher low and play the long side. And while I just give me a minute while I do that, because it's got a trend on the 15-minute which could break, and that's worth watching for myself. But the other thing that you can find is something maybe like NIO, something bullish. Now this is more pie on my face because I think we drew this, whatever you call this, what are we calling this, bull flag, descending, whatever the heck you're gonna call it. Doesn't really matter. We know what it means, it's bullish. Right, like you essentially have a bullish consolidation here on NIO on the daily chart, and we had the long when it was breaking out this day, and then what does it do? Consolidation day. So this is the other reason that you can be a little bit bullish on this look, is one, when the market decided that it wanted to go for a jaunt to the downside, this held above the breakout level on NIO and consolidated above that breakout level. This gives you a million continuation trades to look off of. This is why we were pulling up this chart a couple of days ago. And the continuation trades are, you could just simply sit long in front of the prior high. You could sit long in front of this high, which that's a really tight stop. You could take a breakout trade to this prior high. You could take a breakout trade to this little pre-market low in here. All of those are valid because you have a bias predicated on the price action on the daily chart showing you that this is bullish, and as long as it's holding above here, you're looking for the bull case. Two examples where all you had to do is do a little bit more research, step back into that daily chart, get an overall signal as to what direction you like. In this particular case, even as the market's weak, these are two long plays that have been trending to the upside. And it just comes down to a little bit more preparation. A pattern on a chart, it's just a pattern. What is it telling you? If it's telling you something bullish and overwhelmingly bullish, then that can give you the impetus to have looked for a long in something where you might not see it again when you go to your lower time frame chart. So I know the pie on my face is more NEO than HIMS because NEO was one we literally had the long 2 days ago, and then I think rightfully ignored it yesterday, didn't like anything that I saw. But then today, what's the reason not to be in it when it confirms that hold? Well, if you liked it here, then how do you not like it here as well? And that's because you zoom out, find your direction on the higher time frame, and then look for that execution on the lower time frame. That's your lesson of the day. As the market, I mean, it's an inside day, but we're right back at those lows. We can't break the highs. We can't break the lows. I guess after that V-shaped recovery, everyone's still trying to figure it out. Very, very choppy session. That's why if you can find these types of setups, it goes a long way to being profitable instead of just like flat. It's like for every winner I have today, I got to lose it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good stuff there, guys. Let's put my chart here and just break down. This is what you got to get at as names when you're supposed to. and just keep yourself in the game. Like, think about how long we are sitting in this chop here, just looking for a price target of 99, and then essentially it just drops $1 right there super quick within a span of a couple of minutes. So that's why you get out when you're supposed to, man. At the end of the day, it's another loss. So yeah, in all honesty, I don't have a green name today, but hey, it is what it is, right?
Like
yeah, exactly. Some days are most definitely like that, brother. But yeah, we don't get too worried or upset about anything. So for me now, it's just like, okay, we got to be patient, wait, and okay, I didn't know that. Nice. All right, that's all I needed. Yeah, so there it is. Didn't work out. We did have opportunities to be solidly green throughout the session, but we were looking for a bigger run. And then someone mentioned earlier in the day, it's like, yeah, I'm just taking whatever the market gives me, little pops, and I'm not looking for that extended move. And I agree with you wholeheartedly. So yeah, good play there, and way to recognize the current market environment, right? Because considering what we got going on, it's like, hey, we had multiple opportunities to be so, right? So there it is, a nice pop. That thesis was right. That didn't work out. Small loss. And then we get this big move looking for more. And it's like, how much more do you want the market to give you when we kind of have more of a bearish sentiment? So at the end of the day, that's just, no, I wouldn't say it's bad trading, but you got to realize what it's going to give you. And then sure enough, pop up. One thing that did keep me in this is that you can notice here is that the volume through this consolidation phase was starting to cool off. So I'm like, all right, maybe we can get a rebound and then go and test this high of the day and establish a new one, and we take a little bit more off. But no, that wasn't the case. It decided to sell, and then now Ethereum is just kind of trading within this range right here, Sharif.
Okay, man. APM is breaking out, guys. So finally we got it right on APM. It took enough tries, and we're not even that well on it. I mean, we're in at 43. It's taking out 60. Wow, here we go. Let's go. Take out my orders, bro. Let's go. It popped up to 64. I was waiting at 65, guys. Let's see if we can get that continuity. Good look here for APM. The order book has really picked up in speed and in aggression. You can see the volume really starting to pick up on the volume bars as well. So APM still well off the highs, about 14 pennies off the high from the current candle, which got up into about 70, back into 60 we go, selling here or profit taking. Let's just see if we can get that continuity that we have been waiting for, that I've been waiting for. So not quite yet. It doesn't look like. We might have to pack our patience. In fact, I did have an order to defend another level there that went unfilled, so don't have the full position. Now let's go over here to Pesky. Pesky, I'm involved in this one. I also had a dollar cost average that didn't fill. We're in at 5s. It's showing me 16, so we're a little out of the money, but it's generally holding the 10 EMA, and I'm looking to see whether this one's also got the juice to let some more loose to the high side over here, because we have a bunch of different orders ready and resting there to be printed. Now let's just see if we can get up there. 4 is showing up now. Not quite breaking back above, so yeah, we'll have to wait on that one. Open door though, my staying to open door may come to an end very soon. We only have one out left. 54s is my entry. It's come all the way back down from 71 into 56. That's going to be the end of the trade for me. If it breaks down below where my entry is 54, I said? Yeah, so we're going to go 53. We'll give it 1 penny. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Let's cancel. Oh, I did already cancel the previous stop, so that's fine there. We don't need to worry about that. Also, Lace. I got into this one as well, so we did get in. Where did I get in? LASE. We have 9s, scalped up into 15s, a couple of unfilled orders into 18s, and mid-20s. I'm looking for this one to hold the volume weighted average price. Also, IMRX. Show yourself, IMRX. This one, yes, we got the high of the day literally on the dot at 43s. It's back down though into 33. This is my 3rd stint on IMRX, looking for this one to continue possibly into that $0.50 zone. That would just be aces. Let's go back over now to APM as it zigs and zags higher or low on this candle. It still hasn't taken out the top at 70. I'm talking about APM now. What I'm looking for is at least continuity into the mid-60s here. I don't mind adding, guys, if we take out the high of the day at 384 on APM, I'm going to punch in at the high of the day because we could squeeze easily. That's all predicated upon, though, how aggressively we break that HOD. I mean, if we're just stair-stepping up, then there's really no momentum to catch. I'm talking about that rocket ship, where you kind of take out levels aggressively and catch shorts offside. Here we go, 63s again, and we know this is the area where we topped out last time. Are we going to top out of the exact same area, or are we going to shake this seller again into 63, 64? before we were selling. So no continuity quite yet, at least into the high mid-60s here on APM, but you feel it is kind of coiling up for that break. You know, when the break comes, your guess is as good as mine. I'm still waiting on this one. I also want to bring your attention to SLQT, which is now pulled back into the volume weighted average price. Do I have SLQT here? Here it is. So SLQT into VWAP, and that's also the $0.50 level. So a bit of overlap right now between that psychological area of support and the volume weighted average price on SLQT. Full disclosure, I'm 0 for 1 on SLQT, so I'm going to need to see a little bit more to get involved. So that's my story. And did we get the print? No. The answer to that is still no on APM, despite the fact that it's still there at 62, 63, 64. We're going unprinted. I'm too stubborn to move down my orders. I'm going to insist that they print. Otherwise, you know, I'll just let it go against me, Joey. I'm just like, I'm going to follow my rules.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Just keep doing what you're doing. I'm just looking at a couple of names here. Nvidia, Tesla, Coreweave, and I are just kind of game planning here to see what we can cook up. And if the more it sells, Coreweave, to be honest with you, the more I like it, and then maybe we can find something as an indecision print or something along those lines, right? So, but I think it's key to be patient. I do like what you're looking at here on the TQs. He's like, double bottom potentially, and I agree here. So let's see if this support level can hold, but we also want to be able to identify the strength within these prints. It's extremely key, right? So it's almost a double bottom to the penny. You have some liquidity grabs, so we can call some whipsaw move here, and then it just climbs right back higher. But here it is, a consistent downtrend. There's another lick grab, and then it decides to climb lower. But if we go through a couple of the other names like NVDA, downtrend's still fully intact, so we're just constructing lower highs. So yeah, maybe we got to be patient and wait for it to come back into this trend line, and then look for the potential fade. And this is what I'm talking about. Just going through this transition period of just like, hey, I like what somebody in the chat, when your edge starts to decay, you just start to switch things up. And it was very well put on how they kind of phrased it. And I agree with you completely. So there it is, NVDA. Wait for another retest of this trend, and then maybe you can kind of get like this channel trading where you're buying the.
Hey?
No, you actually get better. It's like wine, Fabian. You get significantly better at 30. Apparently, yeah.
Fabian, you're not that far from 30, brother.
Yeah, he's talking big. He's talking big smack.
Terrible.
He's smoking big.
Hold on, Fabian. Where are you at now? I know your birthday is late November. So, are you 26 or 27? 28. Okay, that was close.
See you later, buddy.
Yeah. See you later, buddy.
We'll see you in the 30 club in a couple of years. So that's unfortunate, man. How did you cope with turning like 30, right?
So I had a couple of favorite birthdays.
Yeah.
21, 25, and 30.
Yeah.
Those were awesome birthdays. Ridiculous birthdays.
Ridiculous.
But from like, I don't know why, it was just, I was telegraphing them to everybody.
Yeah.
The parties ended up being booked. Everybody came out. Like there was no, this friend shows up that day. So those were the three that stick out for me. So I can't say anything bad about 30.
The 30? That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, my 24th birthday was like a complete. It was
gong show.
Yeah, it was a movie.
Gong.
I'll tell them how it is. I'll be honest. I popped like 10 bottles at the club that night, and I just didn't care. It was insane. Like I didn't even care. The lady's like, "Are you sure you want another one?" I'm like, "Actually, yeah, I want 2 more." Yeah, we just kept popping bottles, and bottles, and bottles. I have a picture of how that night ended up, and then sure enough, I'm assuming you guys know what was going on there. But yeah, no, to me,
we got a glimpse on Thursday there,
Sure. Yeah, I got it. I'll pull it up on my phone. I'll show you guys. It's obvious. It's obvious how it ended, right? Like you can't do anything and then think you're going to be anywhere functionable after that. Yeah. No. So that's how that went. That was an epic party. My 22nd birthday as well too. Shreep was just I had a lot of good birthdays. I can't complain whatsoever. Yeah. But yeah, as for the market here, guys, we are getting a bounce in Tesla. I was looking at this name right there, and then also we're getting a bounce off the lows in NVDA, which is a positive sign. So let's see if these support levels are going to actually come into factor here, and then maybe you can base a trade off that. Adair, what do you got for us?
I think I'm going to mention this stock because I'm seeing a lot of people talk about it in social media, and it's down about 10% with actually fairly significant volume. Cracker Barrel. This is down 10% right now. About 2 million shares traded on the day. Cracker Barrel is down because they debuted a new logo. Here's the old logo on the left and the new logo on the right. There's a lot of controversy around this new logo, and the stock is, as I mentioned, down double digits today. So CBRL on watch after this logo reveal. Back to you.
Let's see if we can get this here.
How do you feel about this logo change situation?
I don't think it's that drastic, to be honest with you. They just took the guy out of the picture, and then now they just have the words on it. So.
Adara says she doesn't think it should be either. Yeah, I don't know why the market looking for any reason, Adara. Maybe you never know. Like, whatever.
Quick logo change.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
All right, here we go, guys. So I'm keeping my eye here on IMRX. Got stopped out of APM as that one lost the bid in a hurry. So we did take out the order at 69. So I did get some out there at 69, but we're still holding some of the position. And APM is dropping. But I'm focusing on IMRX because this one's really stair-stepping up. Boom! Into the high of the day on IMRX, 448. We got printed there at 46s. So pleased with that one. This one continues to be the gift that keeps on giving. Let's see if it continues to give. This is the third entry we've had on IMRX on the day. Joey, looking for more.
All right, guys. Beta Pro Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special free rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equities indices. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca 3x daily to learn more there, folks. Okay, so yeah, Coreweave, nice. You're long off of those lows. Nice double bottom grab right there. See if you can get the top end of that channel. My eyes are on Tesla right now, TSLA. Have my eyes on XPEV as well. Maybe actually, no, I'm not going to do that just because it's too much of a slow grinder. I'm thinking, hey, do I grab Walmart here at these lows? But for me personally, it's just like intraday. It's not the best in my opinion. And you go back on multiple sessions, look what it's doing, right? It's not doing too much here. So, I mean, it's not horrible, I guess, but at the end of the day, you can see very, very tough to find a distinctive pattern. And it's not like it's going up and to the right or anything along those lines. So yeah, there it is. Okay, so nice bounce actually. So some nice indecision at those lows. That might be a good opportunity. Maybe I'm going to eat my words relatively quickly. So yeah, we're going to be patient. We're going to sit on these hands a little bit and then wait for some more what's the word I'm looking? Confirmation. So there it is. Also INTC indecision print at VWAP, which is a good sign, but a nice hammer, slow grind to the high, and then you get that inverted retest VWAP, and then now you're starting to slowly climb back. So I'm curious to see if we can run into these levels here.
All right, man. All right. Did I tell you I'm going to the Dua Lipa concert on
yeah, you did.
Labor Day?
Is that when it is?
Yeah.
What kind of tickets? Did you upgrade those to the...
I didn't buy them.
Oh.
You know that.
I know.
Yeah. So we'll see.
You're excited?
I'm pumped.
What are you waiting for? One kiss is all it takes.
So there's so many. I don't even like that one.
That's the best one.
What are you
And the hip move that
bro?
she does on that.
I mean, she can dance now. So I was talking to Fabian a while back. But if he's like, she was not like a good performer, and like I think like that you have to change as an artist now because so much comes from these live shows.
Yeah.
That if you're not entertaining at the live show, then you know what are you even doing?
The Sea Breezy. Concerts there that have been going down at.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're talking about that. Yeah, that was amazing.
Sea Breezy.
The issue is though, she's doing it at Scotiabank, which is like the smallest of the venues. So to me, she doesn't have as big of a following in Toronto or in Canada as she did. Obviously in Europe, she filled a Wembley. Obviously, it's her home country. It's 100,000 when it's filled when it's set up for soccer. Yeah, the ACC, Scotiabank.
Big man.
No, man. Weekend did his at the Dome. There was like I don't know, almost 100,000 people.
Yeah.
Right?
Fair, yeah,
no, a little bit less than that, but.
Yeah.
So you kind of get the feeling she doesn't have as big of a following here.
She does over there. What is she? She's not Armenian, is she?
She's Albanian heritage, but she's British.
British.
Yeah. I think she's born in London. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Check that out. But stay breezy, Mr. Jeezy's. Shout out to Digital Gravity USA, Gen X bud. All right. I don't know what all that means.
Yeah, well.
I'm kind of pumped about that.
Yeah, that's the old 21st birthday aftermath there.
Oh, that's crazy.
My floor, yeah.
That's crazy. Been there. Love the show him, Joey. Show him the fetal position.
Oh, we're going out here. that's what happens when you turn 24, apparently. So yeah, and that's the floor of my arm. So yeah, that is.
I'm sorry, brother. I've been there, man. We've all
it was
been
so
there.
worth it, man. It was such an epic night. Yeah, it was great.
Dara, weasel in for a second over here. Like, very responsible. I think I've told you this before, I think you're decades more mature for your age than, most people your age. You ever end up in that fetal position there, Dara?
Yes, I
Get it, Adira!
That I
Get it, Adira! There it is.
100% is what I will say to that. I mean, we try to not do that in life, but yeah.
Yeah,
It happens.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think after a certain age, you just stop doing that stuff.
I hate it.
It's funny. So you know the medians, like how they have the guardrails. My boys told me that I tried to jump over it to get to the cab, and I didn't even come anywhere close to it, and just boom.
Face first?
Yeah, face first. And I wake up to my cousin. He slept over at my house, and he's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Yo, what happened last night?" I'm like, "Why did I want to know?" Yeah, he's like, I'm like, my head hurt and I had a scratch on it, and he's like, "Yeah, you tried jumping over the guardrail and you weren't even close." And the thing though, it's like only like this high, so that
but you're completely shot at that. Your balance, your coordination, your judgment.
It was gone.
Everything.
It was gone.
I've got plenty of stories there, man. If I bring some of my friends on the show, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, no, I was wild. So that's why I try to stay away from alcohol, bro.
Exactly. Well, I think at this age now, I think if you get into your later 20s, I don't even think you get anything along those lines. Like for me, it's just the repercussions the next day aren't even worth kind of doing that. Yeah.
And now if I hit the alcohol hard, I'm written off for 2 days.
Yeah. Oh, bro,
2 days.
brothers, 3 days.
Yeah. No.
3 days.
You know what can I say? Can I? Yeah. An accelerant.
Yeah.
The sauna.
The sauna?
Yeah, because I mean water and sauna, because clearly you've got poison running through your body, right? So you need to get it out. Obviously, you get it out by urinating, but you can get it out other ways as well, sweating up a storm. So.
And to be honest with you, during those days, I would just hit the gym after.
Yeah, it's
like the next morning. There's zero chance of that happening.
0%.
Yeah, zero right away.
Oh my.
Right away. So yeah, guys, what are you looking at? What's everyone looking at? You just had Kahlua just had a wild night in Austin, Texas. Glad seeing you back. I know you've been in Vegas for some time as well, so I'm sure you've been partying up a storm. But let's find some other parties here, and that's going to be in the overall market. What are we looking at, guys? Any specific names? I know somebody wanted me to take a look at SLV, and I'm sorry that I forgot, and hopefully you're still listening on what we got cooking up. So let's take a look at SLV right after we get back from Sharif.
You've seen Trade the Pool with us here for a while now, guys, and now they've created something very special just for a Trader TV audience. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside the book, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage the risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn and go from what actually works in real life. If you're interested in that kind of thing, download it now by scanning the QR code on the screen or hit the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks there at Trade the Pool.
Trade the Pool.
I almost said something else there.
Yeah.
You don't even want to know. But yeah, I can't wait for them to come. Here's the jokes. So Canadian Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving, different. You guys late November, we're mid-October, because obviously harvesting earlier in the north, right?
Yeah.
So October 13th, that's when Thanksgiving is.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, fantastic. Let me take that day off. I looked in the calendar, nobody had it off. So I put my name on there. Literally the day I did, Brenda's like, oh, the whole Trade the Pool team's coming up from Miami. Mitch is coming, and they're coming on the 13th.
On the 13th.
So needless to say, I canceled that.
Access denied.
Access denied, exactly. I'm actually really pumped for them to come up.
Yeah,
I want to actually meet Mitch IRL and see what he's up to.
What the boys over there in FLA are up to?
Hey?
In Florida, what the boys in
Yeah,
Florida
he's from Orlando, right?
Yeah,
so he's like that Central Florida kind of vibe there. I definitely don't mind going and visiting him.
Oh no,
Smashing Orlando trip.
I've only been there once. Have you ever? I've only been to
one.
Yeah,
I was in grade 6. How old was I? Like 12 or 13?
Yeah, I was
a
a little bit younger than that when I was there. So yeah, shout out to that. But as for silver here, guys, it's not too bad of a look. I mean, it's no gold at the end of the day, but if you want to just talk about steady appreciation, here is in SLV, and then that's the iShares Silver's Trust, continuing to grind higher. And then someone was asking, it keeps running into resistance here on an intraday standpoint. It's true, and it's double topped here as well to the penny. So yeah, that's why you're going to get that breakdown. So watch out for that neckline just in case it snaps. As you can see, the market is looking to take another leg lower. Adair, what do you got for us?
Yeah, what I have here is some news on Tesla and Uber. Forbes reporting that apparently Waymo cars are arriving on the streets of New York City. So, I mean, Tesla taking this a lot harder than Uber. Tesla trading not at low of days, but almost low of days here. UBE are not really doing too much on this. But again, we're seeing some reports here from Forbes suggesting that apparently Waymo cars are now arriving on the streets of New York City. Back to you.
That's important, Adara, because I think that's going to be a big test. We all know New York traffic, what it's like. So this is
I think that's the biggest of test. That's what you want to see where it really works, right? When you're in more rural areas, it's essentially irrelevant. Obviously, they're not going to be there. There's not as much traffic, but it's just the pedestrians, the construction as well that you want to see what's going on.
Yeah,
so,
and
I
then
think that's going to be really big.
Aggressive driving, the pedestrians, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
And let's not forget the bikes, dude.
Exactly.
The chaos that ensues on some of the Toronto streets with these bikes, I can just only imagine what the chaos will be like in New York.
Well, you know, I've been riding the bikes around lately, and ask me how many of the actual street laws I had by on that thing.
So what Joseph's talking about is we have like a bunch of different like electrical mopeds, electric bikes. So what they're doing is, the delivery guys, they use a lot of it. So if you're ordering from Uber Eats or Skip the Dishes or what did they have down there, the other one, DoorDash,
yeah.
That's likely where you're getting it from. So these guys, clearly they're trying to make as much money as they can, and God bless them, right? But they really play fast and loose with the laws. They're on the sidewalk. They're going against traffic. There's cutting in, zigging and zagging. They're almost running people over on the sidewalk, bro.
I love it. It adds context to the city. As frustrating as it gives me Caribbean vibes, right? Like when you're in right? Like when you're downtown, it's just like as long as you don't hit somebody, it's just for like you do whatever you please. At the end of the day. But some people say Waymo is in Chandler, Arizona, very busy, no issues. So Austin, thank you for pointing that out as well. Have you been in one? I'm curious to know about that because I would love to take a ride in an autonomous vehicle. I personally haven't had the chance to yet, and I don't know how long it's going to take for Canada to adopt. We're usually about 2 decades late to every dance, essentially, obviously being slightly sarcastic. But I'm curious to see once we can start getting some regulatory clarity on that, and if we can bring some of these vehicles over here.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I would definitely want like that. Guys, I've weaseled into APM again, and I'm done okay on this one. I took a much larger position now, so that's why I scalped out aggressively. We're in at the $0.25, and I've scalped out to 40s. I've moved my stop for the break of the low of this candle. So the low of this candle is around 17, 18. So let's see if it holds. I'm looking for another move up because I'm seeing higher lows. So I think I've traded this one wrong, and I'm trying to make up for my mistakes. The higher lows are what's operative here. So I'm trying to base it upon that. If it loses higher lows, then we'll give back some, obviously. But that's what I'm looking at right now. Looking at wetting the beak here through the high. We've got a good position on, biggest position I've had on all day. So let's see if we can actually make something on this. You know what? I'm also holding a piece here. I'm still not holding a piece. I'm holding the position on Pesky. PSKY, as this one's been generally holding 16, and by extension of that, the 10 moving average on the 5. And I'm looking for this one to kind of curl back up and take out my levels. It feels like there is a buyer here in and around 16, 15, high 80s, low 90s, something like that. So, we're holding the position, but it's by no means in the clear. Let me go back to my IMRX trade because it's coming in again into my entry, so I need to move up my stop to account for that. So the 20 exponential is at 30. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it to 28. So we're going to go 428, and we're going to stop out if it breaks. Now, how many outs do I have left on that? Oh, okay, good. We only have one beak water left, so that's fine. Let's go ahead and cancel the previous IMRX stop there so we don't get bamboozled. IMRX, no, we're good to go on that one, Joey. So let's see what this one has to offer. They already stopped me out. Fine, good. So we got this one right by moving up the stop. and not letting it go against us when we didn't notice. So that's the situation, but back now to APM, as this one, it's got a higher low than the prior candle, but if it drops any more below that 20 penny area, we're gonzino. So those are the three positions, or two positions now that I got stopped out of IMRX that we're continuing to hold on to. I want to bring to your attention another one that you guys were talking about in the chat today, and that I didn't get to because it didn't set up in the right way. I'm talking about PTIX. Let me throw in that ticker, and we'll do some technical analysis on PTIX. The reason I didn't get involved in this one is because, well, it was below VWAP when I looked at it, despite the fact that it has all the right ingredients. It took out the pre-market high, which was around 4.25. We got to 620 during regular market hours, during regular trading hours, but we did lose VWAP. So now we're getting back above VWAP. But my same theory that I have for avoiding the pre-market high kind of applies here. If longs are holding the bag from around here, we're going to have trouble really getting through this $5 to $6 area. It's going to be a really tough trade because all the people who are out of the money holding this position from here are going to be looking to get the hell out every time we move up. So you're going to feel like there's a wall of sellers between 5 to 6. So I'm not saying that you can't make money between 5 to 6, not at all. In fact, you probably can, but it's just going to be a bit of a thicker trade in my humble submission. So we'll see what that one has to offer us. Joey, finally on PSKY, it holds 16, and here we go. Let's go, Pesky, and take out my orders, baby. We're showing 13s. Oh, where's the next beak wetter that we've got up here? We got at 14, so it's got to cross a little bit. The spread tightening up now to 1 penny, but we need to see more and not to sell off. Come on, Pesky, you little bugger. Let's keep going here, buddy. Let's take the high of the day on Pesky is 30, by the way. So the only order I've got, the highest order I've got, excuse me, is at 20. So we should probably wet the beak here at 25 as well in case we break through that level. So that's what we'll do. Keep an eye out on that, and then we'll move back to APM, Joey, as it's right back into my entry, but it hasn't stopped me out quite yet.
Absolutely beautiful stuff there, my friend. Yeah. Walmart's just continuing looking like it wants to bleed a little bit here, and then now we're trying to grab some Tesla off of these lows. One thing that I love is that the risk is so tight, so you don't want to just go right at that level, so we'll give it 38. So that's literally 6 cents here, so if it hits that, then we'll just stop out, and then it's like, at that point we may as well just probably go through the news and stuff like that, just because I'm not going to trade anymore considering what I got going on, just not in sync with the market. So yeah, that's what I got cooking up. If we can get to VWAP, that's going to be absolutely prime time right there. And then we'll double this up here. We did get aggressive on that initial entry, thinking that we could get a bounce here, but it's just that downtrend is still such intact, and I'm like, what am I doing? So yeah, I think just the path of least resistance is most definitely onto the downside. So you can sell VWAP here, and I'm trying to long off of these lows. So yeah, maybe we'll just hop out of it a little bit prematurely, considering we're not getting the bounce that we look for. But you can see from a volume standpoint, it's not horrible, right? Okay. It's picking up to the top side, but then again, it's just easier for everything to push down. And then when you're keeping your eyes on the tape, then if it's not giving you any confirmation, then it's just best. And I mean, I talked about Tesla not too long ago from a technical standpoint. It's not doing much, and it just tends to do kind of these things from time to time. Like at the end of the day, was this previous all-time high that I put in around $500? Yeah, I know a couple of people are just holding this, and they thought that it was going to hit like $600-700 significantly earlier. But then when you have those numbers come out, you're just losing market share across the world. Essentially, it's tough for this name, and then Norway is your strongest place on the overseas. It's just like, you know what I mean? We'll just figure out and wait for Robo to actually kind of just take more of a oomph in that. And then also we got Optimus as well. That I don't know how many years out that's going to be, because we know Elon is definitely optimistic about his timelines.
Optimistic about Optimus.
Right. So there it is. We're out of this one here, guys. Yeah, that's it, right? So that's it. I'm not even going to trade. I got plenty of risk. I'm only down half my shutdown, but that's it. Just shut it down here. Know when it's not your day, and just keep those losses relatively small. So yeah, yesterday I was red as well too. Not surprising. I had opportunities to go green on that, but I was just tired. Sharif's like, yo, what's going on here? And I'm just like, oh, I'm so tired, man. But yeah, I feel a little bit more alive today. We were prepped and ready to get the ball rolling, but the market had other plans, Sharif.
I feel that, man.
Yeah, best part of it, man. We don't get upset about that.
No. Speaking of that, let's talk a little boxing here for a second because I have more information on this. So it's actually going down. So we're talking about Gervonta Davis and Jake Paul.
Yeah.
Gervonta actually want to fight, who's the guy he drew against?
Lamont Roach.
Lamont Roach, yeah. So he actually wanted to fight him. And now that this whole thing has come to pass, they brought a clip of the after the fight interview with Lamont when they asked about who his next fight would be.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, he was in my dressing room after the fight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so then they're like, who, Lamont? And he's like, Lamont wasn't in my dressing room. And then another reporter asked, Jake Paul? And he stayed silent for like 10 seconds. And then he's like, next question.
Really?
He didn't say no. And then he held. So clearly this has been in works for some time now. I think this is a circus.
It's absolutely a circus.
It's disrespect to boxing because Gervonta's a real champion. He's a real fighter. He's one of the top pound for pound guys.
I think
you can't have one of these guys fighting 70 pounds above their weight class. This is a joke.
Yeah, it is a joke.
I don't like it whatsoever.
On Netflix.
Yeah, I know. I get it's an exhibition. They're trying to keep it that way so that they don't frame it as a legitimate prize fight. But dude, like the fact of the matter, did you get that? Yeah, we both got it.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is it makes boxing look bad, and I don't like that.
It does. Again, I don't know how you go from fighting someone who's essentially sculpted from stone, and that's AJ, to fighting someone who's 5'7".
That's crazy.
And fights at literally 135.
No,
I don't get that. So, but see, what happened was
I'm out. I'm disconnected here. Are you disconnected?
I think it said back. I think it just said back. To be honest with you, did you get it back there or no?
I didn't, man. Go ahead.
What I was getting at there, Sharif, is that there you go, reestablish. You get the reestablish? Yeah. So, okay, we lost it again.
Yeah.
So, anyways, let's go on to what I was about to get at here.
Go ahead.
So what happened with Logan and Floyd is that they both had weight limits. So Logan couldn't come in at heavier than 190, and then Floyd couldn't come in heavier than 160, which doesn't make too much sense to me. So I'm going to assume they're going to do something like that. I mean, Tank probably walks around at 155, 160.
He's not a tall guy.
He's like 5'6", 5'7".
So even if he's like going to be bulky, he's not going to be too much in the way of weight.
And the thing is, with Tank, he was never a volume guy. He was more precision. So he would just crack you with a beautiful shot if you made mistakes. So I don't know how he's going to match up with that, but I don't know what Jake's doing. I mean, by all means, it's just for him to go on his resume. He's like, I was in there with the best of the best, and I beat him or whatever it is. I wouldn't be surprised if Jake put him on the canvas, which he's never. Actually, he has been.
Yeah, he knocked
Gervonta essentially had a knockdown because he took that knee, because remember he said he had grease in his eye.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So essentially he's had that knockdown, which I don't know, the ref didn't call that. It was a big mistake on him. But yeah, it's not a good look for boxing. But if the tables turned and he would have ended up fighting AJ, I think that would have been great.
That would have been a better fight. I think AJ knocks him out, but whatever. Guys, sorry, Joey, just got to digress. AEMD's flying here, guys. This is a very aggressive breakout. It's at the high of the day, 41s. Here's 40. This is up 115%. There's a seller of note at 40 that we can't shake for the moment. It's super extended, so it's a 44 high now, but it breaks into 44 and it's selling off again. There's that 41, 42 seller that's returned despite the 44 high. AEMD, the one I'm talking about right now, guys. So this, we just opened up another 5-minute candle, double top at 244. There's no continuity quite yet through that level. I was expecting maybe some resistance at the half dollar. How deep do we get on the retracements? Let's see. Let me just try something over here. This is something I've been trying. Let's give this one the old college try, so to speak. There we go. So we're gonna try punching in at 2.25. Let's give this one an attempt at 2.25, okay? For a dip trade. Show me 230s now. Let's see if this one dips down into 2.25. 215 will be my stop. If it loses that level, that's fine. We've given it a try. It's not even coming down there. There's a buyer at the half there. We just lost the buyer at the third of a dollar, excuse me. 28's now coming in. Let's see if it dips down a little bit more. Waiting for that $0.25 drop and pop, hopefully. AEMD, the ticker, guys. Just keeping my eye on this one at the moment. It's not letting me in, though. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to punch a smaller position position here and see if this one wants to run. Otherwise, we're going to wait for that $0.25. I want to remind you guys, I'm still in that position on APM at the third of a dollar, looking for that one to run again into that $0.50, and still holding my position here. Where is my pesky position? PSKY, we got a beak wetter, but down it goes into 16 again. That's quite frustrating. So we'll see what this one ends up doing. AEMD still finding that buyer at around 28, 29. Let's see if it dips down a little bit more. Not quite moving down at the moment, so we'll have to pack our patience on that one and see exactly what it gets us. So those are the positions I'm in right now, guys. Let me know if you're looking at any other small cap gappers that are making moves midday. Be happy to cover them for you. I also want to bring to your attention Open Door. It got into the volume weighted average price, which was around 47, so just a little bit below that 50 penny area. It caught a nice bid initially, but here we are with another red candle manifesting at the moment, and it's also below the 10 EMA on the 5. So this is something we've been talking about a lot more lately. When they lose the 10 moving average from the north to the south side, it becomes a bit of a tougher trade. But here comes APM, excellent stop out there, so we lose 19s, and that's exactly where I got stopped out. So we end up only giving back 5 pennies on the remaining amount there on APM. I had to keep it tight there because we had a bit of a bigger position. IMRX, we're all out of that, nothing to do there. And we didn't get the DCA, sadly, on AEMD, despite the fact that it got into 25s. It did not cross, so we did not get the add. So we're still holding that 33 position. So I'm going to pack my patience on this one. I should let you know that the 10 EMA on AEMD is all the way down into $2. So we are getting extended away from the 10 moving average. So either we retrace closer to it or we consolidate for a period and allow the 10 moving average to catch up to the price action. We'll have to wait and see which one of those occurs, but I'm involved in these two right now, PSKY, Joey, and AEMD.
AEMD, nice work there, brother. All right, let's see. INTC looking pretty good. A nice indecision print right at the volume weighted average price here, right? So there it is, boom, holds the level relatively well, and then now you get to move up to about a 15-cent move there. So you'd have to put on more shares in order to kind of capitalize on that. Joe, how do I send you my contact information? Yeah, you can add me on X. At Trader TV Joseph. Let's pull that up here. I know someone was asking about it earlier.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll pull that up here and I'll show you guys what we got going on. Pull up. And then we'll pull it up and see what we got cooking up on Trader TV Joseph. So there it is. Boom. We're doing it live. And there it is. Some more info from Adara. Beautiful stuff there. Beautiful stuff at Sharif. Beautiful stuff at Dara. Let's see what we got going on. Let's go over to the old Profilio. And that is going to be at Trader TV Joseph right there. So you can find me up. I post call walls, some trades once in a while, but I'm more or less focused on options activity, especially leading into some of these big time reports. So there it is. Go check your boy out at Trader TV Live. We post call and put walls all the time. And now let's actually take a look, speaking of call and put walls, let's take a look at if that size at 185 on NVDA has started to grow leading into next week's earnings report. We'll go to this week's expiration cycle, and then we'll go into next week's as well too. So 180 starting to cool off. So there it is, guys. People closing those positions, considering where NVDA is trading at 174. We've seen last week that the size there was substantial, right? So just keep that in mind. We've seen over 160,000 open contracts at that 180, 185 strike price, and then we moved up a couple increments there to the 190, where we've seen an additional 112 or so. So there was size, but now it's starting to cool off. But one thing to note is, let's go over to this cycle to see if anything has increased, and it hasn't just yet. But one thing to note, at these $1.50, that's where you're going to see a lot. So 47,300 right there, 185, 43,900, and then 190, 41,000. So leading into next week's report, I'm going to be keeping an eye on this just for a potential fade, or maybe it wants to rip as well. This could be something positive. Tell me what you got going on.
Oh, it's ridiculous here, bro. AEMD is absolutely flying to the high side. Boom, we got 38s. We just took out 60, 65 high. AEMD is really going, Joseph Lawson. All right, let's set up a little bit higher over here. We're going to wait at 64s to front run that high a day. Sorry, correction, 66 high a day, not 65s. I added, look at this, Joey. Like, this is like one of your adding trades over here.
Brother.
Trying to get a lot better with that, but it's still a lot more work to do. Keeping an eye here on AEMD, looking for that 66 HOD take. We're posted up at 64, showing me 57s at the moment. Let's see if we got the juice to let this one loose to the high side. It's up 128%, and I'm hoping for more, quite frankly. Let me see what we can glean. AEMD on this one. I just got to look super quick. I don't want to look away from the monitor because basically what I've done is we're no longer with what's it called, trade ideas. So now I am using eSignal for almost everything. So I had to set it up like, you know, the short float, etc. So you know how you like when you're just so programmed to look into one area, but you set up a new program and you don't know exactly where to look. So that's a problem right now with me on this one. I don't know where to look for the float. Okay, 2.4 million share float. I don't know what the short float is. We got to keep looking between the two. I'll get to that one in a second. Anyway, we just popped up into 60, seller at 60, still haven't printed 64s. There it is, Joseph Wilson. We'll take it out there. Now we got one beakwetter left on AEMD. Let's let this one run. I'm going to try to pack my patience over here to see if we can squeeze into 3. AEMD is really going up 138%, holding the day's high. There's another day high there, 68s now, 69 now. Here we go. Let's see if we can get a little bit more on this bad boy. I'm going to pack my patience and see if we can extract some more out of there. Pesky, just had to look at this one super quick. We're still holding it at 16. I still like what I see on this one. There's clearly a buyer in the 1590s, 15 high 80s, so this one hasn't given up the ghost quite yet, but it is not at the high of the day. In fact, it's about 30 pennies removed off said high a day. Back to AEMD, as this one is still very much near high, showing mid to low 60s. We got a 69er high, and there it is. It's a 70 high now, taking out that previous area. Seller at 68 though, super quick, as people look to take profits or short for that mean reversion trade. So here's what we're going to do. We got to start the news soon. So I'm going to post up at 77, and if I get the print at 77, I'll be pleased, and then I'll move down my stop, Joey, to break even. We'll let that one go against us a little bit. If it doesn't. Well, let's see if we can get the print. There's a monster seller, 74 now high day. Couldn't continue though above that 75 penny area as people were front running the $0.75 area. Looking back at that, seller came right back into 70. He was shaking for a moment, but he's right back now, 72, 71s. All right, so we won't get it that quickly. We'll have to pack our patience. What do you got, just so that I can set up for
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at kind of the crypto space here, Bitcoin. I don't want to see the Ethereum chart right now. And it's getting smoked, right? It's about to put in a new low. Just make sure I sit up straight. It's about to put in a new low here. Oh, where'd it go? I lost it. Let's pull it back up here. Where did you go? Oh, okay. Maybe you just decided to up and leave. That's crazy. I got a cramp in my pec. That's crazy too. So there we go. We'll go to Nvidia and then we'll pull up the IBIT chart here momentarily. XPEP's still holding up really well here, guys, and that's what I'm talking about. When you have a strong name like this, it's really hard for sellers to just step right in and then push price lower because there's clearly a buy program going on. But IBIT.
Get it, IBIT.
Yeah, it's good. Well, it's not getting it, that's for sure. It's getting slacked for sure, brother. Volume's picking up to the downside. I mean, $64. We had a high on this thing of $70, so the long-term account's just loving that one there. Yeah, it's crazy McDonald's stuff over there. So yeah, that's IBIT. Let's see what ETH.
You should say crazy McDonald's stuff. That's a good one. I like it.
Even though I haven't had that in a long time. Yeah, there it goes.
That way.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing good over there. $32 and then now cracking some support levels. I thought yesterday we were going to be able to rebound and then maybe run into this 33.31, but it has other plans right now. So swing trade still holding up pretty good, average 27.50. If it comes any bit lower, if we crack and hold 30, then I'll just hop out of that and I think I'll be able to get a better price on that one there. So yeah, that's that. Let's see if this decides to work today. No, why? Why is it doing that? Do you notice? Like, look,
What?
I go onto the secondary thing,
Yeah.
and I hit new window, and it's just not doing it.
Oh, then that means you have a prompt that is triggered, and you have to clear the prompt before. So Windows tab
Yeah.
together. Windows tab together.
There's tab there, yeah.
There you go. Okay.
Oh, and
Now,
then you're saying I have something along
you have
the
a
lines
prompt
here?
somewhere that needs clearing. Yeah, I don't see it though.
No, but it does it on my main screen. Though. Like
okay.
if I go to this one, it
Yeah.
will allow me, but then
Really?
I have to ungroup it and then send it over there, right? So super user friendly, for sure.
Joey isn't sarcastic at all.
Yeah. No, I'm just being sarcastic, obviously. But no.
Language.
So yeah, that's what it is. We'll, yeah, I know you got to be able to have a little sarcasm.
All I do speak sarcasm, man.
It's sarcastic.
I can't help myself.
But yeah, other than that, Sharif, I'm cool. Let's hop right into
Let's
this
do it,
news,
man.
my brother, because
right.
yeah, nothing going on trade-wise.
All right, let's get to work here. Joey, Walmart had a really good report as far as I'm concerned, but when you look at the chart, it tells a different story. Let's talk about how they did, because I was quite impressed with them. They posted Q2 revenue. Their Q2 revenue, just Q2, guys, $177.4 billion, easily beating the 176.16 by over $1 billion. So fantastic look, in my opinion, there, with net income surging. This is their profit. They're printing $7.03 billion in profit on the quarter, about 88 cents a share, easily beating the 56 expected by the street. But when you look at the adjusted EPS, I guess that is the silver lining, because that came in at 68 pennies. I guess the street wanted 74, but the article that I read said it was not directly comparable. Usually that means it was a one-line item that doesn't reoccur in the next quarter, and therefore they're not taking it as a miss. Now, their guidance was raised. They raised their net sales for the Q3 to 3.75 to 4.75% growth, ahead of the previously guided 3 to 4%, so an easy beat there, with their adjusted EPS for Q3 also coming in ahead of expectations, 252 to 262, Katina Man. The street was looking 250 to 260. What's going on over there? The Katina Man's long TQQ's at $86, right? So keep your eye out there. The Katina Man's long, the T triple Qs. Let's go on and talk about where their sales drivers came from. Their comparable sales, meaning stores that have been open for longer than a year, 4.6% year-over-year growth in the United States, ahead of expectations. Sam's Club, their discount, their Costco competitor, 5.9% increase year-over-year, easily beating the 5.2 expected by the street. Their e-commerce, this was very, very big number to me. Their e-commerce surged 25% year-over-year. We saw anemic single-digit growth from TJX for their e-commerce. Walmart's blowing them out of the water, man. It grew 25% in the United States and 26% globally. So they're not really seeing a mixed bag of results there.
Yep.
Now, let's talk about their transactions, what they're calling consumer behavior and traffic. U.S. customer transactions rose 1.5% year over year, and the average ticket price, meaning the average bill per item, 3.1% year over year. The argument you could make there is maybe higher prices because of tariffs, right? Higher income households, they're also spending a lot more at Walmart than they did previously, probably showing that buying pressure as a result of the inflation we suffered over the past few years, as well as maybe some tariffs. Speaking of those tariff, Joey, options.
Yeah.
The CFO said here, John David Rainey, he confirmed tariff costs are rising, but said spending remains resilient. And Walmart, to date, underline that, to date, has absorbed the costs in some categories, but they are going to raise prices on select items. For example, cookware, apparel, and car seats. I don't care about car seats, man. Don't tell me about that. I want to know things that matter. So,
yeah.
Joey Options, this was a good report.
I think so too. Like if we need a couple more of these numbers here, Sharif, so you can see marketplace sales, revenue grew 46%, but marketplace sales jumped 17%, and membership income increased 15%, in supporting margin expansion even amid cost pressures, as you just mentioned. But I think this is really important to note here, Sharif. So Walmart's grocery and essentials business continues to take share from regional grocery stores, dollar stores, as consumers trade down but still prioritize fresh and delivered items. Advertising revenue from Walmart Connect grew double digits, now a $3 billion annual run rate, adding a high margin stream to offset retail pricing pressure. So the advertisement is growing as well too, which is fantastic.
Man. And that's a high margin product.
Absolutely.
Good on you to mention that, man. That's like an 80-some-odd% gross margin.
Big time.
It's big.
Well, we know in the likes of Meta, what their digital ad revenue is just
crazy.
It makes up everything. And now that Walmart is starting to pick up the pace.
Can I make another comment? So that what's it called, advertising revenue growth, do you think that goes hand in hand with their e-commerce? Because the more you go on their website, right?
Absolutely. It's the same thing as Amazon, right? As we mentioned before, Amazon, again, the ad revenue, and then now you have Walmart, where we mentioned this before, is that they're starting to take share from regional grocery stores and from Amazon as well, through some of these online deliveries.
Yeah, and that's, it's silver linings. Yeah. Obviously, you don't want to hurt the regional retailers, but if you're invested in the name, you like what you hear. Adira LePage, this is an interesting report. I want to really get your take on this because, the market sold off, so clearly something the market doesn't like.
I mean, yeah, I remember reading on this that the guidance, even with the guidance, technically, maybe beating estimates, it was still kind of in line, right? Like they raised their guidance, but it was kind of in line. I think the guidance was the issue. We're seeing the market really wants these beats and raises. And even in the case of Palo Alto Networks, the beat and raise didn't even matter. So that would be my guess. I do have this fun little infographic here on X at TTV Research. This is just, if you think about it, if you zoom out here, this is annual revenue for Walmart. This has been steady growth over the last, this is just in the new millennium. So it has been a good look. Yeah, I think generally this is a pretty solid report, but I think overall guidance, especially this quarter with tariff concerns, that is going to win out. And if your guidance is not exactly what it should be, then you're going to suffer. And I think with Walmart, that guidance was, I think, a little bit more middling than maybe the street wanted.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the guidance was decent, but I want to build on your point there. I think you came on to something really smart in the fact that we don't know exactly how these price increases are really going to affect consumer spending going forward. And so even if you did guide and you're ambitious about your guide, when they did, for example, their net sales growth, they're guiding 3.75 to 4.75. They had previously guided 3 to 4. They also upgraded their EPS from 252 to 262. That was 250 to 260, not a big upgrade there, so I totally get your point. But how do you know the customer will continue to spend in that way? And how do you know that you won't have pricing pressures if the tariffs don't take shape the way that they currently are formatted? So I totally get your point there that the tariffs sort of are the wild card, something that I didn't think about. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I do. So I have 2 points. For one, even with that adjusted EPS increase, it's still just in line with estimates of 262. So that is a little bit unfortunate, I think, for Walmart. And then my other point, kind of going off what you said, I think it's a bit of a catch-22 with regards to tariffs, because sure, that could be increasing their average ticket price. That could be a good thing. If you have less people shopping there, then your sales overall are going to drop. So I think it's kind of, we're going to have to wait and see what happens. I think you could go either way, and I'm not really comfortable saying what way it's going to go right now.
Well,
but I think either way, there will be some kind of impact. Either maybe you get a decrease in this average ticket price and an increase in sales, or vice versa.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. That could be the wild card there.
One last thing here. I think that Walmart can have the ability to take the Costco approach as well too, by not putting all of the weight on the tariffs onto the consumer, but on certain sections of the store, like the luxury items and the exotic plants, in which Costco did, instead of putting it on the basic common goods like your food and groceries and all the accessories that you need. They kind of shifted that into the exotics and the luxury items that they sell at the store.
Yeah, no, good point. And I do remember this, just from memory, that when the tariffs started coming out, we heard a lot about Walmart pressuring a lot of their suppliers to drop the prices. They wanted their suppliers to take the hit on their margins so they wouldn't suffer it themselves or have to pass it on to the consumer. I didn't really see much of the commentary about that in the latest report, so I'd like to hear more about that.
So no rollbacks.
Oh, you're gonna get rollbacks, baby. It's Walmart.
No rollbacks right now.
All right, guys, let's go on to the next topic over here. Meta finally hitting the pause button on their insane hiring spree. Let's get to this. So Meta confirmed it has paused hiring for its new AI division after a wave of big ticket hires and acquisitions. The pause, which was first reported by the Wall Street Journal, began last week as a part of a global organizational restructuring and budgeting effort by the company. New internal structure splits Meta's AI efforts into 4 different teams. The first team they're calling the Machine Super Intelligence Lab. Then they have an AI products team, an infrastructures team, and then a long-term exploratory projects team. They're all those 4 teams are grouped under the head Meta Superintelligence Labs. Okay, so a little on the nose there. Now, as you recall, they're spending aggressively. They poached a lot of people this year. Signing bonuses went as high as $100 million for top AI researchers and engineers. And one of their biggest moves was obviously the acquisition of Scale AI, or the investment, I should say, because they own 49% of it, $14.3 billion. And obviously they want to bring Alexander Wang on, so they bought his entire company. And if you know anything about the Scale AI, they do labeling, and so labeling is very important for the way that the machines or the LLMs show information to people. So they basically wanted to take Scale AI out of the market because Google, a lot of other companies were using them. They're no longer using them because of the acquisition by Meta. Analysts also note the company is now in digestion mode. After several 9-figure hires and acquisitions.
Yeah.
I guess they probably can't go swimming. I don't know. That was bad. My bad.
I'm a little slow, so I don't.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about, bro. You're the one that told me 50 a half an hour or whatever.
No, but in all seriousness, Sharif, I don't want to bring up old dirt here, but we know how the street took Mark Zuckerberg just spending too much money on the metaverse. I don't think the street looked at it like this. I think this is more positive, to be honest with you. The street did not like what he was doing for some time and sold off aggressively because he was just CapEx heavy on the metaverse that really, really never took a grab. No one really fell in love with it, in my opinion, at the end of the day. But I think this is going to head into a different direction. I'm super curious to see what he's going to pull up and if he can get Llama right for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be really...
Especially with the talent he's acquired, right? We don't see all of these hyperscalers doing exactly that.
Have you ever used Llama?
I've never used it once.
And it's like in every app. WhatsApp, it's in Meta, it's in Facebook, it's in Instagram.
Yeah, I have neither.
I don't use it at all.
I have neither of them. That's another reason, right? So, but no, I think he's onto something here. Hopefully it pays off. I think it will pay a dividend at the end of the day. But I'm glad that the street didn't take it like how he did with the metaverse.
Yeah,
and just continuously sell. Because I think it's part of the AI trade as well too, right? Considering so many of the hyperscalers are CapEx heavy on AI spend, I think that it's a good talent pool that he's put together.
Yeah, I agree with that. Adair, this is an interesting kind of development. You buying this that they're done hiring?
I mean, yeah, I'm buying it. I just don't think it's that much of a story, honestly, the more I think about it. And I say that because it's not like they're rescinding their hires. It's not like they're giving back 49% of Scale AI. They're not really fundamentally making any change here. All they're doing is stopping a thing that they had been doing aggressively. And it makes sense that they're pausing that because they've already acquired so many people and spent so much money. So honestly, I think it's an update more than it is a huge story. We're gonna have to wait and see. And I say that because, again, it's not like they're...
But they were poaching people from other companies. You don't think this applies to the other companies who have their talent poached?
I mean, I guess now they're probably happy they're not going to get poached right now, but that doesn't mean they're going to stop forever. It just means
exactly. That's what my question to you was. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think honestly, right now it's kind of a non-story in my opinion, unless they resume or they start poaching more people. But yeah, I think even in terms of the way they frame this strategy, poaching top AI talent, they were getting people from Apple, which has had one of the slowest AI developments of all time. So it's kind of hard to I guess buy what that strategy was, unless these people were being held back by Apple, which we'd have to I guess find a little bit more about. But yeah, either way, I mean, I think it was very interesting when it was happening. Now it's not happening anymore, so it's a little less exciting. And I think, I will say for my part, it'll be a little, sad to not have to read about all of the massive acquisitions for the time being, but I suspect they'll pick up pretty quickly. Zuck loves spending money.
Don't you think it's exciting considering how much money he's spent and he's giving these $100 million bonuses? What are these guys going to come up with? What is the next big thing? Is that not slightly exciting?
I mean... I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. So what am I gonna?
That's fair.
But aren't you the anticipation of what they have been doing? Consider you're not going to spend all this money and just come up with with empty-handed at the end of the day, right?
You could though. That's the other thing. You could spend all this money and come up with Bob Kiss to use a Sharif.
Oh.
And that's actually the thing is. So I don't know. I think honestly The pause it's notable, but it's also not that surprising given that they spent X amount of effort, X amount of money doing these acquisitions. They couldn't acquire people forever.
Exactly. It had to be. Fair.
I don't think
what I'm really looking for, to be honest with you, what my thinking is, does he have like the pieces in place, like kind of like a chess board? You know what I mean? Did he put all the pieces in place that he thinks that he needs to kind of get that next level out there? That's my thinking. Because like, why would Zug be motivated to pause? Obviously, other than spending money, unless that he feels he's got the right pieces, and now it's just about manifesting and moving forward. I don't know.
That's why he put the teams together, right? There's specific teams that he put together. So I think he knows what he's doing, and I think he has a game plan. So that's why I believe.
We'll see.
And I'm excited to see what they come up with.
Go.
So because it's, this whole like AGI or whatever, the super intelligence, it hasn't been discovered yet. So how do you know how to discover something that has not yet been discovered?
Very good point. Very good point.
So I don't, I don't know, I have some faith in
No, to build on your point, you have a very good point, because a lot of people are saying the information and the actual content that's going to come out of artificial super intelligence won't really be understandable to humans to one extent. So it's like you can't really understand what you've achieved. We're going to have to wait. We're going to have to wait. We're going to have to wait to find out what they can do. Let's go on to the next story. Massimo suing the U.S. Customs Department over the Apple Watch dispute. So they're letting the Apple Watch come in now from Asia with the built-in oximeter. I think they're calling it blood oxygen reading technology. Massimo not happy about that. As a result, they filed a lawsuit out in D.C. federal court against the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency. The company claims the CBP improperly reversed a prior decision and allowed Apple to import watches with the blood oxygen reading technology without notifying Massimo. Massimo says they found out about it on the 1st of August after Apple announced that they were returning the blood oxygen feature to its watches, so it's not like they were notified. They accuse, in case you're wondering what's this Massimo Apple thing, Massimo accuses Apple of poaching their employees as well as stealing their pulse oximetry technology for use on Apple Watches. Separate lawsuits for the patent infringement and trade secret theft are already ongoing in federal court, so that is a separate issue. And in case you just were wondering, that Apple was actually in talks to acquire Massimo or their technology. Talks broke down. Apple went their own way. Massimo accuses them of stealing their technology and stealing their employees. In 2023, the U.S. International Trade Commission blocked imports of Apple's Series 9 and Ultra Watch 2 watches, ruling that Apple infringed Massimo's patents. Since then, Apple's only sold redesigned models without the pulse oximetry feature to comply with the ruling. We're going to pause for a second. Adara has got news.
I really just quickly want to mention this 30-year bond auction, TIPS auction. It wasn't super significant. The yield was at 2.673% before the auction. The auction high yield comes in at 2.65%, so not a huge difference. The auction slightly lower here than the previous high yield market. Doing initially, but a little bit of a bounce, but again, nothing super massive here, guys. I just wanted to mention that. Back to you.
We'll just go on with the rest of this over here. So on August 14th, Apple said it would re-enable the blood oxygen readings in its smartwatches with the customs approval. Massimo argues the CBP provided no justification and effectively created a loophole that undermines the International Trade Court's ruling, which is kind of how they had that. Should I do it now, Assassino? A few seconds. Okay, no problem. Joey, we're just going to wait for a second because now we can do it. In Africa, a new generation of leaders is rising. The woman boss empowers them. We provide the training and mentorship women and girls need to start businesses, create change, and build sustainable futures. We've already impacted over 10,000 lives. Your contribution creates the next opportunity. Scan the QR code now. Empower the next woman leader today. Shout out to the woman boss. Woman boss, yeah. I was reading that wrong. Joey, this is kind of a small deal for Apple. I don't know how many watches they didn't sell because there was no blood oxygen reading. What's your take on that?
Well, I mean, so I'm just reading some of these numbers here as well, Sharif. So the wearables are about $40 billion annually. But one thing I think is key to know, so Massimo has a reputation for aggressively defending its IP. Past litigation has led to multi-million-dollar settlements with other medical device firms. So now, with that being said, if Massimo succeeds, Apple may be forced into licensing agreements or further redesigns, potentially delaying feature rollouts and future watch models. So, Curious to see how that plays out. I mean, we know that Apple is broken out here. The watch is bringing $40 billion. Is it a major needle mover for it? Maybe, I don't know. But at the end of the day, I think they still need to figure out what they got going on with AI. That's everything. The first and foremost, I think this is pennies on the dollar essentially for these guys. But yeah, it's just get this AI rollout, find a way to monetize.
Adira, their wearables division was one of the two divisions that didn't do well in their last report that dropped year over year. It was the iPads and wearables. Does this move the needle?
I mean, I don't think so. I think this is mostly just Massimo crying because they're mad at a massive company. I'm sorry, that's my opinion. And nothing against Massimo, but just the fact that, they can't sue Apple, now they're going to sue like Customs and Border. Like, what is happening? But I actually also want to mention here this AREC. This stock actually pushing higher, decent volume. I checked about 1.5 million shares traded so far today, featured in an article in USA Today. Now, this article came out about an hour ago, but it's just being circulated here on X now. So AREC on Watch American Resources Corporation. That move, honestly, is probably more interesting than this Apple Massimo story. I'm not gonna lie.
Adira's dropping fire today, bro. All right, okay, see you. Let me just throw in a stop over here on my friend Pesky, as it did kind of break down a little bit. So we've gotten some out, but we got to make sure we're managing risk in the right way. So that's through my stop in there. AEMD breaking out. Let's get back to the next story over here. Let's go on to Boeing. This is probably a bigger needle mover than this Massimo story. Boeing was up, at least in the pre-market, to the tune of 2.5% after reports surfaced of a potential large-scale China aircraft deal, possibly turning a profit for the company, which has faced a prolonged sales drought in China since back in 2017 when they started having issues with their airplanes. Let's leave it like that. Boeing and Chinese officials are discussing aircraft types, volumes, delivery schedules as part of the deal that could involve up to 500 jets. Chinese regulators, for their part, are actively consulting with their domestic airlines to find out what the demand situation is there so they can clearly earmark that to Boeing. But it's not just all sunshine and rainbows for Boeing in China. No, China has a concurrent Airbus deal that they could lean on. So the developing Boeing deal is set to mirror a very similar 500 jet order arranged with Airbus, though China has not made that order public. And a lot of people are saying they're playing the two companies against each other. We'll have to wait and see how it all works out. But there's another angle to this. Obviously, China and the United States are engaged in a trade deal negotiation right now. And a lot of people are saying that Boeing could be used as a piece in that negotiation. So sources have stressed that the arrangement, or the agreement, depends heavily on the U.S.-China trade relations improving. Well, we know that Donald Trump kicked the can down the road 90 days with respect to tariffs. Negotiations, Joey, could still collapse if broader geopolitical tensions remain unresolved.
Yeah. I mean, we know what Boeing's been through. It's obviously been a turbulent ride with this name. There's no questioning that. But China accounts for roughly 20% of global aircraft demand, which I found extremely interesting. But I find it weird how I understand they don't want to sell them the high-end chips, but why is it any different with aircraft? I don't know. That's just how I think of it. Obviously, it's tough to compare the two. But at the end of the day, why are you going to sell China your best plane at your best air company, essentially what aircraft company is what I'm getting at, but then not want to sell them a lesser version of your hybrid chips?
Well, I got pushed back a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely, do so.
So Donald wants them, Nvidia and AMD, to sell to China. He just doesn't want them selling
the best version.
The B200 and the B300. So you even saw your friend Donald there basically say, hey, make a scaled down version of Blackwell that you can sell to China. That's like about 50% as good.
Fair enough.
Right. So I think that Jensen has gotten into Donald's ear that let's keep the Chinese reliant on American technology. So number one, they don't look elsewhere. Number two, they're not as quick to build it in-house. So
and you can do these actually with the aircrafts and everything along those lines, which yeah, that's fair. That's fair for sure. So
what's your look on this, Adira? This is Boeing, Kelly Ortberg. Is he getting the job done?
I would absolutely say so. And so I'm always going to show this infographic because I think it's kind of funny and disturbing at the same time. So here are the 8 most recent Boeing CEOs, including incumbent CEO Kelly Ortberg. Now, you can actually read more about this if you can look on the infographic on X at TTV Research, but 4 of these individuals, Condit, Stonecipher, Muhlenberg, and Calhoun, resigned in disgrace. 2 of these individuals, Bell and Smith, were both only interim CEOs. And now, W. James McNerney, he did not resign in disgrace, but after he resigned, he was actually considered, and I am not joking here, one of the worst CEOs in American history, because a lot of, I guess, the policies that he had put in place and some of the cost-cutting measures he had done were attributed, I guess, 2 years later, resulting in those crashes we had in 2018, 2019.
Crazy.
So with that in mind, Kelly Ortberg is the only non-CEO or non-interim CEO yet who has not resigned in disgrace, who is not considered the worst CEO in American history. That is a lot to put on one man's shoulders. However, right now he's been doing a bang-up job. This is as of probably a couple of weeks ago. I think it was early August. The stock's up 41% as of that point since his tenure began just over a year ago on August 8th, 2024. I think he's doing a fabulous job. I think you're seeing that his leadership is really trusted in the airline industry. And it seems to be by this administration as well, as far as we can tell. We're going to wait and see what happens. But yeah, I think honestly it makes sense that China and the U.S. have a couple different conduits in this trade war, right? This is one of them. I would say the chips are another major one, rare earths. So yeah, I mean, I think Boeing is probably the smallest potato on that stack of potatoes. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. I think the chips are a lot more pressing of an issue, and we know that rare earths has been really seen as a make it or break it for the deal. So with that in mind, I still think Boeing is massive, but I think it's comparatively smaller. So that's my take there on BA.
Yeah, fair enough. One last thing to add to Adair's point, up 74% off of the April lows, which is good stuff.
And that's not even at the local area high.
So it's up more.
Get it, Kelly.
Let's go on to the next story. Trump blocks renewables amid rising U.S. power demand. What are we talking about? We're talking about solar. We're talking about wind. So President Trump, there it is, declared his administration will not approve solar or wind power projects, calling them farm destroying and stupidity on Truth Social following last month's move to centralize renewable permitting under the Interior Secretary, Doug Burgum, of course, raising concerns about projects being blocked outright. Elon obviously responded on X saying that doesn't make any sense, and basically saying a small piece of the Sahara Desert, if you put all the solar panels there, I don't know how many square kilometers it could power the entire world. We've heard that data before. Renewable energy companies fear that normal project approvals could still stall, jeopardizing billions in what's already planned solar and wind investments. U.S. electricity demand does need more capacity with demand, far outpacing supply, especially in the PJM interconnection, which covers about 13 states. Capacity prices have jumped 22% year over year in that PJM connection in the latest auction. There are also the issues of retiring some of these coal plants, and surging AI data center demand are tightening supply just as renewables are being blocked. We also know that as more EVs come online, they're going to require more juice as well, not just these data centers. There's also legislative and policy moves. So Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act eliminates wind and solar tax credits by 2027, not quite yet, removing some key incentives for companies to get in this that could have, fueled the renewable expansion. And also, Joseph, the USDA, which is not something we typically associate solar power with, that's a farm thing, they ended their support for solar power on farmland this week, further tightening the policy against renewables. So not like the solar stocks were not under pressure already, but more pressure.
I just think it's weird to kind of sway away from green energy, considering they have one of the largest deserts on the planet, I guess, in Arizona. And as you mentioned before, Sharif, it's like you cover a couple square kilometers of the Sahara Desert, and probably the same thing in Arizona, and you can generate power for the world. So I don't understand why you would sway from that and then lead into something like nuclear energy. For me, it's a head scratcher in my opinion.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Your friend Elon is not a fan at all.
No, it's a head scratcher. Why would you not do that? It's significant. Like a wind turbine is going to cause more damage than establishing a whole nuclear plant. I don't know.
And he doesn't just attack like the American wind farms.
Yeah.
Like he also goes after Europe as well. He's like, you're killing your landscape.
It's like naturally generated energy. I don't understand why you would sway from that.
I guess he doesn't like the way they look.
Yeah, I don't know. But you don't have to be there at the end of the day. You don't got to go out to the desert.
No.
You can have all your solar panels. You can go
There's
solar.
a monster solar plant between LA and Vegas.
Is there? Yeah,
Yes,
I
and you
believe
can
so.
see it from far away because it's like all these mirrors.
The panels, yeah,
they're
and they're
reflecting that one
reflecting,
mirror,
yeah.
right? So you can just see it from
That's
really,
fair.
really far away. Adira, this is a bit of a pressure here on these renewables. What's your look?
I think solar's been so back and forth and sideways lately. Like this, we had that massive rally back on Friday, and
Right.
then they're dropping again, and then CSIQ, which I know we'll get to later, they had earnings, so it's like the solar is all herky-jerky right now. I'll just show this to a social post from Trump where he announced it because I think it's amazing. The days of stupidity are over in the USA, 3 exclamation points, quote unquote. So, yeah, I mean, I think Trump feels very strongly about this. We know how he feels about windmills as well, and if you have not heard him talk about windmills, you are missing out. So what I'll say is it's not super shocking. We kind of knew this going into it. And I think as well, we'll have to see, to my knowledge, I don't think Elon has opined on this yet, but
He has.
He has already.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I mean, I know that we know Elon is certainly on the other side of Trump on this issue, so I think with regards to any hope of their friendship or their love fest ever being rekindled, I don't think this helps that matter. I'm not sure if that's a pressing issue right now, but it could be interesting going forward, and I'm going to go back on this Elon thing as well, because we know that this America party that he wants to start, J.D. Vance yesterday just said that would be an error for him to get involved. So if they want him to stop the America party, probably the best way to do that is to get him back in their good book.
But did you hear?
Or vice versa.
Did you hear that there's rumors now that Elon may want to abandon his ambitions for an America party. Instead, he wants to back J.D. Vance for the next election. We'll have to wait and see. It's obviously speculation.
I thought he was done with
Trump doesn't even
politics.
seem like he's that heavy on backing Vance lately, because lately he's been
Feel that,
like,
right?
Marco Rubio is also an option. And I'm like, if I was J.D. Vance, I'd be crying myself to sleep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that could be an interesting development. But either way, I think this solar, if you look at it from the Trump-Musk perspective, I think that's an angle too.
Yeah, good point, Adira. I think Donald doesn't like windmills because he hasn't seen me do one yet.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. I mean, a lot of people are putting in some solid points. Our boy Greg
read 'em
says,
out, man. Yeah, love
haven't
it.
paid an electric bill since he put solar panels on his home.
Hey.
And then to look on the opposite of this, respectfully, green energy projects are shutting down because they do not make money. Fossil fuels are cheaper and better.
For now, though.
For now, yeah.
Now, yeah.
I mean, but think about how you have to get to fossil fuels, right?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, is it better that you have to destroy the planet to get to this stuff? Right?
All right.
I don't know.
Let's go on to the next story, Joey. Options. We're going to talk about some Google launching the Pixel 10 with AI-powered Gemini assistant. So let's talk about this. So Google unveiled the Pixel 10 family, headlined by the Gemini AI assistant and new camera features. Here's what they're dropping, guys. They're dropping the basic Pixel 10. That's going to run you $799 US. Then you can get the Pixel 10 Pro. That'll run you $200 more at $1,000, $999. And then the Pixel Pro XL, which is the bigger screen, that's about $1,200. And last but not least, their flagship device is going to be a foldable. That's going to run you $1,800 US. The Fold features the largest, according to this article, foldable inner display at 8 inches and reinforced hinge, and the multitasking split screen functions, which you hope the foldable has. Otherwise, why am I getting a foldable if I can't multifunction? But this is the big needle mover here, at least according to Google, the AI integration with Gemini.
Yes.
So Pixel 10 devices highlight Gemini as a central differentiator with features like Magic Q that anticipates needs. This is pretty cool, Joseph. Look at this. Surfacing flight info when you call an airline. So say you call a 1-800 number and Gemini knows that 1-800 number belongs to an airline. It'll go through your emails and it'll pop up all your airline info. So maybe you have your flight number or whatever. That's pretty cool. Obviously, privacy concerns come with that. So Gemini Live also can interact in real time with what's on the phone screens, built on Google's Project Astra image recognition. And then all the Pro phones come with a 1 year free AI Pro subscription, which is typically about $19 a month, giving access to advanced Gemini tools and extra storage. There's also a camera coach, and it's going to provide live guidance on angles, lighting, composition. The new AI tools here can merge similar photos into one where everyone looks their best. And the competitive landscape between them and Apple, they're obviously their biggest competitor. The launch comes ahead of Apple's September iPhone refresh, with Google aiming to capitalize on Apple's delayed Siri updates until 2026. In fact, Joey, they're actually mocking Apple in their latest ad campaign and the delays that came with Apple AI, framing Pixel as the first AI alternative.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's fantastic what they got going on, to be honest with you. You mentioned if you have the Google phone, you can be like, hey, Google, where did I leave my keys? And it can tell you. So the AI generation is absolutely fantastic. But one thing that I want to know is I want to see how much year over year, quarter over quarter, phone sales are rising, and if they are, and then how much of market share is that going to take from Apple, considering we do like what they see. You have the ability to try on clothes without physically being in the store. You remember our guy Marquise Brownlee was doing that with the Google phone as well too. So I think they have a lot in the pipeline, and I think it's looking really, really good. But the biggest competitor is Apple, and I'm curious to see how much market share they can actually steal from them, because we know the ecosystem of this phone and how popular it is.
Yeah, and front running them too. Like, what is it, the 21st today? So Apple, we said maybe the 9th of September.
But I think that's fantastic. The fact that, like you mentioned, you can call an airline and be like, hey, blah, blah, instead of scrolling through multiple emails and like, oh, here's my booking number, here's this, here's my receipt. It all just pops up on the screen for you. I think that's fantastic. You know why I love that, Sharif?
Why?
Because I have to do that. I have to do that with Air Canada. So I think that would be fantastic.
Yeah, we'll get to that story. I know you've got a lot to get off your chest there. Adara, do you like anything here? I mean, clearly there's some cool features, but I like the strategy of front-running Apple's event.
Yeah, it's a really smart way to do it. I think Google's Gemini event's usually a little bit before the Apple event, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
or like
you're right.
around the same time, so it's not super shocking timing. But yeah, I think them going after Apple directly is really smart, because if you are someone who is, you know, an Apple head, but you want that AI option, you know Google's beat you to it. On the other hand, though, Sharif, this alone, on the flip side, to make a very obvious pun, that doesn't seem to be enough to keep Google customers, because, you know, Brendan Wickens, a very notable Google Pixel user, apparently just switched to iPhone, and I had no idea until just now. So
former Google Pixel user.
Can you show us your iPhone?
I'm pretty shocked. So yeah, I mean, I think
can you show us
either
your
way, Google
iPhone?
can do whatever kind of advertisement it wants to do. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to keep users, as evidenced by this anecdotal example there.
There it is, Adara. Live in living color, Brendan Wickens.
So no case?
Holding an iPhone.
No case on
And
it
he's
either?
completely... Get in, Adara. I know, right? And he has no case on it, Adara. He's living dangerous.
He's raw dogging the phone. He's raw dogging the case, which is crazy.
No, but your points are very well taken, Adara. Yeah, this is definitely something that Google needs to make sure they hold on to, because, well, this has happened in the past to them. All right, let's go on to the next story over here. Disney launching ESPN flagship streaming app. So I don't understand why it took ESPN this long. I think our version of ESPN, which is called TSN's, had this for like years. I don't know what the hell is going on over here. But anyway, Disney rolled out its new ESPN streaming app on Thursday, giving fans full access to ESPN's linear TV networks for the first time ever via direct streaming. It's only 2025. Existing cable subscribers automatically get access, while non-cable users can subscribe directly. The goal here, to expand their reach beyond the traditional pay TV bundle ahead of the football season, obviously. So here's what they're offering. You can get an unlimited plan. That'll run you about $30 a month, or about $300 a year. You're going to get 47,000 live events, NCAA, PGA, Australian Open, etc. You don't want to spend that much, or you want a bundle? Disney Hulu bundle. You're going to get that for $36 a month. That's with ads. If you don't want it with ads, you're going to have to ante up $45 a month. The promotional offer currently is running around $30 with ads for the year. And then the last one, that Fox One partnership that we talked about a few weeks ago, with ESPN and Fox, that starts October 2nd. It's going to have ESPN plus the Fox One bundle. That'll run you about $40 a month. It's going to cover sports, news, entertainment. Pay TV customers get it for free. Now, what's the content? So the streaming apps include, you're going to get ESPN, ESPN2, the SEC network, ESPN on ABC. You're going to get fantasy and betting integration, studio programming, as well as documentaries. And we know that they struck a deal with WWE as well as the NFL. So you're going to get all sorts of sports on that bad boy.
Yeah, it's weird, but they're also losing my favorite sport at the end of 25 as well, too.
Hockey?
No, that's going to be UFC because now of that Paramount deal. But we know, yeah, right? So I was curious to see what was going on with that. So there you go, they lose some, they gain some. But at the end of the day, we know that Disney Plus was losing money for quite some time, and then also subscriber growth wasn't growing, but they're starting to pick up steam, and I like this deal that they got going on here. But for me personally, it's the UFC, and unfortunately, they're no longer going to have that deal that's going to be ESPN Plus.
No, and like quite frankly, I'm kind of surprised it took them this long to launch it. Adira, any comments about this arrangement over here? I like kind of the ESPN Fox One deal a little bit, but other than that, it's not really needle moving.
Yeah, I mean, A, as you said, they're linked to the game, and B, like, I think honestly, a lot of people who like sports, who like that live sports, maybe you're probably still watching cable, right? I don't really know. Is it worth it to get this bundle if you're not someone who already subscribes to something?
Yeah.
If all you want is sports, I think not. Quite frankly, I think it's probably not something you're going to really care about or want, unless you're like, let's say you've got a larger family and you're already going to be looking at Disney Plus or Hulu, and then also, maybe the dad or the brother or the mom or whomever wants to watch ESPN as well. And as Joe said, if they're not going to have every sport, I don't really know what the incentive is to get it. I'm someone who, like, right now I'm honestly considering just canceling all of my subscriptions because you can find other ways to watch things. So, like,
other ways.
we're not getting into that, it's not always, you know what I mean? It's not always necessary, and I think it's going to be that situation of no one network or no one subscription is going to get you everything you want.
No.
And in this case, I think your pool is probably extremely limited.
Except IPTV.
No, but to add to Adara's point, is like how many subscriptions is too many? You got Netflix, you got your Amazon Prime, you got your Disney Plus, and all the HBO. It's like, okay, so now we're kind of oversubscribed here, and you can just dumb that down essentially and just find something that's a one solid platform. I don't think we're going to be able to in this case, other than using what Sharif just said, and I'm not going to repeat it.
Well, I will say too, with Amazon Prime seems to be probably the most functional of these subscriptions, because you can use it as well for ordering, right? Now their content is, I'll say that about Amazon Prime content.
I barely open it, Adira. I have it, I barely open it.
It's like a bonus in addition to, now they used to have a lot of Law & Order. Their Law & Order content as of now, I haven't checked in a while, not sure how good it is currently.
They have forensic files as well, by the way. Yes, and they have the new one, Adira.
They got some low-key good ones there.
I'm a Tubi girl. I like Tubi because you got, like, they think they have all the original seasons of, like, the new Degrassi. They've got a lot of British crime shows. Like, there's ways to do things for free, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, Adira,
I got you.
Back to ESPN, I mean, I don't know really enough about sports, I think, to properly opine on this, but I don't think it would move the needle for people.
I know, I just got to interrupt for a second. APM is absolutely breaking out right now. Be careful, guys. Thank you, Tisha, for pointing this out. City Boy 305, he's talking about it. This thing is on the warpath to the high side, the high of the day. Where are you, 420 Bud Monster? 420 on the dot. Trade this carefully, guys. APM on the NQ up 216%. Sorry to interrupt you, Joe.
No. I think it just to add to this conversation as of sports, it's the big sports deals as well. So we know that with the ESPN deal and the NBA, it's taking a pretty penny out of their pockets. Like, these are expensive deals when you're striking billion-dollar deals with the NFL and NBA. So that's obviously margin compression as well, too, considering the amount of money that you're spending.
I forgot about that.
Considering the amount of money that you're spending, so it's tough. Me personally, I think there's too many subscriptions. It's getting crazy. Dude, TSN's had this since like 2015. What are we talking about here? It's 2025, and we're at the end of 2025. And they're launching a streaming app now. Yeah.
Must have been a strategic reason why they didn't do this. Don't tell me it's a technology.
And I think it's so late because now you got Paramount Plus starting to pick up some steam. And then if you want to go to other sports, you got DAZN as well too. So it's just like, how many of these things are you going to watch? I understand the concept. You want to be able to make money and be profitable off of this stuff, but at some point people are going to start dropping some of these subscriptions, and it's going to leave with one, and whoever can have the best and the largest sports deals, I think are going to come out on top, in my opinion.
Boom. Let's go on to the next story, Joey. This one you guys will like a lot more, especially if you like Nvidia. Oh boy, UBS reaffirming its buy rating on Nvidia, but they raised the price target up from 175 to 205, implying about a 17% upside from yesterday's close. I don't know where it's at, so at 174.5. The upgrade reflects, according to the UBS, strong AI chip demand signals, especially from data centers. I'm shocked about that. These guys want to get their hands on AI chips from Nvidia for their data centers. Never heard of such a thing. Their B200, their GB means they're pairing these together. So the difference between the B200 and the GB, that means that there's not one single chip. So the GB will be dual with the 200 and the 300. So they're saying Nvidia's GB200 and GB300 rack partners suggest 30,000 racks could be deployed this year, just with what's remaining of the year, with a strong ramp up expected in Q4 of this year. The demand backdrop, according to UBS, remains very strong as ever, to use their words. And we know that Nvidia has struck a deal with the United States government, at least from what's being reported, to resume sales of their H20 chips in China in exchange for ending up 15% of their Chinese revenue, not profit, revenue. UBS believes Nvidia has already placed new Hopper wafer orders and may be developing a Blackwell version tailored for China as U.S. export ceiling evolved. We reported to you guys on that a couple of days ago about that new Blackwell variant that's going to be China specific, and it's going to have about 30 to 50% of the capacity of a regular Blackwell. We're going to have to wait and see exactly what the details are in that. According to UBS, this latest move with China could add a few $billion per quarter back onto the Nvidia's revenue run rate, which is obviously needle moving. UBS expects Nvidia to post about $1 billion revenue beat for the second quarter. And do not forget, catch that earnings report with myself, Neil, and Adara next Wednesday, making it a high-stakes event, obviously, for traders. Make sure you catch that with us on the Market Recap Show. Joey Options.
All right, guys, new traders, listen up. First month free. That's right, we're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data. Global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading?
Yes.
Scan the QR code. Check the link in the description. It's how we go. So you analyze.
This is how we do. No, seriously though, this is clearly, dude. I mean, we're talking about a nice revenue beat here. They're talking about $1 billion revenue beat, and like quite frankly, Nvidia's exceeded, like, I think since 2023 every single time. So
well, I think they went through that major growth cycle in like 22 is when it started, when it really ramped up. No,
23.
Was it 23? Early 23 when it really started to pick. Wow.
The chat came out in November 22.
Okay, so that's when the AI trade
exactly.
I guess started to pick up. No, I mean, Sharif, I'll say it again. I said it once. I'll say it again. As soon as they went across the pond and started striking all these golf deals, it was irrelevant to me essentially what the H20 was going to do over there in China. I was bullish this name from that point, and that's when I started to buy this stock because, again, you're just expanding its customer base, and I think they're going to have the ability to do so. I mentioned Stargate all the time. That's big time, but then you got to think about what they got going over in those Gulf countries, as I just mentioned. They're just kind of getting started. Their AI infrastructure is relatively new, and I think NVDA is going to be one of the primary beneficiaries of that growth cycle, considering they already have billion-dollar deals struck over there. Yeah. I think it's just the start of that. And we didn't really talk about Europe that much. Like,
there's a reason. Yeah, there is. I don't really want to rag on them, but they're super behind. Right? Anyway, whatever. Adara, before that whole chip ban that the previous administration put in about some of the exports of these advanced chips to China. China was about 20% of Nvidia's revenue. It's now down to 13%, and it's declining quarter over quarter. Does this new China-specific model kind of move the needle? I'll put that question to you, and then whatever you want to add.
Yeah, I think it could move the needle, but it's not going to move the needle this quarter. So I think UBS is maybe being a little early with this note. Although to be fair, they do recognize, and a lot of this note does have to do with forward guidance, so I'll give them that. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they will beat. They pretty much always beat. But the one thing with Nvidia that I want to mention is that if they miss on any tiny metric, and I said this before, and I will continue to say it, they will get squashed like a tiny bug. They can miss gross margin by like 0.5% and they'll drop.
What did she say?
I just need to let you guys know, like, it does not matter what they beat. It does not matter what they post. It doesn't matter what they guide. If they miss anything by any tiny amount, the market will not care. This stock does not have to be good. It needs to be perfect. It needs to be a star in order to do well, and we've seen that consistently, so I'm going to stand by that. Also, this is the name I'm most excited about on earnings. The name I'm most excited about earnings on next week is CrowdStrike. So, yeah, I mean, Nvidia will still be cool, but after the bell, we'll also get some cybersecurity heavy hitters like Snowflake, CrowdStrike. We're going to get as well Five Below. We're going to get our friend HP. So I think Nvidia will be a headliner, but by no means is it the only headliner next week.
No, but it's the big one,
though. I
though.
think this infographic really shows how quickly, like, Nvidia's growth kind of picked up.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that 25 number,
From 2023
too.
to 2024, massive increase. Yeah, 2025 would be worth noting as well because they're already in fiscal 26, so I'll have to add that. But either way, I mean, great look. The growth for this company has been seriously impressive, and I suspect it will continue. But with regards to the stock reaction, you know, traders have short-term mindsets, and I do think anything Nvidia posts is going to matter.
I'm a sorry, boy.
So I didn't hear what she said, obviously, but she's saying that this stuff
squash like a bug if it misses.
If it misses, I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. Okay, hear me out. So essentially, what we're going out is price to perfection. I understand that, but I just mentioned something not too long ago. You're still striking deals across the pond. They're growing their global consumer base, and then also not even that. Look at the CapEx from some of these hyperscalers. Where is most of that money going?
The Nvidia.
Into their pockets. So at the end of the day, I don't think that this is completely price to perfection, considering how much we're off of those lows. I mean, it's over 100%, 110% to be exact. But I think, considering we're still so AI and CapEx heavy right now, I think there's some room to grow because I don't see it slowing down. There's no signal of them slowing things down. If anything, it might ramp up a little.
All right, I want to stay on this story for a little bit longer because I want to bring in the tariff angle, and I want to bring back Adira to give her opinion on this. So we know that Donald Trump wants to impose 100% tariffs on semiconductor imports into the United States. Nvidia, you could make the argument, bought themselves a bit of a reprieve vis-a-vis this 15% of Chinese revenues, right? They kind of skirt that a little bit. My question is, does that last, right? Especially if Nvidia, you know, maneuvers in a way where, you know, they follow the letter of the law, but not really. And then, on top of that, as Nvidia's revenues in China expand, do they look to restrike a deal
with Donald and China?
Yeah, because 15% of, say, 10 billion is one thing. 15% of 75 billion is an entirely different story.
Absolutely, and I mean, think about it. So if that's going to be the case with the H20 and the lesser version of the Blackwell, anything less than 15%, I think adds more fuel to this stock's name. Why? Because that's more income that they get to keep at the end of the day. So I mean, if they have to pay that up front, and then guess what? They're bringing in more and more. The more money you get, the less tax that we're going to pay. Then that's going to benefit Nvidia for sure.
Before we bring in Dara, I just want to jag 8322. That's a good point. It's safe because they are investing in the USA. That's what Trump said after the Cook meeting. You're absolutely right on that. That is one of the things that's kind of helping them a little bit. And what we're talking about here is the investment that they're actually putting into the Taiwan semi fab in Arizona, which I have more to say about. Adira, I want to bring you back in for a second just on this tariff point. Do you think that Jensen can kind of keep the 100% tariff away from him by striking a deal with the United States?
I mean, here's the thing. At this point, basically every company is immune from tariffs if they keep making deals with the U.S. And so at that point, what's the point of tariffs? Like, quite frankly, quite honestly, because we saw that with when they announced the massive semiconductor tariffs. But unless you invest in the U.S. And so the market actually jumped because everybody was invested in the U.S. So tariff threats are such a moot point if your own tariff policy is going to basically negate the inclusion of half these companies in your own tariff parameters. So, I mean, I think, honestly, we know Trump has said tariffs is his favorite word in the dictionary, tariffs plural specifically. But, I mean, I think the way he's implementing them, I'm not saying, by all means, I'm not saying that we should have harsher tariffs, but I'm saying if he wants harsher tariffs, the way he's doing it is not working because literally by definition, by by trying to make these companies exempt that have, you know what I mean, have been, I guess, investing in the U.S., you're having it so that no one's really having any tariffs. So I'm a little confused by the policy.
Right.
Nvidia might be immune, that's fine, but I think in the end, it's gonna maybe, I wonder if, because everybody's gonna be immune, if the tariff policies start to change.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I gotta agree with you. I'm gonna agree with you to an extent today, but I think it's done something about reshoring some investment into the United States. Maybe not to the extent that he wanted or what other people envisioned, but you can't say that no net new money has come in.
Well, we'll see if it lasts, though.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. It's got to continue. Exactly. Well said, Adair. Let's go on to the next one over here, the Fed minutes. Let's talk about these. They came out yesterday at 2, and they disclosed to us some of the Fed thinking. So just, you know, we only get the minutes, the transcripts for the actual meeting come out 5 years later. I don't know why. Anyway, July meeting minutes revealed a clear divide among policymakers. Most of the policymakers preferred holding rates steady, while Governors Christopher Waller and Michelle Bowman dissented, pushing for immediate cuts. This marks, as you guys know, as we reported to you guys, the first time in over 30 years that multiple governors voted against the rate decision, underscoring obviously the internal tensions that are continuing to brew. Fed officials debated whether inflation risks or labor market weakness posed the greater threat. So they're looking, do we get more inflation? Which is important, more inflation or labor market weakness? The majority emphasized the upside inflation risk, partly tied to tariffs, while the minority flagged the downside risk of employment as more pressing. So they were split on the issue. The minutes acknowledged, let me just move that down, the minutes acknowledged that the Fed may face difficult trade-offs if inflation persists, while job data weakens even further. Trump's tariffs were central, I should say, to the discussion, while members citing considerable uncertainty about how higher import costs could feed into the inflation narrative. They also talked, Joey, they described economic growth in the first half of 2025 as tepid, with consumer spending slowing and cracks emerging in the labor market. That's not what you want to hear. Even before the weak July payrolls data was released, officials noted that employment risks had already been meaningfully underway, and the subsequent data confirmed payroll growth was weaker than initially reported, Joey, for May, June, and you guessed it, July.
Jobless claims came in a little hot this morning as well, too.
They did.
I don't know. I think they're in a tough position right now. You have the current administration pushing for a cut. Then you have PPI coming in a little hotter than expected. But then you have CPI that was cooler on a year-over-year basis. So for me personally, I don't know. I don't know what camp I sit in. I do. I don't think we need a cut, and it's for the simple reason of I don't want to see inflation start to reignite. Considering we got tariff inflation is transitory, and we're not supposed to use that word. But for me personally, it's just that I don't want to see that CPI on a month-over-month, year-over-year basis start to increase once again.
Yeah, neither do I, dude. And that was a tough time, and we're still reeling from that, bro. I mean, I'm still looking at some of these stakes, you know, that I got to ante up, $30-$40 for a couple of,
The top strip loins, it's like for 2 of them, you got to pay $20.
And it's not even plateauing, Joey. It's still going up.
Right? It's essentially the rate of change of things and how fast the price is actually accelerating. But at the end of the day, I think I'm in a pause camp. I think I don't think
you're not about
right now. No.
All right, there was so much in this report, Adair. I don't want to narrow any one thing. What was your overall take? I know you weren't here yesterday, but you probably did a deep dive.
Yeah, no, I think one thing I will say is that, I want to talk quickly about Jackson Hole. I haven't even put to this infographic yet, but this is a real photo of Jerome Powell looking a little like he just hit the gym. And so, Jackson Hole is, as you can see, these performances in Jackson Hole, the one-day performances have been super, super choppy, right? Now, the last 2 years, so 2023, 2024, both the SPY and the Q have been relatively stable, up about 1%. But we've had some massive drops, particularly in 2019 and 2022, right? So I think it's worth noting you can get some big moves on Jackson Hole Day, and I just want to preface everything with that. And we're going to talk a little bit more about Cook in the next set of commentary, so I'm going to save some comments here. But I sit up at this desk, I read a lot of Fed comments, right? I see a lot of Fed comments. Yeah, you know what I'm getting at there. And with that in mind, I'm noticing there's actually a lot of Feds that are, to Joe's point, being increasingly hawkish. You know, Schmidt said today, we don't really have a reason to cut the September meeting. A lot of these Feds being a little bit more cautious. We had some Feds saying that actually these employment risks matter a lot more inflation makes matter more than
Inflation, yeah.
right? And then we have Fed's Hammock saying, hey, we don't even really need to cut potentially in September. There's no case for it right now. Now, it seems like on the Trump administration side of things, not to get too political, but I think it's a valid point.
No, get it.
We know that they want to cut rates because they just think inflation is down and Trump wants that 1% rate. He said that very clearly. But what is the reason for that? That is not so clear. They don't really have, specific data backing, whereas these Feds, you can say they're right, you can say they're wrong, you can say they're motivated, whatever.
Yeah.
But if they're not seeing data, I would trust they're not seeing data. Now, we have a couple that are saying, we could maybe have a basis for a cut, and that's fine because we have Bowman and Waller looking more at the employment side of things. So I think they actually still have an empirical standpoint for calling for cuts. Now, that being said, because the vast majority of the Fed does not seem to want a cut, I don't think we're going to get a cut, and I think overall inflation...
You don't think we're going to get a cut in September?
I don't think so. I honestly don't think so, and I think I'm shocked that the CME Fed Watch is pricing in a cut so heavily because the Fed does not seem they're not giving us any indication there'll be a cut, and even the couple people that are maybe going to dissent from the vote, they're not going to be enough to move the needle.
When's the FOMC meeting, Adira?
That's September 17th.
So I don't think Jerome Powell wakes up alive on the 18th if he doesn't kind of fight for us.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let me ask both of you guys this. Do you think if they decide not to cut, that it could be the Fed putting their foot down and saying, hey, we're not a political entity, and going in what Donald Trump would like them to do as a 25 basis point cut?
But I want to say one thing too, that we know Elizabeth Warren has actually been pushing a lot for Jerome Powell to cut. So could you even make the argument that this is a bipartisan issue where not the entire Democratic Party, but certainly parts of the Democratic Party they're also calling for cuts? Whoever wants to take that.
No matter what they're going to do, they're going to get heat for it, and that's the reality of things. They're in a position where they cannot make a correct decision. Fed's Bostic even said today, as a Federal Reserve official, you have to be used to taking heat. So with that in mind, I think they're going to do what they think they should do, and they're going to accept the consequences because, as Fed Bostic says, that's what you have to be prepared for. Right?
Get it, Raphael.
Pardon?
I said, get it, Raphael.
Yeah, get it, Raphael Bostic. And so with that in mind, I think he's got a fair point. You have this job. You know you're in the public eye. You know you're going to get attacked. Are you always going to get attacked by the president of the U.S.? No, you're not. But that's who's getting at them right now. And so I think they're going to stick by their guns, and I think that's the right decision.
All right.
Can I make one last point? So people are talking a lot about homes. They want to own a home. They want to own a home.
Yeah.
So you get 25 basis. It's a big, massive, big topic. All right. So if you get the 25 bip cut, what do you think that's going to do with the demand? And what happens when there's an increase in demand? Prices go up at the end of the day. All right. So for me personally, I was a former homeowner, sold it, but now I have to sit on my hands and wait and save up more money. And I think that's the case because
I don't think that's a bad thing. I think what I think is a lot of people want to put smaller down payments, and that obviously has a bit of an issue because you're financing more, so your monthly,
So to add to that point, don't you think that would be an over-leveraged consumer, something that we don't necessarily need?
Why though? But if you put a larger down, your monthly payment is going to be substantially less, so you're not going to feel as much pressure, nor will the interest accrue as much.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you said smaller down payment.
That's what people want to do, but it's not the right thing.
And that's what I'm getting at. That would be an over-leveraged consumer, and that's not something that you necessarily want. So for me personally, it's like you get that 25 basis point cut, but then think about how many people have the exact same mentality as you. Okay, now I can get my foot into the housing market, but what is that going to do for demand?
Exactly. We got a super chat here, $5 super chat, Canadian. Adira is literally the GOAT. I have loved seeing her evolution over the past few years, and she is just a stone cold killer. Get it, Adira. There you go. You're getting a bunch of love there in the chat. Shout out to, sorry, I can't even tell this person's name.
Thank you.
Ali Anwar, 4663. Shout out to Ali.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind words and for the support, and go market, and thanks to the awesome community.
Get it. All right, let's go on to this story. This kind of continues the Fed talk here. So the Federal Housing Finance Agency, the FHFA, the director of the agency called Bill Pult, accused Lisa Cook, who is an FOMC member, of mortgage fraud, alleging she claimed 2 properties, one in Michigan, one in Georgia, as her primary residence simultaneously. Pult said Cook should resign quickly or be fired, sending a criminal referral letter to the Department of Justice. President Trump amplified the pressure, posting on social media that Cook must resign now. Triple exclamation point. Cook, for her part, she responded. She pushed back, stating she has no intention of being bullied into stepping down. She noted the allegations stem from a mortgage application 4 years before she joined the Fed, and said she is gathering documents to address legitimate questions. You should be able to answer them. But in any event, let's see how she does. Central bank governors can only be removed for cause. That's a legal term under the Federal Reserve Act, generally interpreted as serious misconduct. While Polt suggested Fed Chair Jerome Powell could act to fire Cook, the actual legal standard is only the president has the legal authority to remove a Fed governor. And earlier this year, Joey, the Supreme Court indicated the president cannot arbitrarily remove governors over policy disagreements, complicating Trump's stance. What do you make of the story?
Fire her. You can't lie and falsify documents. At the end of the day, you committed fraud.
Are we dodging the elephant? Okay, you got a valid point.
Yeah,
but are we dodging the elephant in the room here, which is she's a Biden appointee. She voted against rate cuts. And now there's a story, whether it's valid or not, Joey, I mean, it could be valid, right? Does it play into that broader context is kind of what I'm putting through.
Yeah, I think it does at the end of the day, right? It has to, because as you mentioned, Biden appointee, Trump didn't put her in office. But for me personally, it's end of story. You committed fraud, you falsified documents, your job's done.
And isn't this very similar to the exaggeration of his property, the Mar-a-Lago, to get a loan from a bank where there were, Letitia James, I think she was the one prosecuting that, the New York Attorney General. So we'll have to see how this all works out. Obviously, she's not the president. So Adira, this is an interesting story. I know you have comments. I want to hear them.
I have lots to say. So yeah, I do think that you can't really address this situation without talking about the elephant in the room. And I also want to talk about her primary accuser here, because I think he deserves to be discussed. Bill Pulte, a man who just 1 minute ago on X posted, so-and-so is so much smarter than so-and-so, talking about two X personalities and financial analysts. This man loves Twitter beef, for lack of a better term. That is what Bill Pulte specializes in. This is the same man that also said, hearing lots of reports that Powell is going to step down, and yet it turns out those reports stemmed from, drumroll please, Bill Pulte himself. He made up the whole thing. So I think the source is very worried.
So should we question the veracity of the allegations because of his history?
I think we at the very least should take a harder look at them. I can't even find these mortgage applications. I was going to read through them. You guys know what I'm like. I can't even find the documents. So if I can find the documents, I'll read through them and give you guys my honest opinion. I'm going to try to continue to locate those. But I think given the source, who this is coming from, Bill Pulte, I would give it a very hard side eye, a very strong eyebrow raise, confusion. The other thing too, with regards to what you said about it being a political move. I was just reading here, apparently if Trump can kind of whittle down this board through, in terms of the Board of Governors, like whose position is going to end during his tenure, he could flip this to be majority Trump appointees. Now, we know that's what happened. I'm not trying to get too political here, but with the Supreme Court, he ended up being able to get the governors, which again, these are the larger people here on the outside. The people within are the Fed Reserve Bank presidents, but I'm talking about the 7 people on the outside, so the chair and the 6 governors. So with that in mind, Trump could actually, if Cook actually steps down, he could be able to get a majority Trump-appointed board with the Supreme Court that ended up happening, and it worked in his favor, right? So I think there is a political element here that I think we should address. That being said, if Lisa Cook did do the things she's being accused of doing, that is very bad. I'm in no way excusing her, but I think the context of this is massively important.
Yeah, absolutely. And she also she said, word for word, to address legitimate questions. So she's not dismissing, for her part, the allegations outright. Typically, somebody who's innocent, and you never really want to point the finger until you've gotten all the facts, but typically innocent people defend themselves from the get-go.
Yes, and that's why I want all the facts before I comment on whether she did it.
And hold on, how are you trying to get mortgage documents? Are they public record?
I don't know, but if I want to find out where he found things, I want to see the evidence he's seeing, because again, we know that he made up claims of Powell reportedly resigning, so that's why I want to be very careful.
All right.
Let me cover a couple things here,
go ahead, buddy.
So T2 Sertil, sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly. $2 super chat. Thank you very much. But then you didn't put anything behind it. Following that, we have best trading by the exact same individual, T2 Sertil. Best trading show ever. Been here since I started my journey in 2022. And that gets a lot of likes. You're going to get the bangs. I'm going to like all these super chats here because Casey gave us a couple skeebies to put it all up in there. Once again, thank you all very much. And T2 Sertelli, thank you, my friend.
All right, let's go on to the next story. We don't have much. This is a DeepSeek story. So apparently, they're trying to use different chips for their flagship model. Doesn't look like it's working out that well. So they did release version 3.1 of their flagship AI model designed with optimization for Chinese-made chips. So they're not, according to this article, they're not using the H20 or the H100s that they don't have. Signaling alignment with Beijing's push, obviously, for tech self-sufficiency amid U.S. export restrictions. The upgrade leverages their precision format, enabling better performance on their next generation domestic chips. So it looks like they're trying to optimize their LLM, the large language model, for these Huawei Ascend chips. The new PF8 format allows faster processing, lower memory usage, and it makes the models more efficient compared to traditional formats. Version 3.1 introduces a hybrid infrastructure that can switch between reasoning and non-reasoning tasks. You're already seeing that in ChatGPT and a lot of these other models, so this is kind of late to the game. A deep thinking button has also been put into their app, and web platforms enable users to toggle between the modes. Again, kind of catching up because we've been having these reasoning versions of the models on a lot of them. Starting September 6th, you're going to be able to adjust their on September 6th, they're going to adjust their API pricing, impacting developers. If you want to know what they're talking about, they're open source, but open source to an extent. Otherwise, you've got to pay for that, much like the Metaform with Llama. So let's maybe not really talk as much about the options here, as much maybe as the fact that DeepSeek, which is one of China's main large language and generative AIs, is using these domestic chips for the first time, which we know they didn't do before.
I mean, let's pull back up on that DeepSeek news. We know, so you would know more of this, but I remember they're having trouble with the Huawei, so they were using it more for inference. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Training?
Yes.
So instead of training, and now they're having more issues. But I remember when this DeepSeek news first came up, they were making these LLMs at the fraction of the cost of what some of these hyperscalers were spending their money on. For me personally, it might be all smoke and mirrors at the end of the day.
All right, Adara, what do you make of this DeepSeek story, finally using some Chinese chips? Is it overblown? Are we still going to see Nvidia selling up a storm in China?
Yeah, I mean, I think in the end, I'll say the same thing I always say about these China-US stories. We are at a crossroads until something changes in a fundamental way with, China being more comfortable using some of these U.S. chips, and or the U.S., being a little less skeptical of China. I think we're going to have the same debates. And yeah, honestly, I've been spending this time trying to look into this Lisa Cook thing. So that's what I'm going to say on that. I'm still
keep us updated on that, whatever you find. I know you're going to do a deep dive. All right, guys, it is 2:01 and change. It's time to send you to that big boy show. They're over there. Joey Options and I will be back in again tomorrow. Same back
time to take a trek across the GTA and go get the MRI on the knee ski.
I'm sorry, bro. This guy's got all sorts of appointments all over Toronto. This guy's going to be gallivanting and escapading.
I'll be going. It's like going back to Chicago and back essentially when I'm driving.
All right, guys, it's been real. Send you over to the big boy. See you tomorrow.
Hey, thanks, boys. And hey, man, Joe, sometimes you got to know what you're dealing with, man. You get that MRI, get that knee checked out. You know what I'm saying? Like, you always have to know what's up. I got super lucky, straight up. Everyone talks about how long they have to wait for MRIs in Canada. I got mine straight up in 1 week. For the Achilles, and it's like, and everyone was like, "How lucky you!" They're like, "What are you talking about? You got an MRI in 1 week?" No, I recognize. It turns out I was incredibly lucky when it came to that. Overall,
how long has Joe been waiting?
A couple months, I think. Since May.
Yeah, my mom got it in less than a week.
In less than a week. You know what? Maybe I don't. You know what? I don't know why. Maybe it's a location thing. Maybe it's. I'm not sure what the deal was. Although the doctor was pretty sure.
You gotta get lucky. You gotta get lucky.
Yeah, like it was. Every single test indicated there was an Achilles rupture, and you need to find out whether surgery was going to be the right thing to do. So maybe it's the seriousness. I have no idea. Yeah. The market shock is surprising to anybody. It tried to break the low and didn't. Well, it did and then didn't. and we're still gliding ever so gently, slowly to the downside is the only way that I can describe it here. Crypto, Bitcoin, I say crypto a lot when I mean Bitcoin. Bitcoin managed to bounce off 112,000, but that's about it. It's so weird, and I was actually talking to one of the Yahoo guys about this. It's not weird. Yesterday we had so much volatility, that big V shape, and then across the board, like so many places, it just feels like not much of anything happened. Like look at Tesla, which went $17 like top to bottom, has spent most of the day inside a $5 range for Tesla. It's just been that kind of a day. There's a few things that have been moving around and no questions asked. Bullish is actually having a bullish day.
Yeah,
believe it or not.
Rebound.
But there's not much else that's going crazy in one direction or another. So it's like a chopped up kind of day. Like for me, like every trade there's a win, there's easily a loser, and nothing has followed through. If you've tried to have like something that just goes the entire way in one direction and breaks out or breaks down, it just really wasn't happening. That being said, it's 2 o'clock. We got Jackson Hole. We got Jackson Hole. We had Walmart this morning. Everyone's anticipating Nvidia. There's still a lot that can get this market moving. And sometimes you need to have this consolidation day to set things up for the storm that is incoming. I heard a lot of discussion about those Nvidia earnings and Adara. I tend to agree with Adara. If they can find something to nitpick in those earnings, they're going to find a way to sell it, because that's how it usually goes. But typically that's just been a buying opportunity when that's happened.
Yeah, a week, just over a week now, under a week now until Nvidia earnings. Welcome back to the show. Good, wow, I didn't hear much in midday, but obviously it was a good one. So thanks everybody for supporting that. We're short right now, but Palantir, yeah, you know what? I did want to look at Palantir to see what was going on. We're short the TQQs right now. Okay, up to 156, just touched 157 again. This has been real indecisive so far today. Oh, by the way, look at this number right now.
It's
71% right now, and going lower.
Fei's shooting
going higher, 73% now. So yeah, not looking good. It was 94%. We got a couple of different economic numbers that have come through in the last couple of days, pushing this thing down 20 more percent. But still looking like 3/4 of Wall Street. You know what the thing is? I got to. What is likely the federal change federal target rate? I just want to see interest rate traders. Okay, so this is just interest rate traders. I was keep on saying Wall Street, but you know, so banking on what's going on with the interest rate right now, 3/4 think it's going to be a cut. I don't know what to think. I'm still thinking that's maybe going to be no cut and just a straight pause, but I don't think the market would like that. And if that comes through, I would say that at that point you want to look out below. I mean, it might signal that the Fed is fine with where we are. It doesn't mean necessarily the market is, but with you know, most of the earnings now through, we had Walmart there yesterday, pretty bad, down 5%. And I was actually saying this to Neil. Walmart's like, you've done nothing in Walmart pretty much all summer. Wow, good thing you didn't sell down there. Hopefully that didn't happen. And most people obviously are not selling up here. That's the split. Aren't selling up here either. But yeah, you're right back to sort of, and we got it, this is of course going all the way back, but this is December of 2024. So if you just sat in Walmart, that doesn't really pay, we have lots of time there, Andre. If you're sitting in Walmart, Walmart, if they pay a dividend, it's not very big at all. It's been basically dead now for a year. It's only August, so back to December. But it's also was right back here also in March. So I think there's going to be some buying zones coming in. Yeah, exactly. Like this 94, 95 is huge. This is why you want to take advantage when they miss on earnings. We did that on Eli Lilly. We took advantage of it, and now that's hugely in the money right now. This is what you wait for. You wait for moves like this in solid companies that get down to the 200 period moving average, and then you start buying. So yeah, we'll wait to see. Here comes the futures back in a little bit. We're pretty happy with that. It's time, as Andre says, for the rundown. So let's go over to the desk with Sharif.
Well, Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. You saw Neil and Sean, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there, join us in the chat every day. Get in, throw in that $sign, and throw in whatever ticker your heart so pleases. Here's a look at all four major averages. There's only one green. It's on the bottom left of your screen. That is the IWM, the Russell 2000 ETF, up 0.15. On the top left are the triple Qs, down 0.55%. On the top right, we got the SPY down 0.4, and then the bottom right, last but not least, the Dow down 0.33% on the day. So all the major averages, for the exception of one and negative. The Palantir is the first stock as decided by you guys. Not a bad day for Palantir. We're up 0.1%, a great recovery off that 142 low yesterday. Kind of maybe setting up for a head and shoulders pattern here. It declined about 15% in the past 5 sessions, but this tech bull, talking about Danny Ives, still remains very bullish, guys.
Yeah, Danny Ives is a...
You talking about Palantir?
He's incredibly consistent. He's bullish. I mean, he gets...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like there's an internal... The phrase I like is there's an internal consistency to the man's thought, which I can get behind. At a bare minimum, at least be consistent. You know, when people are like,
these guys are all shills, man. I mean, this guy has his own ETF, and it's loaded with tech names.
I got no issue.
What is he going to say? No, but what is he going to say? He's not bullish. I mean,
I got no issue.
These guys are hilarious.
I got no, because it makes it good for the market. At the end of the day, if it wasn't for that type of activity or those types of differing opinions and all of the SPCE, it just creates a little more action for trading. Unfortunately, the lack of action on Palantir got me today. It did end up not doing anything or much of anything. 158, which I liked for a breakout. Obviously it didn't happen, so let's start with why I liked for a breakout. That's a heck of a V-shaped recovery. And I came in thinking, all right, either we're going to do this and break it and just go screaming to the upside and ripping the faces off the shorts, all that kind of good stuff, and we'd be running into the mid 160s, right? Like that was scenario 1. Scenario 2, we can't break it out, and then I look for the under the prior resistance and look for the short to break down. It's just neither one happened, so it ends up being a chop fest here on Palantir, which you could describe as forming, I don't know, some kind of a wedge that it will not break. Will it not break it the rest of the day? I'd like to think no. So I'm still with the plan of if it loses under this 155 bar, I'll take a shot at it. If it happens to be the afternoon, then so be it. But yeah, until the 155 buyer ends up losing the battle and this wedge breaks to the downside, I'll sit it out. It's still all the fundamental of this liquidity grab underneath for a recovery, and then going to the daily chart, sort of bottom tail wicking the 50 period and then holding it. All of that's true. It's just stock hasn't done anything with it today except go sideways. So it's still setting up like it could break out and it could squeeze, but until it happens, I have to respect that if that buyer crumbles, it should be looking short.
All right, yeah, so Palantir, I put some offers out to get filled at 158. We haven't had that yet. They'll expire today. If it doesn't hit, that's fine. I expect to be higher tomorrow. If we hold these levels, I expect way higher tomorrow. I think Jackson Hole is going to be a huge bullish event. So just the fact that get filled today, see if we can do that. It's too bad that we never went back up to 158, but we came pretty close, man. 157.50 right there. So we'll see. I mean, obviously missing out a little. I'm trying to get up like 5-10% of the position at most. I have it across many different portfolios, and it's been quite the run there in Palantir. So I would just say, stay the course here on this name. Those of us that, I mean, if you look, there's price targets all over the place on every single stock, right? There's price targets of Tesla for 5,000. There's price targets for some strange reason on Ethereum of 10,000. And there's all these different things that are out there. So for someone to slap a $40 price target on this, puff, puff, pass. I mean, whatever they want to do, man. These guys, all these guys we keep talking about are just a bunch of shills, right? Like, you can go right now and pay for Josh Brown's picks if you want to. Go on cnbc.com/Josh Brown, and for $100 a month, he'll tell you what to do, right? So, I mean, this is what this is all about. We see it with Ethereum. You're seeing it now with Citron and Palantir. And it just, that's part of the market. And as we said, it's completely allowed. And it always has been and always will be. I mean, it's people made millions of dollars selling fake coins to people as well, billions of dollars. You know, and those days were there. And now the days are back with a lot of these plays here again. So I would just say, everybody do your own work. If you think Palantir is the future, then you know, it's probably worth buying something right around here right now at the 50-period moving average. For me, because it's already in, I'm thinking like down into here, if we can get into there, 120 to 125. Obviously, the market's going to have to crank to get down there as well. But yeah, I think I would buy some a little lower than where we are right now. But, you know, happy with this position. Like, if you would have asked Palantir shareholders 3 or 4 years ago if we would take Palantir at $40, of course we would. But now we've already seen 185, and I think there's higher plays coming for PLTR. So yeah, I'm going to stay the course there. Get a little bit out tomorrow or today, in case tomorrow is not the greatest situation for Jackson Hole, but I think it'll be fine. And I think tomorrow's market up many, many points tomorrow, I think. So, but yeah, it should be fun. I'll be watching from the sidelines.
It was up 9.25%, and it's off the highs, guys, but it's trading higher after the company announced the flagship ES8 SUV has entered showrooms across the country and is on display in more than 300 retail outlets, guys. I'd show you the car, but I forgot to pull it up.
Do you have it? The SUV, the Neo ES8. It kind of has. I find it really quickly.
Looking.
There it is. Yeah, there it is.
But it looks like every other SUV on the market. It looks like the Volvo, I think.
That's what I was going to say. It has a very Volvo-ish look. Of course, the battery swapping is their what's the word? Gimmick. I don't want to use the word gimmick. It's their shtick is not right. But anyways, it's their edge. It's that's what they're all about for NIO. I don't necessarily care about any of that. I don't know that that's going to be the trend that wins in the future, but. What trend did happen was the uptrend broke this channel 2 days ago. It was a good long that went to this resistance, consolidated when everything dumped, and then broke it out to this resistance spot right here at pretty much exactly $5.68. That top wick is today's top wick. So when it got there and I hadn't been long, there's your topping tail, there's your all day long trend break. It broke the trend and has been very slowly doing what Chinese ADRs do in the afternoon. Not much. But that notwithstanding, if it gets to VWAP, like it's sometimes those things actually move, and other times they just completely die in the afternoon. That being said, when you zoom out a little further on Neo, there's potentially more brewing here, because if you go further back, let's go a lot further back, and you look at the type of trend lines that are breaking here. This goes all the way back to this lower September of 2023. Here you had an earnings dump, and that's where this trend line is breaking on NIO. So there's some like higher time level stuff that could actually get this stuff going. We were talking about maybe you start to see that program buying we'd see on Chinese ADRs where they'd go ham. That's not even today. Like it's up 9%. It didn't do any of that today. We're talking the stuff where you can just see it in the tape. It's just unbelievable. But these are big trends that are breaking out here on NIO, so you want to play. Well, I want to look to play some continuations. Seems like at least a temporary bottom is in. I don't think it goes meme crazy back when it was a meme craze. This was one of those stocks that when it would start to go in the morning, you would just join the ride. I don't know that that's coming back, but certainly this seems like it's made a nice bottom and is breaking out. So we can look for continuation the next days and weeks.
Morgan Stanley price target 650. Operating expenses down. Analyst valuation sentiment anywhere from. Here, you want a price target? 3130 somebody has on this thing for NIO. So, yeah, look, we talked about it earlier this morning on that break. It looked pretty healthy of a break there. I think this stops. All fun comes to an end around $6.20. So if you're somewhere up here, I think I would sell NIO. But again, like, you know, not traded today, but we brought it, was on our watch list, and there it goes, straight to the top side. So whenever I see something like this, and I know it was something that we talked about, I just always feel FOMO because missed opportunity. Like, could have easily got long there. I mean, there's the breakout today. We thought Coreweave was going to break out, but sometimes it's the simpler trades, and it was NIO excuse me, right there taking out 530, like that closing. Forget about all these wicks. You can't always just like top tick and say, well, you know, if we break there. Like it just happens to be that both of these tops are alike, so that's fine for a top. But for a straight break, you might want to look at closing prices, and that was 530 right there. So if we sort of zoom back out here and see 530, that's essentially where we opened. We bounced around and then ripped off that. So yeah, great trading there on NIO, up 10%. EIEIO. The farmer said, what is it? Old MacDonald had a cow, EIEIO, on his farm.
He had a cow.
Old MacDonald had a farm.
He had a farm.
And on his farm, he had a cow. I don't know what he has, man, but he doesn't have any NIO tractors.
I guarantee you he does not.
Maybe he has a Caterpillar tractor.
You know he does.
As well, but.
By Caterpillar. It's funny, like that's all I ever see. I see the cat everywhere.
Buy some
Robinhood, they got a chance. There's going to be a company coming out of the S&P 500 the next few months. Robinhood might get their shot.
Maybe it will.
Bet you that cow tasted delicious. No, seriously. Hood, up 1%, guys. On the back of this headline, they unveiled Cortex AI tool. So this is actually pretty cool. The feature, first released under Robinhood's new Cortex platform, pulls from breaking news, analyst reports, technical data, and the company's proprietary data sets to explain why a stock is moving and why it matters. That's pretty cool. So you kind of just hover over the stock. You see an outlying area of price action, and the AI digests it, explains the tool for you. Should be nice for retail traders.
Hey, Robinhood. Yeah, so Robinhood, yeah, look, you know, sports betting markets, prediction markets, all of this, it doesn't really move the needle for me at all. Most people that are involved in this stuff already have accounts like that. I mean, it's a pretty cool thing to have for sure if you're not into it, and another thing to get addicted to, so that's great. But no, 118, 117, you know, these highs are there for Robinhood. We keep on saying buy good quality companies at the 50-period moving average. I'm not buying this one here, though. I think when it breaks it, we go a lot lower. It's just, again, like valuation matters when something hits the name. Nothing's really hit Robinhood yet, and we're still pulling back. So I don't know, a downgrade, something like that, hitting this market. I don't really know where the bear case is here other than valuation, but I like the stock. It's up 4x. Right, it's up, like we already talked about that. From the 200 period, like look how far extended you are from all of this. I mean, that's great, but stocks do have a tendency to pull back in. So yeah, I would think that, wouldn't be surprised if Andrew Left and company put a price target of $18 on Robinhood. Like, who knows? You pull it out of their ass just like I just did, and eventually you'll win, right? And so all the short sellers getting smoked on the way up. Let's see if they can make some money on the way back down. And then you just want to look for some support and some resistance. So I like Robinhood, no problem. But for me, if we're going to talk about sports gambling and things like that, I'm already into DraftKings, lower than this, and it's also having a little bit of a problem right here trying to break through. So I still think that we got this top area of 47. Remember, we're not talking too much about these wicks. It's about these closing prices. So that's $47. If we can come in tomorrow or someday and take out that 47, then I think that's the sort of the catalyst to get back up to the upside. So if you're trying to buy Robinhood for prediction markets, I wouldn't. I would stick with DraftKings. Yeah, that's that look right there. DraftKings, first mover advantage. I like that stock. I still like Robinhood. We sold some SoFi. I don't even know what that price is right now at 24. So same
right
price as where it is right now. I think I like SoFi a little better for the banking purposes there. So I think I'd choose SoFi over Robinhood at these levels.
I think they all end up about the same thing. They close to the same thing. I mean, I like SoFi for the same reason. It didn't end up being necessarily the right decision. I couldn't buy Robinhood up there. It's like almost 30 times sales. Like there's moments where valuation matter, and we're possibly running right up into a moment with the Fed where that could temporarily be true again, because it happens from time to time. That's where we get some of those pullbacks, right? So that's what it feels like is happening here. But SoFi, just in the same space, this is distinctly double topped, and it's not just like on earnings. This was the high, and then 2 days ago we had a run to that 25, and then another fail on SoFi. Did a nice V-shaped recovery. And then suddenly this afternoon, like I was shorted at the close price yesterday, so that was more of a flat trade. That was a losing trade. And then I just saw 23.25. Someone's been holding it, or the stock's been holding at that price. I shouldn't always say somebody, like it's some conspiracy. But you can see, like, someone's been holding the stock at 23.25 this entire time, all afternoon. So really just looking for the scalp trade back into VWAP after observing it on SoFi. Still very bullish, the stock today. More bullish than Robinhood, but it still feels as if the top is in for some of these names. And when I say that about Robinhood potentially going in the index, I've heard nothing suggesting that. Usually on the first couple of days when you know there's going to be one, people are already speculating. You don't even really see any of that online just yet. It's just that last time everybody wanted Hood to get in. But it should make for interesting, maybe the last rebalancing of the year, like somewhere in December.
Yeah.
That could be a solid, there could be like a solid addition and deletion if it is something like a Robinhood. Every now and then they can be good, but you want the big ones. And I feel like we haven't had, like, not since Palantir, we had one that was really anticipated going to the S&P, and it's just the hype that I think Hood would get if they were to be chosen.
Hey guys, Open Door up 11 1/3. No specific catalyst again on Open Door, but you know it's been running lately. Today, analysts are gauging that it's rising up again as a wave of optimism comes into the real estate sector. Maybe because we're looking for rate cuts next month, with the housing industry in the States kind of been flat as of late. So Open Door, guys, 11 1/3.
Real quick here, we're just getting some more out here on the futures. This is just the TQs. We shorted there, got stopped out, then we started again, and now we're just kind of getting. I mean, it's tough because it doesn't show the shares that we get, but you can tell by the average price where we got most of our shares from. So we're going to wait to see right now if we can drip. See, we did not go back down through this 20-year. We've been holding this level now for almost an hour in the futures, so definitely on high alert right now. We'll average in again right where we're at this top, and then we're going to use, just because we haven't talked about our stop out, the VWAP. So VWAP is 75. So we're going to go short in there right now for the TQQs. Yeah, Open Door, I heard Joe mention this. I don't think a quarter point, I'm just going to disagree with Joe, he's not here now, but a quarter point doesn't do anything for mortgage rates. You need to get a lot lower right now, I feel like. A cut that's going to be happening in September. Remember, stocks are forward looking. So if they're already basing in 94% chance of a rate cut, now it's down to 73, of course. If that actually mattered to Open Door, I feel like it would have gone. This is a short squeeze, and again, it's just talking heads trying to get their book up again. So we do know that these guys are long down there, and as you guys know in the stock market, the rich keep getting richer, so they put out notes, the retail follows this action, it gets up to $4 or $5, so there's a lot of retail money to be made in here as well. But I guarantee you, this is another losing stock for retail traders. Just like GameStop was, just like AMC was, net. I think Open Door will probably be the same thing, but we can keep trying to find different reasons to buy it, and it may be that winner, right? There are stocks like Carvana that continue to work. Unfortunately, I don't know too much macro about the company itself. It's just right now it's gone from 70, like you want to talk about going up triple, quadruple, and stuff like that since April on Robinhood. This name has gone up. This is $1. I mean, you can even go back even lower than that, like 58 cents back on July 1st, up to $3.50. So yeah, there's a lot of love for this name, but I could also see it getting a little carried away as well. So Open Door right now, I feel like it might have seen the top. It's broken through $4 before and done this little dance. So I think if you're in this name, you're still looking for that $4 to break long and then hold above there. So I'd give it like the 1 or 2 count. If we can hold above $4, then I think it would be a go time for that stock. But the rates have to come down a lot before the housing market changes. So
like what we were pricing in, I guess at the beginning of the year, would have been monstrous for these guys, because maybe it was the beginning of last year. People were saying 5 or 6 quarter point cuts or something like that. So you would have been much more significant. But I think at least one maybe cold water for the squeeze. This stock, today it's done 170 million shares, and that's the least amount of volume it's done in the last 5 or 6 days. And the total short float, at least the most recent, was about 30 million. So the thing here is, like, the shorts will keep having ample opportunity to get out. Like, the only way that this does a squeeze is if it's trapping. It needs to be really trapping a heck of a lot more people short. So if you don't see that go up, like it's one thing if there's limited volume, small float, and that kind of thing, and then you get those big breakouts. But even on a day like today, like where was the follow through when this was breaking through 350? Like yesterday's highs. I mean, none. It goes into first resistance and does nothing. So like the trade that I was looking for on Door, it is what it is, was when this breaks down through 3. Because until, like, if it's going to squeeze, then you want some parabolic stuff that you can join on higher volume than before and all that stuff. But if it breaks out underneath $3, then I just want to be a part of that short. And maybe it needs to base out somewhere else. But it seems as when we have decreasing volume into a play like this, where clearly the shorts can get out as many times as they want to, you need an event to cause them to jump back in and then get blown out for some real big juice. Otherwise, I mean, you guys can go long off the $3 level. That's pretty reasonable, as that's a support. But I'm going to look for that short. It obviously didn't come in today. I had the order this morning. It didn't break down. I'll probably put the order in tomorrow, unless it's, I mean, it could be at $4 tomorrow that I don't. But that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a flat bottom break at 3 at some point on Open Door. Not so much on Nvidia, any squeezes, because that stock, it doesn't really enlist the same confidence in the short, I don't think.
Yeah, it's down 0.3%, Neil, so close to flat. Couple of analyst comments today. Wedbush maintaining outperform on Nvidia, boosting the price target to 210, from 175. Likewise with UBS, maintaining their buy rating on Nvidia and bumping that price target up from 175, guys, to 205.
Yeah, so like again, if we just follow our plan today, we're cruising with Nvidia, but it just came back into 174 again and bounced off those levels. So we took it in the pre-market, it came like ripping down there all morning, eventually found some kind of a base down there, and then whoop, nothing but love to the upside there for Nvidia, all the way to 177, and then the fade back to 174 again, and then here we go. So basically a nothing burger kind of a day for Nvidia, still down 0.34. We say if you like the stock, you like the stock, and I think that this is a stock that you gotta like. You have to wait for dips, and this may be good enough, but again, 4 days from now, we'll have earnings next Wednesday, and we'll hear the CapEx story, and at that point, I don't think we'll return to highs. I think you'll get an opportunity to dip by something in that name, but again, another name that's more than doubled from this April low, and not much has changed for them. We know that the Chinese story is still there. We're going to have to wait to hear how tariffs eventually settle down. I mean, why are we even talking about tariffs still? Sometimes I don't know. But we're going to wait for that story. We just heard in our ear that Trump and Carney, Prime Minister Carney here from great country of Canada, they had a meeting and nothing happened.
As usual.
As usual. So, there's the move down here for Nvidia. I think you want to buy it, dip buy something around 165 and start your positions. To take something from Jim Cramer, again, it's a hold, don't trade. I'm not getting out of any Nvidia. I'm happy with this one. It doesn't matter where you first bought this name or anything like that, but we all have stories about having 10 baggers, 50 baggers, so on and so forth. Nvidia fits one of those, and I think it can go up from here. So I still like Nvidia. The days of buying these stocks on the cheap are over with now. The most valued company in the world is Nvidia right now. So if you like the stock market, you gotta like this name. Yeah. And I would say buy dips, man. I don't think too much is changing in this space.
And our little bets we didn't really bet, but I think we were sort of going back and forth. This was just for fun.
AMD?
AMD and Nvidia getting to 200, I believe. Was it first or was it by Nvidia earnings? I don't know if we were giving it a time limit. For some reason in my head it was like buy Nvidia earnings, but neither buy Nvidia's earnings.
No.
That's just how it is, which puts you in the other direction. Here's the Nvidia could literally drop to $140 and that wouldn't scare me. Like, look at the weekly chart on Nvidia. Has it done that before? I mean, we just went 150 to 90. That happened. Was everybody panicking about that? Sure, but if you bought the dip, and ultimately I'm not going to pretend that I got any lows on that stock. I bought it in spring training, which was not even that good, because March would be like right in here. So like my buy was at like, I think around a 111, I think it was 42, 22, or 69, one of those three numbers. But that's the thing. At some point, you just got to pull the trigger on the way down if you want to add to it, and there's lots of room to add to it. The demand picture is still there, at least for now. But so I saw someone in the midday say this, that we're sick and tired of having to hear about how much money is left on the table for sales in China. We just want them to be able to make the money. Let's just start seeing those sales. That would make me a lot happier. Let's go to Adair.
Yeah, just keep an eye here on MNMD, MindMed. Marijuana Moment reporting that apparently there's a U.S. Senate committee that is going to be holding a hearing on the benefits of psychedelics for military veterans. So report here on a Senate committee potentially holding a hearing on how these psychedelics can benefit military veterans, as reported by Marijuana Moment, MNMD, making a nice little push to the upside on this report. Back to you.
That stock's actually...
Smell any pop in mine.
No, well, this is what I was going to get at. I can hear like a little bit of echo. What I was going to get at with MindMed is if you just buy it at 5 and sell it at 10, and then just don't try to make it, don't be a hero. Don't be a hero. Buy it at 5, sell it at 10. Kind of like with Lucid, like you buy it at 2 and you sell it at 3 to 350, that kind of a deal. That's not bad. You've been able to do it a couple of times. I mean, I'd argue you really could have only pulled it off a couple of times. But still, someone's selling it at 10, I mean, it's more obvious that there's sellers at 10 than there's buyers at 5. It kind of happens to bounce down there. It's hard to even call that support when but I can be convinced that there's resistance at $10. That's very, very obvious. And look, I know there's a lot of, if you're into technical analysis and that stuff, you'd be like, rounded bottom into a breakout. Don't know what would get the stock to do that, to actually break out the top. But it is one heck of a rounded bottom into a key level. That's because of its short float, there'd be squeeze potential above $11 here, at least into the 13. But I think that's what you're going for with MindMed. It doesn't really do a lot of volume. It's done half a million volume today. So like you wouldn't even, like you couldn't even day trade that. I'd be surprised. That should be blocked for us with that kind of volume. I guess it's enough. It's a $10 stock.
Yeah.
If it was more expensive, it would be blocked for half a million volume at this time of day. No questions asked. But let's look at the overall market. I mean, SoFi, it's trying to get to VWAP. Oh, I see in the chat, Ryan Fay, Amazon's trying to go. Amazon needs to do something. You got to expect that some of the weakness in Amazon is because Walmart got punked and their guide wasn't what everyone wanted. And it was a poor guide by Walmart. That they came in at 250, they raised guidance 252 to 262, but the expectation was 262. So that means the midpoint was 57, and that's 5 cents underneath what the market was expecting. So Walmart to the downside. Amazon is really trying to hold the 50 period on the daily. It was a good buy after earnings at the 200 period, but if we can't hold that 50 period, we're right back there in a heartbeat. That said, we have held that 50 period at 221, and I think this is what you're getting at. This is breaking trend. Amazon is breaking trend right now as we speak. Amazon's breaking trend as we speak. So good luck. That was Ryan in the chat pointing that out. We're going to get our protein on.
Peanut.
I'm about to...
Peanut butter, honey or something? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, we love these things. That is for sure. Thank you, Sharif, for that.
Now I've had 1/100th of the protein that Sharif has in a day. These are delicious, man. They're really good.
Okay, thanks.
You know...
Go ahead, what was that?
No, I'm going to finish chewing. One of the good things to put in these snacks, sweetening with maple syrup is delicious. My wife, when she did triathlons, she used to make energy, I don't know, they weren't like this, but like little energy balls.
Yeah. A guy at baseball makes
And she'd sweeten them with that maple syrup, and my goodness.
Yeah.
It's delicious. Now, I wasn't really going out on runs back then or anything, but I was eating them because I like food.
Some kid at my baseball makes them with, he brings it for me all the time. They're more oat based than this, but applesauce for a sweetener. I don't know, there's lots of sugar in applesauce, I guess. All right. Yeah, so nice move up there. These things just take a while to
They're a little
get
chewy.
going.
They're not the best thing to eat while we're doing the show.
That's fine. Whatever. All right, so
They're good.
Just in the futures trade, really. I mean, we're still in this AMD short. This has been a good one, but we're not very much into this. It's still from the beginning. We covered down here, but now we're getting I took like a quarter of a bite of that thing, and it's still. All right, we're at the 200 period right now. We must go over to AMD, take a piece out right now, and then we'll just hold to see what winds up happening near the end of the day now. I'm not sure. We had some mixed opinions. I was always saying I'm just bullish about Jackson Hole because everybody else is bearish, so that's all. So I just don't really see what's going to happen there that changes the course of this market right now. I mean, the market's only. It's pretty flat. I mean, we are starting to head to the downside, right? But if you're going to look at the Nasdaq, I always look at the Nasdaq. We can look at the S&P 500. Primarily, every stock traded on this show is Nasdaq based. So that's the thing. All right. So obviously we're on a little bit of a downtrend. We've seen that. This is nothing out of the ordinary, right? I mean, we see down moves pretty much often in the market. It feels like we're in a crazy bull market because we are. But if you go from 583 as the top, even to lose 10%, like you're not bearish until 20%. So 580, you gotta go down 100 points. That like you're all the way back down into here before we start to be like, oh man, now what? So I kind of feel like this is course of action, and then if there's nothing, and like I said, I don't know what's going to be said. I'm not sure what bullish or bearish actions are going to be had tomorrow, but is this not a buying opportunity? Like you come back in here, we're going to see some of these lows that we've seen since July, and then people are going to be like, wow, some people are stuck up here. There's people around here that bought at the top, and then it comes right back in, and then you're thinking to yourself, okay, now maybe it's time to average in. I could just see a nice little bump up from those levels. So tomorrow I'm looking bullish here. With Jackson Hole. I mean, it doesn't even, 10 a.m.? I'm not even sure when Powell speaks, but I don't think you know either, do you?
No.
Okay, so nobody here knows.
I don't even know that.
Bear's going to look it up. You just look it up, but I
don't know that anything shocking will get.
I know when he speaks. It's at 10 a.m.
Yeah, there you go.
And it's been it's a known factor that he speaks at 10 a.m.
Yeah. Well, okay.
But
I knew it.
This is not the same thing as a Fed rate decision. This is not, like at the end of the day, there's not much that he can say that is going to be different. We haven't got any data which is a big shift from when we already heard the reaction. We already know the reaction from the recent PPI and the recent labor market, right? So nothing, and they didn't change any of their language after that. So what's going to be different now? He's going to have to comment on some stuff with this recent member that's getting pressure, and I guess that'll be talked about, and we're going to hear more about how they care about the labor market.
I actually don't think he'll talk about that at all.
I think he's going to get asked about what he decides.
He's just going to say it's not in my jurisdiction.
Yeah, I mean, he might say that. Whatever.
And then that's it. So that's
what I'm saying. So I'm not sure it's going to be that big catalyst. Like I'm thinking more along the lines of the next big thing for the market is Nvidia than anything else. Like that's where if I'm worried about something for the market, it's Nvidia disappointing. And then we worry about September when September comes. We worry about mid-September when mid-September comes. But my concern would be if we're heading lower, it's what's going on with Nvidia, and do they show us any signs of disappointment? Because if that happens, I mean, come on, like Nvidia, you don't want Atlas to shrug. Basically, is the way you got to think about it when it comes to Nvidia, and then we'll worry about the Fed when it gets there. You're seeing the money markets start to at least bring that percentage down, which makes a little bit more sense because that reaction never made sense in the context of what's been going on sort of publicly, and when all the Fed speakers have come through, none of it sounded like 80% to me. So I'm not expecting it to sound like 100% tomorrow either. So anyways, in this almost said AMD. Amazon, which just broke trend. I'm trying to get back in on the trend line. Ooh, there it goes. See? Just happened. So the usual prior bar out. Not going to give it to VWAP. The market isn't moving all that much right now. I think we all can see that. So just to look for a trend break. There's the prior bar low. I don't like chasing them up here if I can get it. If I can get it on the way up, great. Otherwise, wait for it to get it back down and then throw the stop in on AMZN. There was something else that I wanted to... Oh, well, it's because we were talking about Walmart with regards to Amazon, and I wanted to throw up the chart of Walmart. Walmart holding not just at the low of the day, because that matters, but what's actually mattering more, down this 5%, is holding under the 50-period moving average. So this is a stock that, until proven otherwise, I think it gets to that 200 period. You give it the old 3-day rule. Like if it holds, look, if tomorrow it holds again and is above 98, and then on Monday it's holding 98, then fine. The 50 period is held, and that's a place to dip by. Otherwise, I just make the assumption that the next stop is the 200 period moving average, and that's where you pick up stocks that you like. So I'll be a buyer, Walmart down there. But I could be open to the 50 period in this particular case, but I wouldn't do it on day one here. This isn't like Amazon, where Amazon was bouncing off the 200 period on day one. So buying it day 2 or 3 was a little bit easier to do because I thought you were getting a better spot. Well, yeah, Walmart did not like the guide whatsoever, and it still trades pretty pricey. You know, it's going to drag some things down with it. I think it dragged Costco down, and what's hilarious is I've never had a Costco membership. When I was in the States, I used to do all of the family when Dad lived in the States, and I would always do the shopping at Sam's.
Oh, yeah.
I always liked it. It was pretty good. I mean, again, like, I don't know how much different it is. I mean, I've been to Costco, obviously, but it's not that much of a difference, really, between the two. But it makes sense why Costco would be down and why Amazon is down on that Walmart hit. They did disappoint any way you cut it.
I mean, we're down 8% yesterday on Target. We're down again today on Target, I believe, down about 2%.
Oh, yeah?
Last time I looked. So, yeah, I mean, today retail is struggling, right? And so, you know, you want to talk about rate cuts and all things like that, you know, affecting credit cards. We'll see how strong the consumer is. Again, more jobless claims today than expected. So, you know, definitely not helping the market out. I mean, if we look at what happened when we're short right now, by the way, the market's coming back in. So we like the way that's looking. Yeah, the jobless market, at 8:30 when we had some of those jobless claims come through, kind of choppy then, and then we ripped up to the high side there. 10:30 was the high of the day or so right there for the NASDAQ, and then it was sort of flushed right back in there into this says 12:30, but it's really just 1:30 because it's Chicago time. And now we're sort of just basing out again near this level. We've already taken out that 23,300. We talked about that earlier, and it looks like that was a really good top. So those were the shorts. And as you can see, higher high there, and then a lower high, and then we really haven't seen anything. It's actually broken. If anything, we may be getting a little bit bullish if we can't take these levels out right there of 23.2. So we're coming back in now. I'm sitting on the bid. I'm sitting on the bid a little bit lower here for the NASDAQ to see if we can get one of these fills, and then hoping for that breakdown. And like I said, if everybody's thinking that tomorrow is going to be a negative day, then maybe they start the selling right now. So I'm rating down here at 24, I believe, with a few shares. So hopefully we can just swipe us, get that 24, and then if we're lucky enough, that was down there at 12s or 13s. That's just a bid that we had sitting there underneath all of this support. So there it is. Can we get it? Did we get it? Yes, we did. So that was a good trade. And now we'll start to go a little bit lower now on the TQQs. So hopefully that does happen, and then we can get into somewhere here. Yeah, make sure you do hit the like and subscribe. Let me check what's going on over here with our page and see how many traders we have hitting the like and the subscribe right there. 259, very low. I'm sorry, I'm doing such a bad job. Make sure you do hit the like and, hit the like, and I unclicked it there. Hit the like right now, get that subscribe going. Yeah, and then you could, just demonstrating, and then you could be part of our chat. Neil has the the voting thing up there. You can hit whatever you want in here. We can start to talk about it. But here comes the market. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Let's see if we can get some more money in the cart here without too much of it flying out. There we go, 300. If we can get to like 600 or 700, I think that'd be pretty good. But there's a downside push. I don't have any more bids. The next bid is actually at 86, right into this level there. For me, prices don't really matter on the TQs. It's not, this is an ETF, so it's just floating with whatever the NASDAQ does. So if the NASDAQ cranks, so will this. So you got to use charts here. I have obviously a lot of fills on this, but 86 bucks right there would be something for me. And then the ultimate low, and we talked about this earlier today when we were talking about 86.40 on our long, which was right into there, 87.40 where we got out. It turned out to be the top. That was a long that we had there. We got out of our last 10%, went long again, then started to go short. So I'm looking right into here if we're lucky enough to get that 85.80 as a potential spot where we may want to clear out of everything if it gets to the downside. So my next bid is there at $86. People saying Palantirs, and then we're going to
I'm going to restart this.
Okay, so show it up, and then we can get people voting.
Right now, because people are already putting symbols in. Just remember, I saw Palantir and I see BMNR in the chat, and neither one of them have a dollar sign in front of it. So if you want a symbol to get discussed or looked at, I have a specific question about it, I just restarted it, so anything you throw in there, Workday and Viking and Meta, and there's Palantir. So make sure $ and then whatever the symbol you're interested in. Palantir is just going to jump right back up to the top, is my guess. Yeah, so you can already. Whoa, that was. I've never seen one go off the screen like that. And then we can see what Palantir is doing on the day. Wow, Palantir, after all that yesterday, is flat today. 0.028% on PLTR. And thank you guys. We'll double check. I keep it up the entire time. If you see me look up, I'm just scanning to see. Palantir is number one, but I'll respect that. But before I get there, got to show trend broke, got in, it broke the prior bar, and then I'm out. Try to keep a tight stop there. Neil's trying to move. Hit a couple of shorts, but those aren't new. Although I am trying to reload every chance I get on SoFi, it just hasn't happened yet. But now we can go to Palantir because that is the number one on the list currently. Same. It doesn't. This time it's not getting to 157 though. Like at least before, this has been getting to 157 bucks and then selling off. But still not too much movement on Palantir. I don't know what to tell you. It's considering the last 2 days. This is a very consolidative day for Palantir, and it's consolidating above theoretical support there at that 50 period. Oh, wait a minute. No, check that. It's a 50 period on the daily. I don't have a 200 period. Oh, because it went to the NASDAQ, and this doesn't go that far back. That's why.
Yeah. All right. Exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple levered ETFs, offering a 3 times bull, 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. If you want even more, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indice. If you are a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3xdaily to learn more. And you can, if that was too quick for you, just please scan that QR code on your screen and learn more about triple levered ETFs. And of course, the biggest position here is going to be this triple levered ETF, and it is the TQQs. So we're going to watch out for the NASDAQ right now dancing around. Palantir looks actually like it wants to break long right now. Trying to just, take out the VWAP, take out the 200 period. We held both of those, so that's real good. And then right now, it's too bad that the market's really not doing anything. We took advantage of those down. Oh yeah, by the way, I got 11s also right there. We had another bid down there, so we took some 11s out on that move. The market's going to do that. We'll just sit there. I still think it goes lower, but we got to take some profits. I don't know if Palantir is going to be worth punching out, but if you are long on the name, you do have a lot of support, I think, right now. And if the market cranks lower, then that's what the market's going to do. But for right now, it looks like we're trying to hold out. I'm short the market because some of these stocks just don't seem to be doing a whole heck of a lot. Tesla's a very popular name to trade. And again, we are in and out of this one pretty quickly this morning, starting with some shorts and then short. Yeah, we didn't. Those are short in the pre-market. Yeah, that's right. Because I was like, that doesn't look right. And normally I wouldn't hold it like that. But then the short really came into right here. We were able to take out some profits on the short, and then eventually it ran the bid, right? Yeah, and then so all the way up there into 324. Takes out 324. And then boosh, right back down in. So, timing, as everything in life, is everything. And right now, Tesla, I don't know, not doing too much. The only stock that's really going right now is BLSH. This looks like a great chart, holding the 50-period moving average. You'd want to go short once you break this trend. So for me, I always look at sort of the last time where it broke, so that's 68.40s or so. So this could be the short that you're looking for if you're going to punch something short on BLSH. Back-to-back days of some nice takes there, but with crypto going to the downside one more time, and like I said,
it's a weird time for that to go up.
Yeah, I don't really know, so that's why I was almost looking short there. Bitcoin down 1.73%, Ethereum also downside. I would probably say Tom Lee just selling into all the bids right now. He already got his move to the upside, so now we'll see how much pain the retail traders can withstand, and maybe it gets back down into 26, 28 bucks, and we're able to buy some more Ethereum down near those prices. But look, I still have some in a trust, and I don't I didn't sell any of it, so maybe I should, as we just pulled back pretty nicely right here. And again, this is a decent pullback, right? Like people worry about 5 or 6% sometimes. This is from 36.50 down to 32.20, so you're more than 10% off of highs from both Ethereum and Bitcoin. At this point. So it's getting to be, possible buy the dips. If you want to buy anything that's down more than 10%, those would be some good cases.
I just feel like 10% on ETH is nothing in terms of drawbacks.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's nothing as opposed to any of these NASDAQ.
Like 25, 40, like those are real drawbacks on those stocks.
40%, yeah.
Those are
that's what I mean about how retail always loses.
You know what I mean. No,
I know. I mean, 40% drawdown on Ethereum would be crazy. There'd be so many people losing so much money because, again, you follow talking heads. And do your own research on all this stuff.
Oh, it's weird because I hear a lot about never sell at tops and buy at tops. I've never liked buying at tops. If I like something, then I'll buy it when everyone doesn't like it. Like when everyone didn't like an Amazon report, I'd rather try to buy that. If people don't like an Nvidia report and we get a good dip, then I'd rather buy that as well. The number 2 name on this board right now is actually Workday, passing Nvidia. And when I say this board, I'm not even showing it to you. Workday slid into number 2. They report tonight, 8% expected move. And what's crazy about them is if they hit expectations, they got a PE with a 2 in front of it. 26, or 4P is 26. If they beat expectations, that could be in the low 20s, believe it or not. For a stock, it's not really done much of anything. That's the kind of thing where if the valuation gets reasonable because of a good report and the guidance, well, more importantly, the guide has to end up good because, look, you got to be forward thinking here. So if they beat and then guide higher, this is a stock that's poised to break the 50-period moving average. And what's cool about it is it's been respecting the 50-period moving average. That's the first thing. Does it matter? Does the 50-period matter? Yes, it does. Is there a clear scenario under which something positive happens, something very particular happens fundamentally, and then it gives you a technical trade? Yes. Like if we beat and guide higher and we're breaking 235 or above 235, then I think the long makes sense on Workday. I don't gamble going into earnings. That 8% move, it's not a lot, relatively speaking, but it did 2 last time, so it's expecting to be a little bit more volatile this time through, and it made a nice bottom as well. So Workday, I think, has a decent chance. We'll see how the report goes. That's one of a few. I think we have Zoom as well. Zoom, Workday, and I believe there's one other, but this one, very, very interesting, at least the level.
Zoom, Intuit, Ross Stores, and Workday. Workday, Ross Stores, Intuit, all at 4 p.m., Zoom at 4:05.
We don't even have to wait. You don't have to do anything. We're just going to throw it right over, and Sean and Dara are going to crush it on the show. I hope they all go up, but specifically Workday because that 50 period's been respected. That's at least, I haven't looked at Zoom in quite some time. When was the last time I used Zoom? I can't even think about it.
Yeah, same.
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I never?
I don't use,
it's not never, but, oh no, I do remember. We used it. I know we use it on the show, Andre, but when we did the Jimmy Carter show was the last time I used Zoom. Because did we use Zoom for that? Or we use something else? We didn't even use Zoom for that? Okay, forget about it. Then I can't remember the last time I used it personally.
I found...
That's nuts.
We did use it when we were at home the day after, or on Black Friday, I guess, that November stream. We actually did use Zoom that day. If you were present for that, then you used Zoom. But Jimmy Carter Day, we were in studio.
Yeah, we were right here.
I don't think I was here for that.
Yeah, we were definitely here for that day. Okay, so interesting thing here on Bespoke here. If you're having a good week, you're having a terrible summer, and this is kind of... Trump... Oh, critical minerals. They're reallocating chip money for critical minerals right now. I'll show that in a second. We have to get over to see exactly what's happening right here. What's MP doing if that is going to be the case? Probably Rip City right now on MP, I'd guess. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Up to $68. So we'll hear more about exactly what that means. Reallocating money from the chip bill, which should be affecting Intel, I guess.
Intel and Micron.
Downside maybe for Intel. We'll see if there's any sort of news here going on, and Dara will get that story, then you'll hear that fancy trumpet, and then she'll come on and Okay, if you're having a good week, it's because you're having a bad summer. So this is what it is right here. Dayforce, First Solar, Enphase. Yep, we'll go over there in a second. Right here, you can see just this week alone, obviously Dayforce with the buyout, so they're going to be up pretty huge. If you see, this is quarter to date, right? So through August the 14th. Centene, like look at all of these healthcare networks, right? They're all to the downside. We'll talk about this in a minute because some critical metals stocks moving around here as well. Okay, what was that, Adara?
That news I'm actually not seeing, but I am seeing another piece of news I want to mention. Apparently, the U.S. military is seeking to stockpile cobalt for the first time in decades. With that in mind, I'm seeing some tickers to watch: ELBM, VALE, and ABAT. This is VALE or Vale. So take a look here at ABAT, American Battery. As you can see, this one getting moved to the upside. So again, keep an eye on some of these cobalt stocks potentially. Apparently, the U.S. military planning on stockpiling cobalt for the first time in decades. I am not seeing, though, this other story, and if I see anything on that, I'll let you know. Okay, now I'm seeing this. Apparently, Reuters is reporting that the Trump administration is considering plans to reallocate $2 billion in the CHIPS Act funding for critical minerals. So reallocating $2 billion worth for critical minerals. Keep an eye on MP and USAR.
Yeah, MP is the one that got, it looks like it got the biggest volume spike there, but for anyone, when we were saying maybe look at like Intel and Micron, the CHIPS Act was like 200 and almost it was probably close to $300 billion. So reallocating $2 billion of the CHIPS Act money, it doesn't, like, it might matter to MP and you get a little spike, but that's not going to hurt. That's not going to hurt Intel or Micron. So I don't think there's going to be anything there. But MP is moving it's moving on that. The volume's not really sustaining right now. Like the big volume spike, and then you wait a heartbeat, and it's holding the bid. It's just not seeing, I'm not really seeing any tape levitation or any crazy excitement like you'd think you'd see out of a short float like MP does have here. So really nothing too crazy on MP. This one has been pulling back. It just cannot get to the 50 period. This one might be allergic to the 50 period moving average. I feel like I want to stink bid this for like 10% at like 60 or something on MP because I missed it the last time. It was close to the 50 period moving average. It famously got a deal literally the day after when it didn't come close. So I feel like this one dips anymore. It's one that I do want to pick up at some point to take a shot at it. So I see Palantir is still, wow.
Yeah, the market's trying to go.
I mean, Palantir is like still like double on the list. Every time I look up to see what the top ticker is, it's just continuously Palantir. It's not as if anyone is typing anything but Palantir. And the funny thing is not everyone's even typing $sign in front. So.
Oh, they're not? Okay. Yeah, make sure you guys do it right.
Make sure you do the $sign in front.
Yeah, you got it.
Although now everyone's just doing $sign Palantir. So
yeah, good.
It's now further ahead.
Get that Palantir train going, guys. So we'll wait for that one. Look, we said yesterday never short a dull market or a sleepy market, and I guess tomorrow nobody is worried about this whole of Jackson because right now it's not really doing too much. The futures, they're kind of just hanging out right here, waiting on news, and we just might got a little bit of a story there about the chip. Okay, well, maybe we come back a little bit now. I don't know. We're short at 55s. Remember, our stop is VWAP, so we're getting pretty close to that. So let's see if it does drip down a little bit now. We'll take a little bit off there. Hopefully, we can continue to have a move in. And this is what... Yeah, we already talked about that MP materials. I mean, we can have a quick little look on that one. Wow, now $67. Wow, we brought this. I mean, as soon as I heard that news, man, just sort of punched long. That would have been a great trade there. But yeah, stocks having good weeks have been having bad summers. And that's sort of what we're talking about right now. Regeneron is the only one that's up right there, actually Nextera as well. But you could see here, Salesforce is a big name that many people would own. That's down 14% this quarter, up 5% this week. So it just shows you, like, sometimes you could be down for many, many months, and then a good story, a buyout in your space helps. Palo Alto as well, obviously down 15%, and then gets the earnings and gets the call. It goes back higher, so that's been a good save there as well.
It's down that much.
Yeah, Centene, yeah, exactly. What? All these names, United Health, Centene. I don't know about Molina. I've never heard of that one.
I don't know that.
But yeah, they're all Elevance, ELV there, down 24, now just down 5, now up 5. So it's been a good week, that's for sure, for some of those names. But a lot of them haven't flipped back to positive yet. First Solar's, we always say buy best of breed. I mean, you've been hearing me say that. It's not my line, but we've been saying that for a minute. That's from Bespoke. So they're a great follow also on Twitter. What's up, Adara?
Oh, go ahead.
But I here on META, we have kind of a wild twist here in this story about their AI spending. We know that Wall Street Journal initially reported that the company was pausing its spending for AI. Then a Meta spokesperson said to CNBC that apparently this pause is just some organizational planning with regards to their superintelligence efforts. Now, a couple minutes ago here on X, Alexander Wang, who of course is Meta's chief AI officer and the former CEO of Scale AI, he's saying, and I quote, "We are truly only investing more and more into Meta Superintelligence Labs as a company. Any reporting to the contrary of that is clearly mistaken." So Meta Chief Intelligence Officer Alexander Wang denying any reports that they're spending less on superintelligence. So we're going to have to wait and see how this shakes out, guys. Back to you.
Super intelligent.
Thank you very much there, Adara. And, well, as the market comes back to the upside, so I was just curious. I was looking at that CNC chart because, every now and then you watch the market a lot or you look at stocks a lot, and I realized that, like,
a little bit.
Yeah, but I had no clue that this, whatever, it's not a stock that I pay attention to, but kind of missed that drop. Doesn't really matter. SoFi just came right back in, tested that local high again. It's been holding 22.25 for some time. Let's see if we can do it one more time. So I just reloaded it. Neil's not doing anything, but Palantir is now pressing. Okay, Palantir might break this out. All right, it's been a minute, but Palantir is trying to go here. And if it breaks, if it breaks, this is 157. Call it 60. It's like above 50, but it'll be 60. I'm going to take a shot at this one. As Palantir, it spent the entire day doing not. I mean, look, it's moved around. Like, to say that it hasn't done anything is it's a little disingenuous because some of these candles are like rather decent. Like $3 is not nothing. But compared to yesterday, it hasn't done anything. So if it breaks out this local high in the morning, I'm looking to jump into the long. At 58, I might add, but I'd rather be long going into it because it's power hour instead of waiting for it to go another 50 cents. I just feel like that's a better way to go. That way, if I have either I do 58 with a wide stop or I can have a tighter stop here, and then even if that loses, I have another shot at the 58 level if it goes up. So very, very strong name relatively this afternoon, and Palantir finally trying to break the morning range. Well, I guess it's not the morning range, all day's range.
Yeah.
Forget about the morning.
So here it is right here. I just asked Perplexity that question that we had, and it actually right here, according to JP Morgan, since 1988, the average S&P return for money invested at all-time highs has has actually been slightly better than investing on a random day.
Okay.
So dollar cost averaging. If you always bought the S&P, and I don't know, stock specific, I would assume it works as well. I just asked about the S&P. You can probably figure that out. But yeah, it's beaten quite significantly too. That's 4 basis points there. That's 6 basis points there. 6 basis points there on a 5-year average return. So yeah, and it talks about, there's benefits of dollar cost averaging, of course. Yeah, that's what it is, man. People always feel like they're going to miss out on all that, but the 1-year forward return from buying at all-time highs is 13% compared to an amazing 12% randomly. So that's why, if you extrapolate it over, if you're always doing it, maybe it works. But I sort of knew that I had read an article about that, so that's why I was trying to just to see what's going on with that kind of a move. But what else I wanted to do was what stocks are in the XME ETF. So right here, just because we're talking about metals and everything like that, you're going to want to get into the metals and mining ETF right here. I was just trying to look at the percentages of what's been held in this ETF, but there goes XME. Nice move up. Thank you to everybody in the chat, especially my guy that was saying XMR. Right here. Rivian Millionaire. What's up, Rivian Millionaire? Bang. On that one. So yeah, thanks for bringing this to our attention. And yeah, these are the holdings right here. So there it is, nice upside move. Again, as we look, that cobalt story is kind of interesting. I don't really know why or whatever the story is with that one, but you could see, talk about a bull run on this as well. Very much like the market. XME right now, huge move. From those April lows of 50 up to 80, you don't get too many moves like that in an ETF. So congratulations if you're able to pick out this one. And this is what's held in it. Cleveland Cliffs, of course, Steel Dynamics, United States Steel buyouts, we'll have to adjust that. Alcoa, Nucor, basically everything that I think of when I think about metals. There's FCX, something that we always talk about as well on the show, Newmont Mining for some gold. But again, you guys can figure out your own stocks and what you want to put into your portfolio, or you can pay somebody probably 1 or 2 basis points or whatever the management fee is on this. Maybe it even says in here, is this BlackRock? No, Spiders. So I don't know what their fee would be, but at the end of the day, this is what's listed in there, and weights are shifting based on index adjustments. So yeah, take it for what it's worth there, but this is the XME on some of that news now going higher.
0.35.
0.35. Okay, so really cheap there on the management.
I mean,
fee.
yeah, because it's SPY, right? Like,
Yeah, so get your money in there. Probably one of the largest held ETFs in the mining sector for sure. Data center love for Oracle. Oracle's really changed up, and now just huge revenues for Oracle over the last couple quarters. You know, this is a name that we probably don't talk about enough. It's had an absolute monster move as well, from $105. We can always look at the bottom, doesn't matter. I was talking when we talk about some other names that have really blasted off here. So has Oracle, and you're getting this at the 50 period as well. So again, building all these data centers, a server side, Oracle's huge in all of this. I really think that they're going to be a great opportunity for the long run, especially if the AI boom is I don't think it's just getting going, but it's definitely just getting going. Obviously, when you see moves like this, there's been some money made already on this, but I still think there's more. Oracle probably works from here at the 50-period moving average. So those of you that maybe aren't in specific names, or you're too over-invested in the chips themselves, you know, get some of the nuts and bolts here and grab some Oracle. I think it's worth it on many fronts. So Oracle, a good name to still participate in this boon, but not the same way as Nvidia or AMD, because if you miss, and again, a lot of traders, they get late onto trades, right? I mean, AMD right now has had a huge run, but like depending on where you've bought it, that's 185 down to 163, so you're still down 10% from the highs there as well. So it's just funny, like 10% used to be a huge move. Now it's just like, oh, you're down 10%. Okay, what is it, Friday or Tuesday? So yeah, you know, watch out for some of these plays. Make sure they're, you know, the space is right. It's a macro play that you're interested in. So AMD is still a couple dollars away from being at that 50-period moving average. If you think some of the moves are now done, you may want to get involved in some of these plays now because they're getting close to buy zones. And Oracle, I believe, is at one right now, so watch out for Oracle.
I like the company more than I like AMD. I don't know, AMD just feels a little frothy to me. Nvidia over AMD 10 times out of 10, but you know what we can all agree on, hopefully? That empowered women can change the world. And you can help make it happen. The Woman Boss trains the mentors women and girls across Africa to lead, innovate, and thrive. Since 2018, they've reached over 10,000 women and girls, and your donation today can launch the next great entrepreneur. Scan the QR code on the screen now and join in building a brighter future. Great cause. Hard to argue with that one in there, to be sure. And I'll go back to AMD in a quick little second. Palantir did break that. It's kind of a random price, but just the high of the day. But not really the high of the day. It's like the high of the open market. It's got to be a word for that. High of the open range, whatever. I had one out in front of 75 and then one in front of 90. I think it tagged 89 and did not fill. Because 158 is still a thing. Let's go all the way back here. We talk about close prices mattering. This 158, I think, is going to be some resistance here on Palantir. So I want to get one more out in front of 58, see if it can break that level. It's past 3 o'clock, which I think we saw this late in the day. I mean, whatever, everything was running yesterday, but late in the day, this rally, there was one dip after 3, but it was more or less trend up on Palantir, and it feels like it's doing a similar thing here today. Just the last on AMD. Like AMD, this is one of those, if Nvidia did this, I'd be buying it. But AMD's doing it, and I don't know how much of a believer I am. I've had some AMD shares from a really, really long time ago, and I'm kind of thinking the other thing. It's probably going to be silly, but I don't even know if I care to own this company and own Nvidia anymore. So in the cleaning up of how much crap that you own, I'm just going to say to myself, if this loses the 50 period, then I'm just not going to be in the stock anymore. And it's as simple as that. And if I want some exposure to it, then I'll pick up I'll just start moving into an ETF or something like that. But I like Nvidia more, so why am I going to be in? I don't need to be in both. Let's just leave it at that. The other one, there was something else I wanted to get to, but shoot, it was not Workday because we already talked about Workday. Oh, that's what it was. I wanted to get back to that MP. Because one of the things that we don't necessarily mention with regard to MP is, like, everyone's like, oh, well, rare earths, big negotiating tactic. The U.S. obviously wants to secure a strong position with them, and they're the really only option out there in the U.S. 14% short float on this name. There's also a squeeze name. And remember when you get short data that it's delayed. So this has the potential that MP, I don't know this for a fact, but usually a month or two you can be delayed on these numbers. There's a decent chance that's actually bigger, and we find out that the short float could be inching toward 20% and getting squoze even more. So you like this for buying some dips. I know I said I've liked the 50-period moving average, but I'm also eyeballing. Part of the reason to wait is this, like since the big volume spike here, you've got this very, very clear trend line which is set up. I think if it loses that, you wait for the 50 period. If it bounces here, this could be a nice little long continuation. As long as it holds this level, I like that little trend there on MP. That's what I wanted to get to. The Palantir, let's see if you can do what you did yesterday, or like a small portion of what you did yesterday. Yesterday was ridiculous.
Yeah, Palantir. 2 days of a nice 2-day run there.
Yeah, 2 days. It's insane. Like 2 days ago, the stock does $14 total, and then yesterday it does like $12 or $13 total. Today, completely sideways. Sometimes that's just how it is. You get a consolidation day, but you know what? It's better to consolidate at the highs than it is to consolidate at the lows. 10 times out of 10. Unless you're a short.
Still can't believe it's August 21st right now. I was just going through it, like, Neil was just talking about AMD versus Palantir, versus Nvidia.
Yeah.
Like, AMD's PE is 90. Okay, Nvidia's is 56.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so, no matter which way you look at it, valuation-wise, AMD is more frothy at these levels than anything else. Than those two names anyways. Yeah, bull market, dull market, whatever you want to call it. Shout out to you there in the chat. Again, talking about this market that we have here today. Let me just quickly go over a few different names. Obviously, we have our graphic that we have up here as well, but this is TradingView, so they have a stock screener, like a map, sort of a heat map, so to speak here. And this is what the market looks like today. We've been used to the last couple of days, just has been littered with bright red. And today it's not. Today it's actually pretty mixed. Broadcom downside there. Broadcom's AVGO there, PE 106. So yeah, Amazon's PE, because they're down today as well, more reasonable, 34. So they're down, but again, we know that the retail trade continues to suffer due to this guy, not TJX, sorry, due to Target from yesterday and Walmart from today. Buy the best of breed down here. Costco, if you get a chance to do that, I think that that's smart. You can even start buying some of that today. Average into it. My family loves some Ulta Beauty, and they're up today. So again, they're leaving Costco apparently, so that will be sad, but they are leaving Costco, so we'll have to wait to see what happens with them coming through. Eli Lilly today up 0.85, so we go Yahoo for that one. At least that stock is trying to work out for me, so we're pretty happy with some Eli Lilly in my account, so we'll be watching out for that one moving forward. We just got to get some orders out because we're getting close. The TQs, we're going to stop out if it gets too much going, too much more than this. Other than that, man, consumer services, we talked a little bit about Disney today doing something with ESPN, right? So they're down 0.78. Comcast, yeah, they had the Paramount deal go through, so this sector just needs to slow down just a little bit. There's Charter Communications up there as well. Not too many movements happening. Airbnb, Starbucks downside. Luckin Coffee could be a trade at some point. There we talked about that with Sharif and Jeff Mendel the other day. The cheapest of the cheap is Google. Google, if you're talking about PEs right now, in the 20s.
That's
right now for Google. So this would be the one that, if you're looking for some kind of value,
Buy all the dips.
yeah, it would be Google is the one that many traders are indicating as a potential dip buy opportunity. And as Neil just mentioned on that one, you may want to buy some dips in Google. So looking at that stock, this, again, real healthy, real nice like, but dip buy opportunities exist here for Google. So I would say make your bed in this name and probably lay in it and be happy about it. Like 185, you get dipped down into there and you get a PE under 20. That's go. Like I love the Gemini. I love all of that.
But like, how many stocks have hit the highs while being the most reasonable PE in their space?
Right. Exactly. So
In this market,
good question.
I mean, like, I'm not asking ChatGPT. That's a rhetorical question. I'm
Right, of
assuming it's
course.
0. I'm literally assuming the answer to that question is 0. Well, 1.
Repeat the question again. How many?
How many stocks have been? Okay, it's a bit of a. It's not precise to say have the best PE in its group, because I think it can be ambiguous as to what group.
Right, and what's best mean? Oh, you mean cheapest?
The cheapest PE,
Okay, yeah.
while it's testing its highs. And then
Right.
testing the highs is a bit subjective. But that set of circumstances, I can't think of a single stock that's doing it, with the exception of Alphabet. Which is incredibly
Probably.
impressive.
I have one that I'm pretty sure would have been
Okay.
probably Tesla, because
But it hasn't got to the highs.
No. But when it was at its highs. Oh, right now I don't think anything.
Oh, okay.
I just think that as stocks were running, like in Amazon, some of these PEs are crazy, and you have to consider that Amazon, like Google's not. Okay, like it's not really a growth stock in the way that some of these other names are. Like you don't. That's why they don't have that 100.
Its core business is the thing everyone's worried about. I just think that we're not giving them enough credit for YouTube, and we're not giving them enough credit for automated driving, and we're not giving them enough credit to be able to figure it out when it comes to AI. And I don't know. I just really it's.
I mean, I really like Google at these levels.
I think they're going to figure it out. So I'm not as worried about it. Maybe it has to do with the fact that I'm at the point now. I think I'm just going to suck it up and pay for YouTube Premium. And I think they're smart enough to keep sending ads.
Yeah,
I'm just a little frustrated by the ads that my daughter sees on the things that she watches. I'm not sure what's going on there. It's just some mature ads that end up showing up on things that are clearly for kids, and I know that's going to sucker me into buying YouTube Premium, which I'm sure is good, but then I'm going to cancel Spotify, so because I'll YouTube Premium, I'm assuming I get some kind of discount on YouTube Music. I have to. I would assume.
I think it includes you.
It's probably or it includes it.
Yeah,
how much I know, so I'm just going to do it, and then I'll cancel Spotify, and then you've got me. And that's how they get you, because I can't live without. Well, my daughter can't live without YouTube. We can't live without YouTube, and the world can't live without YouTube. And you're not living without Alphabet. And that whole nonsense about them selling Chrome, not going to happen. You know, like to me, that never made any sense in the world. It would have to have been completely forced on them. Otherwise, you know, some deals can get done about how they do business, and some technicalities will happen out there. But they're keeping Chrome if they can. There's no reason they would want to sell it.
I might just, I have YouTube. I mean, my kids watch it all the time, and on our main TV. I might just cancel. I might do the same thing. Well, if you have YouTube Premium, you do not get any ads whatsoever. Is that how that works? Because that's definitely an interesting point there, I think, for many of us. I don't listen to music, like the podcast, everything I listen to, I have...
you have Apple.
I have Apple Music, so Apple Podcasts and all. I mean, it's the same. Podcasting platform is what it is now. Like most people, Rogan's on both, on YouTube. Like they publish some area and get posted up on others, right?
What's up with that?
Yeah, so I think they've lost the way as far as that is concerned. Yeah, you can now safely invest in YouTube Premium, I would think.
Oh, we got a super chat.
Ooh, NBC Universal and MLB Baseball. No ads and free music. But what does the free music look like? Is there an app for YouTube Music?
I don't even.
There must be.
There is a YouTube Music app.
Yeah,
I have the app. I just don't have I don't pay for it or anything like that. So I probably should do it. But we got a super chat in here. I didn't catch that story on MLB. I don't know if you did. Swing trade tips on timing exits on blue sky setups. I'm notorious at being too early, and Marvell hold or fold for the long term. Thanks in advance. You like Marvell. Marvell actually has a pretty good PE on its own.
Yeah, I have a price tag on Marvell of $100.
But blue sky setups, the whole idea is that there's no levels to work off of. I've heard Michael say some stuff when it comes to that, but I tend to see it this way. If I'm long something and it's breaking out the all-time high, then I'm just usually, unless an event is happening, I'm just holding it for the ride and using some kind of a trend break.
Right.
I'll find a trend line. I don't use Fibonacci's or anything like that, and I can't remember a time that I held something as a swing that was breaking an all-time high, and I had a predetermined target over the all-time high. I don't think I've ever done that. I'd almost always be getting out on some kind of a pullback, and I like trend lines, so that's usually what I go with. Or I might do something like, okay, well, I'll at least hold that all-time high breakout into the next significant event, like maybe earnings or something like that, and then I'll set a trail before the earnings. Yeah, like if you're fortunate enough to have got something going into the high, you've got yourself a price, and you have a stop when you got in, let it ride. I mean, at that point, if I've taken no profit out, maybe I take some profit to make sure that I don't lose on it if it comes all the way back in. Let's choose an example. Like, let's just talk through an all-time high break on Palantir, just for what I'm getting at. Let's imagine that you were buying dips anywhere in Palantir into an all-time high break. So either long here or long here.
Futures.
So if I'm long here, my stop is under there on Palantir, and it breaks out the high, the only adjustment I might make is once it sustains a move, I might move my stop a little bit tighter, and then I would have a trend break. And somewhere around here, it breaks a trend, and then that could get me out of the trade. And that's the way I would look at it. Like, I wouldn't be like, oh, I'm just going to offer in front of 200. Or I'm just going to offer in front of 190, because I don't know. Like, maybe it respects 190, maybe it doesn't. I'd rather try to hold for the trend if I can. And I'll move a stop up because it gives me a reason to break even or something along those lines because it goes. But I'm always going to get out on a trend if it's a blue sky setup. Let it ride. I just feel like overall that's a better way to go. And speaking of letting it ride, Palantir went 2 steps and not a third. Could not break 150. Of course it can't break 158. Thank you for not breaking 158. That's Palantir. It went to 157.99. And could not hold. So Palantir ends up coming out. Well, it was better than shorting it this morning, that's for sure. Didn't make much back because it didn't break that 158. So Palantir runs into resistance again at $158, just like it did here in the.
Oh, no. Are you kidding me?
It's 150.
Did I get filled?
If you offer at 58 or under 50.
Literally at 158.
Oh, dude, it went to 99.
I did not. Did it? That's hilarious. No, I did not.
No, it's literally 99.
Yeah, no, I did not. Well, obviously, I did not get filled there. Oh, whatever.
I mean, there's still 20 minutes left.
The fact that it's there is honestly.
I mean, it's the same thing.
It's good enough for me, man. Good job for Palantir. My own account, I'm sitting at what?
I never use even dollars.
No, I just thought I was going to get it and stream through it. And I don't even care that much about it. I might even just pull it then, just out of spite, and get it out at 168 instead. All right, so Coinbase actually a really reasonable PE right now of 29. To be honest with you, that's probably pretty good for Coinbase. It's gotten crushed over the last little while. So if you guys are looking for some kind of a growth stock that does have a good PE, market PE right now 22, 23 on the S&P 500. So obviously Coinbase, when you're talking about individual stocks, they're going to have catalysts themselves. And, so that's going to have to be watched out there. And I'm not necessarily bullish on crypto at these levels. I said if we can't hold this 112, 113 area, then the next levels down is at 108, and that will send Coinbase lower as well. So you can try to play both against each other. I would rather pick up, like I said, XRP, or Bitcoin, and then I already own a lot of Cardano, so we're gonna hold off on that one there. What's up to Love to Trade? Heard me mumbling, yeah, because I was like, come on, man, you just got a break. And so I'm on this futures trade. We're short at 64s. If this breaks these highs, we're out 90. We say this in the afternoon. It's never a good sign to just be leaning on the short or the long and trying to fight a trend. And right now, we're above VWAP. We're above the 50. You can see this is sloping up. So, we could have got out of it here. Well, actually, the whole trade was VWAP, and so it's just like it's come back in, it's hit that a couple times. We haven't stopped out yet because it hasn't. We're just using this high as a stop because I'm not using up here as a stop. So we'll just use in this area right into here. So we're bouncing our head against some of this. I feel like we will get stopped out, which is why I was like, come on, give it a shot down there to see if we want. And it was just a couple minutes ago. It does not go through. So we didn't get back to flat, but we got close enough to it. It bounced off 70s again. So here we go, just drifting higher right now on the TQQs. Womp womp. Just keeps on getting just that little bit higher. I don't know. I want to change my stop just a little bit because I'd hate for it to run. Let's just go to 86 like 96 or so. The high is 90s, so we'll give it 6 more cents and whatever, it won't really matter at the end of the day, but hopefully it does not run that level and we'll get out of, I don't want to get out of all of it, but we're getting near the end of the day. It doesn't seem like traders are scared of Jackson Hole tomorrow. We'll see what happens at 10 o'clock, as we mentioned before. Right now, only down 0.3 in the NASDAQ and battling back quite nicely as we've seen today already in the market. It started off very, very choppy, made new highs on the day. We didn't take out yesterday's levels or the pre-market highs as well. And then we just kept on getting lower. I thought this trend would sort of be respected here into the close, but right now it looks like we are trying to break high. We keep on holding VWAP, so I definitely, worried about this position, and you just saw me put the stop in, so we'll wait for that to come through at some point here this afternoon. But yeah, as we've been talking a lot about PEs, we've been talking about some stocks that have been running this week. UNH is another one of those names that has been running, although ran into a little bit of a wall up around, 312 or so? What was that level there? 313, 312. You never, well, not that you're never, eventually it's going to break 323, but when you come up like this, and then you get sort of this island candle up there, that, forcing this downside. So now you want to leave this alone. I don't think you really want to dip buy until you get at least back maybe into this 275 area, and then watch to see if it climbs higher, because a lot of this movement to the high side on UNH, Berkshire disclosed a stake, so did Michael Burry, Zion Capital, a few other places disclosed stakes in UNH on the recent 13
What's worth saying
filings. Here comes the futures again, yeah?
is it might have, obviously it bounced before those announcements came in, but remember, everybody was saying that it was Berkshire for the days leading into it.
Yep.
So all that green on UNH, that was the speculation that it was Berkshire. Then we got the confirmation, and it hasn't done much. But remember, sometimes Berkshire buys in tranches. They'll buy a little one quarter, they'll buy a little the next quarter. So when you start to see that thing level off again, like it was doing over the 300 level, then maybe they're buying again, and that could be a good place to enter. We're going to get the early look in a couple of minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Here, Palantir, the market's got to be coming back. Palantir's back
Not really.
157 now, as I looked. Nothing standing out on the early look for the imbalances. Enbridge and SU, those are dual listed and don't necessarily matter. CMBT is a small capper that I'm not familiar with, but that is a rather large chunk of its daily volume in there, and nothing really standing out. NEO is an early look buy. It's literally not moving. I could just punch out of it. It's going sideways. That stock's not going anywhere. Yeah, so we'll see what happens when the NASDAQ names come out here for sure. What's interesting, that CMBT, when I see 3 million on the day and it's done 7 million on the day, and it's a buy imbalance, and the stock is literally at the low, and there's volume spikes on it, it leads me to think something is happening here. So I'm going to double check the notes to see if this maybe has some kind of an index action on it.
Come on, market.
It's not usual that you would see that kind of volume on a random name with a random imbalance out of nowhere, and something isn't supposed to be happening. So I think it's a good thing that I got out of Palantir, as that just did not. Yeah, it just didn't want to hold. It's still kind of sliding back into the downside on PLTR. So no late breakout in Palantir, unfortunately. But that doesn't mean it can't happen tomorrow. The sideways day on Palantir continues.
All right, I've just, I take some out here at 72s right now on the TQs. I do have a bigger order at 68 just to get some out right here. Hopefully we can fall back in, fill us, and then go for the tank. I mean, we're finally, oops. On UNH, my bad, right here for the futures. So we just got our 68 fill. So we're finally breaking through VWAP right now. We're short right here. We were short at 66 this whole time. Now it's saying 69 because I got out. So we took an L on some of those outs. But, we just started this trade right here, 61s. We got some 70s and we got some 84s right there. And now we're starting to think about hopefully coming back in just a little bit, and that's 61 or 62, so let's put a bid somewhere here, see if we can get something out again. And we're just kind of licking the wounds a little bit on this short. I would love for it to go down here, and we could still tank. I mean, there's nothing really in the way of this. We don't have major earnings after hours. You can go check. Adara has it up on Trader TV Live or Trader TV research page. I just posted it up right here as well. You can go find it out there. Intuit, Workday, Raw Stores, and ZM, which is media,
speaking of that,
isn't it? There goes Zoom Communications. Sorry, yeah. So that is the one we're talking about. 4444405. right now. Move 7, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we'll, all the same roughly coming through there today. Oh, thanks for the followers right there. How many more do I need? 29 more followers to get to 53.7. But hit us up there. Let's see if these futures want to get into these lows, and they're not going to get to the lows. But if we can get like, remember I told you the target was like 80, was it 85.80 or something like that? Here's 86.20, something into there would be, I think we were talking about the major futures, but right in, or the E-minis, but right into here, 86.24, like that's pretty cool. The 200 period would be great on this trade, and then we'd be dancing. But here it is, nice little pullback in now, so we're happy to get this level. I'm gonna put, did I just get some bids at 60s? No, I did not. We put another one there at 61. Hopefully we fall down, and then we have a much bigger order at 55s. But I'm gonna go set up the desk over there and just come back. So my stop orders are in. Hopefully we get filled on the downside right now with these TQs. I just put a 61 bid in there. Maybe it goes, maybe it doesn't, but that's what we're doing right now. Short the futures, the big play on the desk here. And
speaking of those names that are reporting, Bob with a super chat for us. Thank you very much, Bob. Thoughts on Zoom going into earnings? We were just talking a lot about PE. If these guys beat expectations, they could, it's probably not going to be a single-digit PE, but if they meet expectations, it's low single digits. I can't think of too many stocks that are currently trading at low single digits that are relatively decent size that people feel good about. Usually those are the types of names that are really beaten up and they're like value traps and all that. Zoom doesn't necessarily fit that profile. But if they beat, the idea that you could be low single-digit PE and potentially breaking a downward trend, this should be on the radar for us. I'm not, in terms of the actual growth here, seeing this company in 10 years, 15, 20 years, and being able to hold growth, I don't know how much I'm a believer in that. However, if you're just looking for a trend reverse breakout trade with some possible fundamentals behind it in terms of value, like if things are getting punished because of their valuation, then if these guys beat, it's hard to punish them on their valuation. That's a positive as far as I'm concerned. And then it gives you a little bit of cover if you're swinging into this during Jackson Hole and going into the Fed, because at least you've got some kind of a decent valuation here with Zoom. I had no idea it was that cheap on a PE base. I'm not a huge fan of necessarily the longer term investment. I don't really see where the growth is going to come from, unfortunately, but that's sort of the idea. And the thing I love about this is I'm usually really simple. I don't do a lot of swing trading, but if I like something, like you got the 50, you got the trend line break, if I'm using a daily chart, you have to actually close breaking it out. So it's not enough that it wicks it. If it breaks out on earnings and then comes right back down, who cares? It's got to close and hold after earnings a day or two. Then you go into the long, and if it's just here, I wouldn't use the 50 period. I think you use somewhere around the 70 level is your stop, and then see how far it can go. You have room to get up to the low 80s. That's a kind of like post-earnings swing if you happen to like that kind of a thing. And that kind of thing can work if you look at, say, like let's use Amazon as an example. Like Amazon, right? Like Amazon dips into the 200 period moving average. You think it's a good report. It holds on a couple of days. Closes the third day with a double bottom right in here at 214. It doesn't really break trend heavily. Like it gets to the 50 period moving average and then gets up close enough to the highs. Snag yourself close to 10% or so. Like that's the kind of move you're looking for. Except with Zoom, you've got the cover of I think a pretty decent PE. Like you said, it's relatively cheap. It's really not that bad at all. But that being said, I don't really necessarily love the company. I think you're just looking at a trade. There's always a difference between, to me, dip buying something I want to hold for a long time and then taking a shot play at something for some kind of a little short-term trend. Maybe you only want to hold it for a quarter, a few weeks to see how far it's going to go. And, that's a good one, Rivian Millionaire. We looked at MP on that news story from Madera, but we didn't pull up USAR, right? Rising tide lifts all ships. I think Mitch will be happy. I'm pretty sure Mitch likes this one over MP, or maybe I don't really know, but this is one that got mentioned. Hey, if rare earth metals are going to go, USAR is certainly a mining play that's going to play out for you. And you can see the volume spike. Did it do better than MP in this move? It's always possible. Not really. I think you got the same out of both of those, but sometimes just knowing where you might be able to express a trade is going to be enough. So USAR making a strong move. This is still doing that. It's doing this heartbeat action on the daily chart, where it's got higher lows and it's got lower highs on the channel, but it's not really breaking out on USAR. But it's close enough to the bottom. This could be a nice little swing. Yeah, this seems better than Zoom. Because with Zoom, you got to guess that the earnings are going to be good. But USAR, you just got a positive news piece. It just made a nice little fresh low. You get above that 15, showed you some support. You've got a clear area, a clear target area to get back up to the highs in around like $20, right? So that gives you a good R&R. That's a little more appealing because it's news-based. Like you've got the positive news in on USAR. So it gives you a little extra juice, and it just set up the trend break on you here at the $15 level. Yeah, I mean, if I was looking to swing, I'd probably prefer that to Zoom because at least I like what's going on in the space when it comes to USAR. So we have about 15 minutes to go until the imbalances come out. Ooh, another interesting one just came in here. CCJ, thank you, Steve Canyon. You can look at UUU, and I love this quote. Icky22. Trading is just gambling. Place your chips. Well, in terms of success rate for a lot of people that try to trade and gambling, it's probably about the same thing. For anybody that I've seen that lasts in this game for a long period of time, you know, you're a successful trader, you make money consistently over years, you've been doing it for at least 5-10 years, that kind of a thing. Almost all of them have the mentality that's a little bit more like poker, where, yeah, it's just about getting your chips in when you think you have an advantage. If the pot odds favor it, then you just got to grit your teeth and you do it. If you have a read on some guy, it's like, okay, well, most of the time, the way that this is played out, he's bluffing and my hand range is good enough that I should be making this call, then you do it. And if you lose, you lose. But you're like, I know that I would make that call 10 times out of 10 based on the situation. And that's poker and that's sort of trading as well. It's not like the slot machines. The slot machines would be like just closing your eyes and hitting your keys. Yeah, I've never played a slot machine, actually. In my entire life, I've never played a slot machine. I've also never been to Vegas.
I've pulled slots before. There we go. Although the odds are way more in your favor that you become a much more successful gambler at a casino than you would be a trader. We've talked about those numbers over and over again, of course. But okay, thanks for watching the show, and here we go again, man. I mean, finally breaking. We'll take a couple outs right around here. We said 86.30 would be pretty sweet, so we're getting some out now as maybe, I'll put another bid at 47. There we go, we grab it. I'm also bidding a significant amount here at Neil's favorite number 42, so we'll see if that can get out there because the meaning of life is very important. The meaning of Palantir is to not sit at 158, but I'm going to get that 158. Look, if I don't get it today, like I said, man, tomorrow I'll grab a 160 print on that, hopefully. So we'll see if that happens here at the end of the day. 20 more minutes to get up on Palantir. But for me, it's all about the TQQs as we'll continue to watch those hopefully melt into the close. But just in case they don't, we do have that bid there at 42. I may start to get some more out now. It seems like we are trying to hold somewhere around these sort of afternoon. It's not even the afternoon lows. The afternoon lows will be down into here for 1 o'clock. But something like this little breaking spot right there that we initially thought the short was good. It's a good thing we didn't stop out kind of where we almost got stopped out. And it's really, really wild that we didn't. You know, trading the futures in something that can move like this, and it happens with stocks too, but look at the volume that's on these level twos. It's really strange that like it comes up to certain levels and then just stops on a dime and then comes right back in. Like, what are the market forces that are creating this now that we couldn't do it the last 15 minutes? I don't think there's any news here, but we do await Jackson Hole tomorrow, so that should be really exciting. You're going to get Neil and Obi here. I'm sure Obi will trade the Qs, so that'll be exciting, and we'll have some trades for you there tomorrow as well. Make sure you do join us. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. The only way to do that and be part of our chat is if you are a subscriber. Tesla seeming like it wants to move lower as well. Give me those 42s, man. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I'm not seeing any news for the market move, but I do want to let you guys know we have some implied earnings moves for tonight after the bell. Intuit, Workday, and Ross Stores all reporting at 4 p.m. Then at 4:05 p.m. we have Zoom Technologies. So join Sean and myself at 4 p.m. Eastern for the market recap show, and check out this infographic and a whole lot more on X at TTV Research. Back to you.
But the only one we didn't look at was Intuit, I think, this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm not into it, so.
I'm not that into that one either.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I got, so again, just realizing that we only have 10 minutes left until these imbalances that can affect everything. Yeah, we're starting to piece out more and more of this. It doesn't look like we're going to get into those levels. So just even as we went over to Adara, we got another out there at 50. I'm bidding 53s as well. So if we come back in, we could take that out. I could punch it all out right now, and it's a great trade, but it's just trying to wait to see if there is a follow through. I'd hate for the futures. So we're lighter now on this. We have about 40% left. Maybe if I get filled down here at 46, we'll have a little bit less than that. I changed my 42. I put it to 46. So there it is. We get out of all that. Oh, this is going to suck. See, if I just waited, Neil. So there it goes all the way down. So hey, we'll spin it, man.
42 is better.
It's a big one there. Yeah, I hope it all comes in at some point here. But there it is, man. Money being thrown around now here. And I'm glad we talked about it. I'm glad that some of you are maybe in this trade or not. But there it goes. Nice downside push there. Yeah, I wish. So I got some out there at 53 and 46. Those two averaged are not 42. So we should have waited for that print. But you know what? It's okay. Here it comes back in. I'm waiting at 30s as well. I'm going to put something at 37 where we just stopped. And then we can put our hands back and see, because heading into tomorrow, like I said, are there nervous hands or not? If there are, then you should sell this most recent rip. So let's see if that happens here. We're shorted. This is like, it's not next level thinking or anything, it's just thinking ahead, right? There's that saying, you can go where the puck is or go where you think it's about to go. So we hold on to the short. Sometimes we're wrong on these plays, that's for sure. But right now I'm thinking that we're right. So let's hold on and see. I'm bidding 37s right now, which would be nice to get. But yeah, short on the NASDAQ, 100 I am. MP.
Same I am.
Yeah, there goes MP.
MP and UCAR is the other one.
That story we should have just.
That's the other one. MP, well, shoot, now I already forget the other one. Doesn't really matter. I want to go back to the early look imbalances. That CMBT is still sitting there. I checked. There's nothing happening specifically on this, so it looks like this could be completely random, and it just broke the low of the day. If it comes out of 3 million buy, this might be something I take a shot at to at least move into the volume weighted average price. This is what it looks like. CMBT. I kept looking to see if there's something going on here to explain why it has a large imbalance, but low of day plus big buy imbalance. If at 350 it goes through 8, I might take a shot just like punching through 8 on this thing at that low of the day. Yeah. And if it comes out a sell, or if it's to a sell, then my guess is it doesn't go up. So hopefully I wouldn't get triggered into something nonsensical. Like it's a sell imbalance and it goes to the upside and I get triggered in. But I'm going to throw a stop order closer to 350 unless I see this thing start to pair off. I'd suspect you might see a few imbalances on Tesla or so, but at the end of the day, there's not, or Nvidia I should mean, but at the end of the day, there's not too much going on. Palantir is now through 157, so that ended up, the breakout just didn't go. What are you going to do? And it comes sliding back in, but you got to get out of those things when they don't go for you. I was looking to hold through a 158 break for sure, but it doesn't seem like this one wants to go today. No matter what, you cannot allow a sideways day in a stock like this to give you the wrong idea. This still looks to me like monster liquidity grab, consolidation. You're either breaking down or up, and when you do, you just want to be in it as far as I'm concerned. Like I don't think there's going to be a bigger potential stock again tomorrow than Palantir based on the way that it moved the 2 days before and the nice consolidation that we had here today. And I don't want to be married to one direction or another. I just feel like if it's breaking down, it's breaking down. If it's breaking out, it's breaking out. And I'd rather take that shot in the stock that can go $5-10 than the other side of the coin.
All right, 344. Again, thanks everybody for being with us here today. Just a quick little look at the market one more time as we, actually, you know what, we can, let's look at CoinGecko right now and see what some of these cryptocurrencies or altcoins, more about the altcoins, right? I mean, everybody sort of knows what Bitcoin has been doing. It's been on my screen the whole day. Not good right now, down to 112 after hitting 124 over the weekend. 112, not nice right there. And those, and like I said, there's traders that have bought Ethereum at the highs, and you're now down 7%. All new bag holders being made every day on Ethereum. XRP as well, down 6%. So shout out to those traders in XRP as well. That's down. Solana's down. I bought Solana at 200, right? That's down now, added to the position at 200. 6% as well. My Cardano down 5 in a bit is there. Doge Dogecoin down 3. I'm talking about 7 days. This is the 24-hour marker right here. So most of the damage that's been done over the last week is right now. Like Cardano down 4% today, down 5 on the week. Ethereum down 3% today, down 7 on the week, right? Ripple, XRP, kind of the same thing. So a lot of negativity today in the space, and yeah, not good, right? As you know, using exit liquidity, and you know, the market wants to thank you guys for that. BMNR, it's made a lot of money for a lot of traders, that's for sure. But here we go again today, just in this last afternoon, just basically since 3 o'clock, you're down about $2 on the downside there. And this name has made a lot of money for a lot of traders, right? But again, if you've been buying any of this in the last week or so, you're down. There's not too many opportunities to have been up on this name unless you caught this. And most of these gains are kind of pre-market, or you know, you had to get in real early. Hopefully no one stuck up north, anywhere north of like $60 or $70. That seems to have been the top here for BMNR, and there it goes. So the only way you could be in the money is if you sort of bought in this little downtrend. So if you bought in these 2 weeks as this is tanking, you sort of believed in it, that's great. And then obviously—
Or you bought the trend break.
Yeah, or you bought this break right there. And if you
have that day. That's what
yeah, you can know. I mean, there's lots of opportunity. I'm just saying, like, averaging into this, hopefully if you're gonna average in like we did on BBAI, then you gotta average out. So hopefully you're able to get something out there, and then sure, just like me on Big Bear AI, right? We talked about where our average price was $420 on this. We have a $650 out and $850 out, right? So just as we were averaging in on Big Bear AI, and I hope that I did a good job explaining to you what the strategy was going to be on this one. Came back in right into here. We bought at 5, we bought at 4, and then we bought down here at 3, giving us that average price of $420. It broke through. We did our first exits right around here, $650 again. It was going to be $650, but it opened that day. It was going to be $630, but it opened that day. We got $650, and then we did our next little bit of work, and we just saw basically the same type of thing right into here, where we had some topping tail candles. And you guys, well, we didn't have them there, but we did have them there, but not here. We used $850 as our next area to get some out. We did that live on the show, and I'm not a buyer of Big Bear AI. They came out with earnings and went quadunk down to the downside. So I'm still in this position. I only got out probably 20 or 30%. So we're going to now wait to see what happens with Big Bear AI moving forward. We're still in the money here, 40% or whatever it is, but looking for more upside on BBAI. So if you're going to average in on the way down, I just gave you an example there, try to average out on the way up. That way you're not holding the whole bag when it comes back in, like I've done many times, or back in the day on the marijuana stocks. But
stay off the
yeah,
weed.
stay off. Well, you can stay on the weed, fine, but don't invest in it. It would be my advice. Right into there, we just bounced pretty good off. We were hoping that the 200 period was something. But right now, 86.40 looks to potentially be near a bottom with only a minute left. I'm going to put a bid at 46. Hopefully, did we get that? No, we did not. Hopefully the market will crank a little bit lower off this number, but you know, anything could happen now as we wait for the imbalances to come through. So still bidding 46s. There it is. We get those fills now. So we're getting out. Remember, I don't pay a per transaction fee on a gateway. Like, I just sat there on ARCA. So if that's 100 shares, it's small, but you'd get that $2. So it's not like, if you're paying like $3 or $4 every time you're trading, it's not the right space to do this kind of trading, or any kind of trading that you see any of us do here on the show. All right, so here we go, man. 30 seconds to go. We'll just put some bids out. Maybe we'll stop out if this breaks 70 this time. Let's not turn a winning trade into a loser. We'll get on the TQs if it breaks that 70 mark. But we did a good job so far.
Yeah, we're going to have the imbalances in a couple of seconds. Oh, CMBT came out, and it is not on the board, so I'm out of it instantly. Whoops, I wanted to go to CMBT for you, not Coreweave. CMBT. Oh, it's on the New York, that's why.
All right, here we go.
It's on that one. I had like that expected. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The buy and bounce came right after. Well, I'm not going to trade without a stop. But it then popped up for 1.6 million. Rigetti's a sell of 1.2 million. Cisco, 1 million to the sell side. What else we got? Where are the big cap tech names? Nowhere to be found. Lucid, nobody cares. Maybe somebody does. I'm sorry. Broadcom 280. Is it there now?
It's not. It's at 429.
Oh, sorry. I didn't even go that far down. At Broadcom 500, where's it? Way down here. Nvidia 429. That is one heck of a nothing burger for the imbalances. Rigetti, that's the one. 1.2 million to sell on Rigetti is not nothing. I haven't looked at this stock in a hot minute. Didn't even move, probably because it was already at the low of the day. So Rigetti doesn't even flinch. That's still right to the downside. Yeah, Rigetti didn't. Oh, this is right at the 50 period. Well, hello, everybody. We always say this. If you're going to use an indicator, make sure the indicator is actually something the stock respects. Rigetti is bouncing second day in a row, and it's definitely held this 50 since regaining the 50 period in May. This has really respected it. It plays in both directions. If we lose that tomorrow, I'm just going to put this one on my iPad just to make sure, because I haven't looked at Rigetti in a while. So if it's there, that means I'll at least look at it tomorrow, regardless of if it's on the watch list or not. So Rigetti goes in there just because it's at that 50 period, either direction. If we're catching a bit above it, can look for breaks. But if we're breaking down underneath this 14 level tomorrow morning, then to me, Rigetti is going to be an obvious short trade, just technically speaking. There you go. You never know. Sometimes the imbalance locator shows you something that you wouldn't have looked at otherwise. This is a stock that usually is on the radar with a catalyst, but breaking support is a catalyst last time I checked in. Yeah, Danny, CMBT is going, but at the end of the day, that trade, it's a gimmicky trade, and sometimes what will happen is that imbalance of 1.6 million didn't show right away. It actually came like a couple of seconds after, but I'm not waiting for that. Like it was an expected 2.9. My stop was in the second I was long, and then it stops out. Then the imbalance of the 1.6 million buy shows up a second later, and then it ramps to the upside. But if I don't have that stop, what happens if that split second that the imbalance doesn't come out? It's a sell of 1 million shares, and I didn't have a stop. What do you think happens then? Then we're getting out down here. So you got to have a plan of action. Like just because it worked doesn't mean that I'm regretting it. I would never trade those gimmicky style trades without an out, because it can get really, really nasty. And I've seen it happen too. And you just sort of gamble on the imbalances without any kind of a plan. Trust me, you can win big, but you can lose just as big. We've seen some of that in the past, for sure. But Rigetti, I'm glad we looked at that. That should be an interesting one tomorrow. Whether or not holds a 50 period or not, I'm willing to trade in either direction.
All right, so earnings tonight, we have Workday, and that's starting to pump up right now, up to 228. So we'll see what happens here with Workday. This is what their chart looks like, lower. So we'll see if they can impress us on that one right there. That's Workday, and then we also have ZM Zoom coming through today as well, Zoom Communications. So we'll see what's going on with that. Did I just get filled on something?
Workday's
no. Okay, what did I get filled on there? Nothing. The futures came in. Okay, so we're still on this futures level there. There it is. Yeah, let's get lower now as it's starting to print just a little bit for us. So good trade there to end the day with these TQQs. We were getting a little nervous as it ripped upside. We told you where L was a break of this 70. So I was like, you know what? We'll get some out here, 40s, 50s, and we got some out at 60s, and we just got another 50 fill down there as well. A couple of them there. We got a 57 and a 50, and now we'll wait to see if we can get a little bit lower, and we will also cover up our AMD trade now again as well, and this is going to be a big one there. Obviously we're $1.70 in the money on AMD, but we haven't done this in a while, so we'll leave AMD alone, and hopefully the futures will crank lower here into the close. Only 5 minutes left. We'll see if we get a flip up. Maybe the futures tank at 355.
Well, it weren't big imbalances, but we got a lot of questions today about swing trading. And if you're looking at Trade the Pool lately, you've recognized they have something new for everybody. And it's a free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description. Shout out to Trade the Pool, and we'll see at 55. Nothing was really gigantic. There is, okay, Rigetti obviously flipped. That was 1.3 million to sell you. It's not there anymore. Yeah, pretty much nothing is even there, over 1 million shares outside of that CMBT, which is actually still climbing higher. Kind of random, that one, no index action whatsoever. So a sleeper day when it comes to the imbalances. It shouldn't be a sleeper in the aftermarket show at all, partly because Zoom, Workday, and Intuit should all be movers. And all of them, well, 2 of them anyways, I still haven't looked at Intuit. Both of the last 2, Zoom and Workday, both caught a bid right at the close, interestingly enough. So someone seems to like it, or maybe when a stock is trend down, risk off means buying before earnings. I tend to look at it that way a lot of times. Instead of think someone knows something, if a stock has been trending down in earnings, then I kind of anticipate the last thing is it might go up because someone's buying to get out, and then vice versa as well. So Workday, they're expected to be at the, we're getting these right at the bell at 4 o'clock. So we'll move as quickly as we can to make sure we get those earnings to you live like we always do. Dara and Sean on the desk.
Yeah, I'll be busy. I'm not home till, I was telling you there, I get home and then I'm not home until 10:30 because we have baseball tonight, 8 to 10. So that should be fun. We'll get there. We
gotta use Game Changer.
For what?
That app, they let you watch the games. It's awesome.
But I coach though.
I know, but as long as someone just has to set up the phone. There's an app that allows you, it tracks the games for like, you know, not professional teams, and so a friend of mine, he puts the phone behind home plate or whatever, and you put up there mounted, and then you can stream the game, and score comes.
And someone has to put in the count or whatever.
I was watching.
I have that.
Baseball.
We have that. Yeah. It's it is really cool to watch her. So tonight we'll be coaching, and not home till later, and then that's fine. And then tomorrow the tournaments begin. We don't have a game until 3 or so tomorrow, so that should be a lot of fun. So check that out. We're at practice. So my kid right now, one is at baseball camp, and then one is at Dungeons and Dragons camp, and then the other tonight we have hockey and baseball, and then tomorrow hockey, and we'll see what happens over the weekend. And then I'm golfing on Monday, so that should be fun. So we're going to do that. I'm taking my 13-year-old golfing. He should have a lot of fun. He was at the camp last week and loved it. So we're going out on Monday to hit the link. So I won't be here tomorrow or Monday. So have a good one to everybody there as well. All right. So yeah. Again, good holding on to the futures there. I hope some of you were able to trade a little bit of that. And don't use all these outs as my outs. This is whatever you guys want. And this is why I keep on telling you guys about key levels. We keep on bouncing off of them. I just scalp them out. I got to do better not doing that. But if it's not broken, don't fix it. So we're going to continue to do that. And Google is the stock to look at, I think. There's the move down. Breaking now down through 200. You can see what winds up happening with this name tomorrow. But look at this support right here, 199.50 all day. We can't do it now. There's only 2 minutes left in this day, but pretty good trading, man. The futures are now 40 cents. The TQQs are now 40 cents in the money. Uber is a trade that I'd probably get out soon. It just keeps on coming up to these same levels and then bouncing around and this and that. Other than the NASDAQ though, or the S&P, I guess the S&P 500 or Berkshire, there's not really too many ETFs I like right this second. That metals one might be something interesting because I don't have any metal exposure whatsoever. I do not like the energy space, so I don't have many investments in that. I just have whatever I have left in XLE. But Uber right here just seems to have been pretty top heavy. You go back to May and it faded off that. We get it again 97, then down, and then you get it from there to the downside as well. So Uber could be another sell, but here it is, man. Oh boy, it is a money trade to end the day, and I'm glad for this. I mean, obviously we wish we had more shares, but there it is. There's the level. We gave it to you. We didn't trust it ourselves, or else we would have waited, but there's that 86.30 level right there, right at the 200 period moving average. So we get some decent fills there at the end of the day. So topping it off, less than 1 minute to go. We might have, whatever, I'll just bid them all out right now. Bid some 39s, maybe we get them, maybe we don't. But so far so good. Good trade to end the day. There it is, yes sir. We get them all out there at 39 as the futures now. Now they know I'm out, they'll probably collapse, but we're now out of that with only 30 seconds to go.
Only 30 seconds to go. Good trade there. If you're in that CMBT, I know it's at the high of the day, but it's completely paired off that buy and balance. It's at the hops. Probably want to take profit on that thing if you still have it. It's no longer on the board. Only 20 seconds now to go. Here, remember, right after the bell, we're expecting earnings pretty quick in Workday, Intuit, and Zoom. And the countdown is now on, brought to you by Beta Pro, by Globex, 3X Bear and Bull ETFs. Check them out in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. And there you go. The market is now closed, so I don't actually see anything yet. Sean's gonna get on up to the desk there. Workday not really doing anything yet. Zoom was running right into the close, as we can already see here. So that one's already up, despite the fact that the orders aren't out. And Intuit, it looks like Intuit is out already, but it's not really moving just yet here on INTU. I mean, I'm hearing some numbers in here for sure, but certainly not moving a heck of a lot yet. But it's an expensive stock. Let's let this one settle down a little bit here. Look, it's going to be a fun one, of course, like it always is. Oh, and there it goes. First move to the downside. Intuit now plunging. $20, $30, $40, $50 to the downside. It's a $700 stock, everybody, so it's not really that much. But 7% to the downside right there on Intuit. We're going to get up to the desk. The market recap show with Dara and Sean, Intuit, Zoom, and Workday earnings right about now. Go get them.
All right, man. No rest for the wicked. What's up, Adair? How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I mean, Intuit $700, so that's something for me to trade tomorrow, maybe. But yeah, all jokes aside, it's a day. I'm happy to be back with you all, and I have Intuit earnings if we want to go over those, Sean.
Sure. Ross Stores also apparently out now as well. So there's Intuit right now, down to 650 ROST. We're going to go over the Intuit numbers in just 1 second. Adair has them, and also Ross Stores downside as well. So Adair, give it to us on Intuit.
Yeah, I have Intuit here, and I guess investors were not into it, even though they did have a double beat. Earnings of $2.75 per share, better than the expected $2.66, so those are adjusted earnings per share here. Sales also beating estimates, $3.83 billion versus $3.75 billion expected. Sean, I also have Ross Stores, so let's get into that as well. ROST, they beat here on earnings per share. Earnings of $1.56 per share versus $1.53 expected. Sales, though, $5.529 billion, missing estimates of $5.574 billion. So that is a EPS beat and a sales miss for Ross Stores. We're also waiting here for Workday. Zoom is coming at 405, so we're not expecting Zoom yet. WDAY is really working out well if you were long into that call, or sorry, that report. I'm not seeing the numbers yet for Workday, Sean.
Okay, yeah, so we'll wait for that. We do have the Benzinga Pro platform here. We do want to thank Beta Pro and Global X for sponsoring this market recap show. Thank you. Go check them out at Beta Pro. So Workday is now out as well, $2.41 EPS right now for WDAY. It looks like they want to go higher here. So yeah, it's starting to go right now. The estimate was $2.12, so a nice beat there. Looks like a revenue beat as well of 235 versus 234. WDAY Workday continues to push a little higher right now on this is a 900-minute chart, but the daily right now 277. Interesting area there. We get up as far as 240. Now we're fading back in a little bit on WDAY. Actually realizing this is a 1-minute chart.
I have WDAY numbers.
Let's go over to a 1-minute chart right there. Okay, so that's out there. INTU, the big one that many of you may be in. File your taxes and so on and so forth. This one now down. You can see it was down today, only 0.2, but right now down in the after hours, down 7%. Expected move 6% for INTU. But there, you said you had the Workday numbers, and right now they're up 4% in after hours.
I do. They beat here on adjusted earnings, $2.21 per share versus $2.12 expected. Sales, $2.348 billion versus $2.342 billion expected. So narrow sales beat. Nice earnings beat here for WDAY. As of right now, we have about 2 minutes of reprieve until we get Zoom earnings. We're expecting those at 4:05.
That's right. We have Zoom earnings today as well. Okay. Today's session was basically choppy, no matter which way you're going to put it. We did have anticipation for tomorrow, right? Tomorrow at 10 a.m. we'll hear Jerome Powell, and we'll hear what he has to say. I was just sort of poking the bear a little bit today, thinking that, trying to get some reaction from you traders. I don't think it's going to be an overly bullish or bearish event. I would lean to bullish. Every time Powell comes out, I always feel that there's a little bit of negativity, and then he calms the waters and we start to go forward. This is a prepared speech, so I don't really expect too much to be flying at him. There is going to be a question and answer period, I believe, as well.
I don't think last year there was one.
Okay, so then I'm even more bullish.
Don't quote me on that, guys. Don't quote me on that. Okay. Last year, I don't remember there being one, though.
All right, so we'll find out if there is a Q&A, and obviously we'll be here. There's no better place to be than right here tomorrow at 10 a.m. as we'll review the speech. Adara will highlight any keywords, and so will we here, and we'll be trading that live on the show. So make sure you join us. And then, hey, man, don't do anything. That's my suggestion. Wait to see what happens. Figure it out. Maybe make a play an hour, 2 hours into it. on the report. So, all right, so yeah.
I want to scalp the report.
Yeah, you can go back and forth, but remember, I think it's a prepared speech right there. I'm not super excited about it in either way. And the reason why I'm more bullish than bearish is because everyone seems to be bearish about it, and I don't really know why. So we'll just hold out on this. I mean, if he goes out and says, hey, look, there's definitely no numbers looking like we're going to make a cut, or produce that in September, then I could really see a downside push. And the most recent rate cut actually nowadays has it at 73%. So I don't have it up right now. It's the CME Fed rate. Zoom is now out right here. We'll get
I'm not seeing the numbers yet, but
$1.53 versus $1.37. So a big beat there for Zoom right now. All right, 172 versus 198. So it looks like they might miss on revenue, but beat on
the numbers.
EPS. So right there, now goes Zoom. Double beat, okay, good. So double beat there, so beating on the top and the bottom. Today's Zoom today, 1.4%. Lucid is going 1 for 10 stock split. So Lucid will, so there it goes. Watch out for Lucid right now. You hear it here first. Buy Lucid right now. This will go up into $20. I don't know what the effective date is, but this will be a $20
August
name.
29th.
August 29th. Okay, so we're just seeing that out right now, live right here at Trader TV on our market recap show. We're telling you right now, Lucid's going to go 1 for 10. Bad news. I don't know why they're doing that, to be honest with you. They obviously didn't get a notice from the NASDAQ or anything like that. They're not under $1. That's a very, very strange look for me on Lucid, wondering why they would do that. We know what happens to stocks that split, man. It's like it's like a nail in your coffin right there. So the reason why I said get long is you do get a temporary bump on this kind of news, and then the fade starts to happen. So watch out, man. Lucid on the prowl right now with that recent stock split and that reverse stock split announcement there. But Adara, I know you
I have lots of guidance.
You reported the workday number there.
I did.
But maybe the guidance is bad, because here comes workday right now turning red. Was up 4% not too long ago.
Yeah.
Now we're going red. My hair a little bit better there today. On workday, so what do you want to talk about?
I have guidance for pretty much everything, but I'll just start with what I have up right now, which is Zoom, but I can go over everything right now. I have them all lined up, so that would be, not actually, yeah, I have Zoom, Intuit, Workday, and Ross. Actually have them already. So let's talk here first about Zoom. They reported adjusted earnings of $1.53 per share versus estimates of $1.37. As Sean mentioned earlier, big beat. Sales, $1.217 billion versus $1.198 billion expected. Also a beat. They guided Q3 adjusted earnings between $1.42 and $1.44 per share. That's above estimates. They guided sales for Q3 between $1.21 billion and $1.215 billion versus $1.211 billion expected. So midpoint here, generally though, a beat for ZM. Let's talk about WDAY, because you just mentioned that one. Their sales were a really narrow beat there. I think it's worth reminding people of that as well. But their Q3 sales guidance, probably what's tanking them here, or sinking them at least a little bit. $2.235 billion they're guiding for Q3 versus $2.423 billion expected, so lower than expected guidance. Let's talk about Intuit, and then we'll talk about Ross guidance, because I do have guidance for all of these, which is rare I get them all around the same time. So Q1 sales guidance for Intuit, $4.367 billion to $4.367 billion to $4.406 billion. Either way, it's above the guidance of $3.81 billion. The guided fiscal 2026 adjusted earnings here, well above estimates. Sales also guided well above estimates. So this guidance is great for INTU. The market does not agree, though, with that objective assessment. Let's take a look here at Ross Stores guidance before I send you back to Sean. Ross Stores guiding Q3 GAAP earnings guidance here, $1.31 to $1.37, well below estimates of $1.49. But for some reason, they're also guiding 2 quarters ahead. So next quarter, they're actually missing here on Q3 guidance. Q4, though, actually beating guidance expectations, $1.74 to $1.81 per share versus $1.71 expected. Lots of guidance there. I'll let you guys all digest that. And I apologize for the little ramble there.
No, that's okay. Amazon.
There's more on Workday.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a lot of news coming in, including Zoom now going red. So Zoom Media now getting to the red side. It's going to be flat here on the day. We're up 1.4% on the day, but it looks like after hours right now down 0.5% right now on Zoom. So what goes up, unfortunately, right here must go down. It looks like we do get a triple miss across the board here, it looks like today, 4 in a row. Ross, And then, let me see if anything's happening with Lucid. There's some traders there. This is like a little bit of a death sentence, I think, reverse splits. So I don't know why they're doing it. I did say get long. I mean, we went up to 219 right there. Now we just faded back out. It doesn't look like the stock's really reacting to this news. So I would say calm down and let's not do anything. Maybe reverse splits are just bad news for when you're under $1 and you're reverse splitting to stay above $1. Right now, not sure why Lucid wants to do that other than to get their symbol at $20. I could figure out maybe that. Amazon, Tesla, Meta were among the weaker Mag 7 tickers today. And apparently right now, Tesla's making a little bit of a move down in the after hours. And yes, it is. It was kind of a sell-off right there into the close. I'm not really sure what was up with that move. If we go to a little bit of a larger time frame here for Tesla, we can have a quick look at that. Yeah, not really. Just kind of pulls back. We had that good short at the end of the day there. That was a good one, bringing our net back to reality a little bit. So back there down to 319 or so, down near the bottom there for Tesla. We'll see if it can wind up holding that. Another weaker name, again, down today 1.7%. NASDAQ today only down 0.46%, but it was Tesla leading the way. You did have AMD, you had Walmart on negative earnings. So, it's not great. We talked about jobless claims being a little bit higher there today. Walmart shedding some light. Big revenue time for Walmart, but not a great guide. We'll see what they can put forward. Walmart down 4 and a bit today. Just never really got going. It tried to go off that very bottom of 97. Actually, I guess we did get back to 98.50 there, but closing at or near some of those lows for Walmart, down 4.4% today. Not great. And again, there it is, bouncing off the 50 period. We'll see if we can hold this 94.50 area for WMT. But yeah, Tesla today, so I just saw someone in the chat say it's not a significant move. I agree with you on that one. We said that earlier, that we're not, when stocks are moving up and down 1%, look, they're big moves in like notionally, but at the end of the day, a 1.15% move on a stock like Meta, it's had a rough time as well, pulling back down now, almost down 10% from its highs. Most Mag 7 names and big cap names are down roughly 10%. Hence why I think Nvidia could slip up just a little bit, but we're not down 10% from its highs. Its high is about 184 down to 174, so you're only down about 6 to 7% from their all-time highs. So a little slip up tomorrow, maybe Nvidia hits the skids just a bit, but now we're only 4 days away from their earnings report, which comes next Wednesday. Workday out with something in there?
Yeah, Workday had lowered, extremely lowered their sales guidance from $9.5 billion to $8.815 billion. That is well below the estimate of $9.51 billion. So they already were slightly missing their sales guidance, and they lowered it even more. But Sean, I have news on a whole bunch of other things as well. Let me go over it. I do apologize for talking quickly, guys, but the market moves quickly, and I just try to keep up. That's all we can do here. W here, Wayfair, apparently repurchasing roughly $101 million worth of 3.5% convertible senior notes. Not really moving here, but AB&B was, I would say, the more interesting catalyst. Now, I did put it briefly on screen, but it wasn't really market moving, so I didn't mention it live on the show. But Donald Trump just signed an executive order to create the first chief design officer of the U.S. And so apparently, according to this Bloomberg report, that chief design officer could be Airbnb co-founder Joe Gebbia. Now, that's not confirmed, that's just a report, but Airbnb actually did move a little bit on that. As you can see this whip.
I heard that was just before bell close, right?
Yeah, I think it came out right at 4, but I'm just seeing it circulate now. Anyway, Bloomberg reporting that this chief design officer of the U.S. could be Airbnb co-founder Joe Gebbia.
Okay, that's cool. So we never want a co-founder to leave a company, so I'm surprised. Could go the other.
I don't know if he's still with the company.
Okay, that would be the other thing. Okay, that's what I was going to say. Surprised at the movement there in the stock, especially if they lose a key holder, but I guess they're not. Okay,
He's
so
not
involved anymore. Okay, so that's why Airbnb probably not reacting too much to that news. All right, today's strength in the Mag 7 was led just by one name, and it was Google. And today Google, of course, announced they had some nice cloud deals with S&P Global, which is big, of course, and the U.S. government. And we were sort of thinking like, oh my gosh, the U.S. government deal with Google has to affect Palantir in some way. That's just so funny that the high of the day is 157.97. I'm sitting there at 158 trying to get some shares out. But we'll have to wait to see what happens tomorrow on Palantir. We didn't get filled, so we're fine. We're waiting for that one. Yeah, Chief Design Officer. I don't know, what is the U.S. government designing? A new logo or something?
No, just he wants it to be more aesthetically pleasing when you do government website. So we know one time he went on a very long rant about how he made the Oval Office gold and now it's better looking, and this lasted about 10 minutes during a cabinet meeting. So he enjoys design, and apparently to the extent where it's a new position.
I mean, when I think about that kind of stuff, I just hope that for U.S. taxpayers or anything like that, this doesn't come with a decent salary or anything like that, because I feel like that's, look, if it makes the website more efficient and everything like that and easier for social services or complaints, something like that, then I could see maybe that being worth it again. But we'll figure it out. No idea about that. I mean, I think ease of using websites is very important these days. So let's give a shout out to that, and let's see what winds up happening right now. I mean, I'm just getting more information about Workday right now. I don't know why it's so violent here today, but we already talked about it. It was a good beat in the guide, but there it goes right now at session lows right now for Workday, hitting the skids now down to 218, and just taking out some levels. Like, you're going to try to hold. The 52-week low right here is 205. So look out below here for Workday. We had Intuit numbers come through as well today. So there goes Intuit, off a little bit from the bottom now. Intuit trying to battle back. That's Workday and Intuit. Raw stores came through. This one, again, we've seen TJX just absolutely rocket to the north side. And it looks like Ross might be the only one here today that winds up holding the bid. ROSS stores, symbol ROST, trying to hold out there. And then Zoom Media, maybe the one that most of you, or Zoom Communication, sorry, most of you may hold this one. And now that's back upside again. So it looks like, I know I said we were going to go 0 for 4 there, but it looks like now we're 2 for 4 with the last two names here, Zoom and Ross higher, Workday and Intuit a little bit lower right now. Yeah, the president needs to hire our design team in the back there. We are very, very excited to watch out to see what goes on with Studio 8. You guys hear all the clanging and all the move in the background. I actually like the background when we sit there. So we're going to get some interesting things. There it is. What's up, everybody? Here we go. So nobody in those seats right now. How come no one's actually working? Like, when the show's on completely, there's tons of noise. And now it's just me and you up here. Yeah. Everyone's gone. So, all right, there it is, man. The possible rate cut possibilities here for September. Adair, this used to be 94, 96%, down to 73% off a couple of recent numbers. We've talked about that coming through again. And then, not that Lisa Cook has anything to do with this, but we could get a shakeup in the Fed, so we'll have to see where that goes. Is she a voting member?
Well, yeah, so she's a governor, but here's the thing, Sean. Apparently, she's actually more dovish. So she would theoretically more likely be, and again, this is just from some analysis I've read, theoretically, she's actually more likely to vote on the side that Trump wants. But here's the thing. I looked into it. All of this mortgage evidence is just Bill Pulte taking like these screenshots of her signature without context, and then adding context, so we can't see anything. Like, I'm not saying she's innocent by any means. I just want us to be able to objectively analyze the data, which at this point we literally can't, because we only have screenshots from a man who has legitimately, how do I put this? Pretended that there were rumors that Fed Chair Powell was leaving, when it turns out rumors were started by Pulte himself.
Right.
So you got to think about the source, I think, a lot of times, and I stand by that.
This administration has a history of doing things like that. Like when Donald Trump woke up one day and said there's people talking about a third term, him running. I feel like that might have been a dream that he had, that he manifested to let all of us talk like that, right?
Sorry, Trump.
That's right. He got indicted. Trump has done many things and gone to court for many, many things that I was pretty sure he potentially, if not president, would not be running around the streets right now. So I don't know if I'm reporting fake. Right. Were they eating pets? I'm not sure, but I do remember that.
I'm not going to comment.
I do remember that that talk there, and it was it Haitians he was talking about? I think I just heard.
That's what they said was happening.
Remember, if President Trump says something, it most likely is true. So, okay, so there he goes. Here we go. So this is what it looks like for October. So it looks like we could get a little more excited. Remember, so current rate right now 425 to 450. So there's a 25% chance that we hold tight there in September, which I think that's going to get higher. higher as we get closer. It's going to be real interesting if these numbers are real close to each other come September. And then we go back over, there's a chance for 50 basis points right there, 34% chance right now that we are at 375 by the October rate cut, and then by year end, I don't know if we're going to go to this level here, give us down 75 basis points, but right now there's a 25% chance for 3/4 of a point there. So 75 basis point rate cut, the chance come December right there. The stock heat map today, an interesting one for sure. Some names that you maybe not would have expected to be read into a day like today. There's Google holding out. With the NASDAQ again down about 0.6 on the day, we're not seeing any names that have been screaming red. The retail trade, again, everyone sort of thought that this was the last leg for earnings, which it is. We were hoping for better results on the retail side. Home Depot came with a good report a couple days ago, down yesterday on Target, down today on Walmart. Costco also feeling the pain, down 2.5%, again, off of more Walmart trade. So again, just some shrapnel being fired around. Ross Stores, we'll see if we can help that number tomorrow, but down 0.5% to start with as we get going. Today, again, yesterday we had some nice names up yesterday as we had a little bit of flight to safety, as we saw some growth stocks getting hit yesterday. AMD down yesterday, Nvidia, Palantir, a lot of those names, well, a lot of these names right here, Fabian, were up yesterday. Caterpillar, Deere, some of these names that have a decent dividend that can be supported were nicely traded to the long side yesterday. Today coming back in a little bit. GE Vernova, a name that got hit recently, potentially a buy as well. Yesterday's big sector though that we had talked about was consumer non-durables, as again more traders say, hey, what do we need to survive in this environment? Well, we need good products with big brand names, and these names will have dividend aristocrats, always raising their dividend, always paying out. And again, if you're looking for that 3 to 5%, maybe some of these names are in the 2% range, then you've got them right here. And today we go downside a bit. Procter & Gamble down 0.4%, Philip Morris downside, or is that Altria? Philip Morris, yeah, MO is Altria, so Philip Morris right there. Pepsi down 1.6% today as well. Hershey, so some of the names that sort of helped us with yesterday's trade, down again today. So you could just see sometimes we go back and forth a little bit with, what sectors are hot and what sectors are not, but there goes Zoom as well to the upside.
Next guidance was solid across the board.
They got Zoom guidance?
Well, yeah, I mentioned like the quarterly guidance earlier, it was better than expected, but their guidance for the fiscal year as well, they raised it, and it's pretty solid. So they raised their fiscal 2026 adjusted EPS guidance from 556 to 559 versus 581 expected. So they raised it to 581 to 584 versus 558 expected. So this is the new guidance, well above their estimates. They raised their fiscal 2026 sales guidance to $4.825 billion to $4.835 billion versus estimates of $4.807 billion. So better than expected guidance twice along. I also want to mention here for the NASDAQ, because we talked about, why are people thinking bearish for the Jackson Hole? So I went back, because I know last year was pretty volatile. So what happened was at 10 a.m., this is when we get this breakout candle here. This is when Powell starts talking. He does get prepared remarks. Then we get this, I guess, slightly higher high, higher low, twice over. Then I believe it's probably around when the prepared remarks stop that we start selling off. Now, I left that day around 11 and came back at 2, so I don't remember intimately all this price action, but I do remember all of this. I had an appointment that day, did memory times. And so, we basically more or less trended lower until about 1 p.m. So that is, I think, why people are leaning bearish towards the Jackson Hole. I showed my infographic earlier today, but generally, there will be some kind of sharp action to the upside or downside. Now, the sharpest downside action days were 2019 and the infamous Jackson Hole speech of 2022.
So what was the day before? Were we up on the day? Yes.
So the day before we sold off.
No, but I mean, we opened up, so it was a green day, is what I was getting at.
Vaguely, yes. Where we
pretty,
opened versus where we closed.
But look at the day before is what I'm saying.
Yes,
so if you go down there, so we gapped up there, so I can see this happening tomorrow, then there we go. So this is why. I didn't even know that happened.
I actually have
but I was pretty bullish. So
give me a second.
there we go, and that makes a little bit of sense there today.
Here's the infographic if you actually want to see.
Yeah, I mean, we might as well put it up. It's happening tomorrow.
So roughly 1% to the upside for both the SPY and the Q last year and the year before. But as you guys can see, 2022 and 2019, we sold off pretty harshly.
Yeah.
Generally, though, we're going to be like up more than we are down.
Look at that. That 4% day is a problem.
Well, that was the day of the inflation is on transit. That was that day.
Right.
But and this is a real photo of Powell. This is not AI. I do not use AI photos of people. I only use real photos.
Right, thank
This
God.
is a legitimate photo of Powell that we found honestly, they had multiple angles of this picture. This one seemed to be the most flattering, but I wanted him to look a little bit sportier.
Yeah, why not? A little casual action there for him. Hit the golf course, make his speech, hit the golf course, enjoy yourself, Mr. Jerome Powell. Today we had some key headlines in metals happening. The U.S. could tap mining waste to reduce critical metal dependence, so that was good. Aluminum stocks rallying today as well. Cobalt, there was a story there. There was a story about the U.S. government, was it Army or Navy or something, looking into cobalt? Defense, yes, okay, so yeah, that's Army, Navy, and all
find
that.
the specifics.
So nice move to the upside right there for XME. So if you're looking for some sector strength today, we do get some love there for metals, and I'm not sure what that wound up doing to Cliffs. No, nothing, down 1.4%. FCX, again, a copper play there today, up 1% for FCX. They're trying to hold out something as well. But not too many cobalt plays to talk about. Oh, we got MP Metals. I just want to check in Lucid, not doing anything. Okay, MP Metals. Lucid today announces a 1-for-20 stock split. This is a 5-minute chart we have on there, and there's that announcement. Boom. Therefore, MP Metals, a nice top play there as that's starting to go through the high end for MP. We're going to watch out for $80. Again, the United States government taking a stake in this company, and it's a nice move there. And what the other one was? USAR? No,
USAR.
Yeah, USAR, okay. There it is, a rare earth, again, on the move late today, that is for sure. All right, a little bit of a pullback in some names with earnings plays. We just talked about Intuit, so this is a 5-minute chart again. Let's just check them out. We only have 4 minutes left. So Intuit right now lower on those numbers. We'll go over these in just a couple seconds. If there's anything in the chat that you want us to talk about, we'll talk about it right now.
People are talking about
Lucid?
That. Yeah.
Okay, there's not too much going on with
That's
Lucid.
it.
That was a 1-for-20 reverse stock split, of course. Intuit that we just talked about, Adair has been sort of dropping those numbers. Good. Q1 sales higher than expected. Intuit again beats 275 versus 276. Sales of 383 versus 375. So I don't really see where the problem is here for Intuit. Again, and I'm just talking about this Benzinga report right here. Q1 sales higher than expected. The guidance should be okay for Intuit. So we're not really sure what's going on with that stock as that heads lower. Zoom Media today comes out again. Q3 adjusted EPS 142 to 144, beating 139. So their expectation is higher on a upside beat as well. Top and bottom line for Zoom. Let's check out what's going on with Zoom Communications right now, zooming to the high side. Not really. Up 5%, which is a good move for Zoom today as well. Thank you for staying late with us, by the way. We want to always thank you. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. This show brought to you by Beta Pro. So thank you to Beta Pro for coming out on that as well. All right, so just Raw Stores here. Let's go and see what they did. Raw Stores Q2 150. So this is still ZM. Hold on a second. ROST, here it is. Raw Stores today comes out with 156 versus 153. Beat. So the stock goes upside, right? It hits 150 right there. Up 3% in the after hours right now. But their sales was a miss. But their gap also EPS miss. So they're going to guide a little lower, but they beat on EPS, which is strange, but miss on both of their guides and their revenue number. So it's interesting to see this up right there. We've seen names like Walmart and, of course, Target. Target got hit on the CEO switch, so that was interesting there. And then Workday today as well, Adara, another name that reported. This is actually now at lows. Guidance is very, very mixed. Between 8.8 to 9.5 billion. So a little bit missing there on their guide. Too wide of a guide, in my opinion, I guess, for Workday. But they had Q3 sales beating. No, they missed, actually. I don't know why Benzinga. You see what I'm saying here? Look what Benzinga has for Workday. His sales green. 223 versus 242. So that's actually a red. But there it is right there. 221.
All the numbers green for guidance, but they didn't say beat or miss. They just show what they are.
Right, that's what I was going to say.
But it's misleading, but they didn't miss.
So there it is. So yeah, you know, you can't guide these days any lower and expect to go higher. So that's a miss there on workday, ending the day to the downside. Look, man, nobody knows. Thanks for this little thing here. Are we having fun? We always are on this show. So there it is, 82% having fun right now. Thank you so much for joining Adara and I one more time. I'm not in for the next little while, and it's going to be a good one. It's just family time, taking some time off here in the summer, as these are the slower days. I mean, obviously, with Jackson Hole tomorrow, I would love to be here, but I got some landscaping to do around the house, so I got to cut the grass. It's been raining.
Are you hiring a chief design officer?
No, I don't hire. The wife hires me to do all of that. So
You're the chief design officer.
I'm the chief trimming officer, as will be
CTO, nice.
CTO, yeah.
Step aside, chief tech officer.
Yeah, trimming some of the bushes there in the front, getting the grass cut as well tomorrow, and then hockey at 3, baseball tonight until 10:30, and then golfing on Monday. So my son just finished golf camp.
Okay, what do you do at golf?
What do you do at golf camp?
You just golf?
Yeah, you learn about golfing.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Is it at a golf course?
It is.
Okay, that's really cool.
Yeah. So you learn about putting and all that kind of stuff. So they only got out a couple times, so I'm going to take them out on a proper course, and we're going to have some fun there on Monday and just enjoy the weekend. You know, I think that's something that we don't do enough. Honestly, the time just goes by. Like I was looking at, it's August 21st already, Adair.
I know.
Like it's so funny because I like talking with people. Obviously, I talk all day, but I always default to two things. It's like how fast time flies and the weather. Like those are the two things that no matter who you're talking to, your grandparents, your friends, you guys out here, we can all have an opinion on where time is gone, especially if you have children, where time is gone, and then the weather. Because when it's too hot, you're complaining it's too hot. See? There it goes. When it's too cold out. Cold as ice. Right there.
Cold as ice, willing to sacrifice.
Yeah, great song there, Adara. Thank you so.
Not that song.
I don't have my sunglasses over here, Fabian, so we can't necessarily do that. All right. Yeah, you know what? This is a place. What's up, David? David, you're in San Diego. I think San Diego is like the best place to live, man. Like great weather, great food down there, sports teams, like everything. What's up, San Diego? I guess you lost the Chargers there, but shout out to San Diego. Let me know where you guys are residing right there. What's up to Other Zink is still here with us late. It's 4:31. I gotta go. I got stuff to do. What's up to Kyle, David as well. Save Man Woman is here. Roy Griffin is here. South Jersey, Jack. I wonder where you're from. What's up, South Jersey? I was at Boston. It was a great time as well. Many great places. My parents just got back from out east here in Canada. Loved it. My dad said he'd never lived there, but loved out east. So
nice.
Shout out to everybody that's out east right now in Canada. But if you're in the Northeast, shout out to Hotlanta. What's up, Steven? Stevenson, oh yeah, we knew you were there. What's up, Stevenson? Hope you're doing well and hope you didn't fizz out on those trade to pool and all that accounts. I think Stevenson was one of the guys that say took like 8 or 9 times.
I remember that, yeah,
to
that's
graduate,
correct.
so that's awesome. I mean, just to get funded is awesome. So
That's exciting.
congratulations there. We're not all funded around here, so that's obviously important. As prop firms, you got to hit certain levels to get funded. Congratulations to anybody that's done that. San Diego is the best state in Mexico. That's hilarious. Shout out to you along this as we go. Expensive and nice to visit San Diego. Okay, well, that would be a part for me. I have cousins in Fresno, California. So I've been to Fresno, like that San Fran, but I've never been to LA. That would be a little fun there. Talk about an expensive place to chill out. We talked about where we go for vacations last time, but that's it. We want to thank everybody for hitting the roll call and for staying late with us one more time here today as we are now overtime, all 2,500 of you. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a great day today for sure. All right, so these are your plans for tonight.
Sleeping.
Boom, sleeping. I'll be doing some of that as well, and hopefully sooner rather than later. Thank you so much to everybody. Fabian, what are your plans tonight, my guy? Everybody's sleeping around here. Is there anything on TV these days? I don't really watch cable. You know, Thursday night used to be Friends. I never really watched Friends, but Seinfeld, The Office used to be Thursday night. Alien something? Alien Earth. I've never watched it, no.
I'm not a cable person.
All right, well, Fabian, sorry, Fabian, I don't even have you in my ear, so it's my bad on that one. There you go, yeah, people in the chat saying Alien Earth is great. So there we go. Shout out to Alien Earth. All right, that's Adara. I'm Sean. Thanks, Fabian, for staying late with us. Thank you to everybody that's been a part of the show today. Thank you to everybody watching for sure. So we're all back tomorrow at 8:30, except for me. So ciao until Tuesday. Have fun tomorrow. See ya.
See y'all.